Tonight, with the U.S. at war, the battle for control of Congress begins to take shape.
We are very bullish about the midterms. I'm absolutely convinced we're going to grow the majority.
It's happening. Democrats are going to take back control of the House.
Deep in the heart of Texas, Democrats must choose between two rising stars with competing visions for the future of the party.
Trump, I know you're watching, so let me tell you directly, you're not entitled to a damn thing in Texas.
The real fight in this country is not left versus right. It's top versus bottom.
A sitting Republican senator facing a Lone Star loyalty test.
I won by 10 points in 2020, and I can do that again and help President Trump.
He talks about how he's pro-Trump. We all know that's false.
And a congressman facing voters embroiled in scandal.
I'm not going to resign. I work every day for the people of Texas.
Plus, key races in North Carolina and Arkansas as both parties set a course for the midterms.
We've got to win the midterm. That means Senate, and it means House.
NBC's midterm primary night special begins right now.
Welcome to NBC's special coverage of the official kickoff of the 2026 midterms and what has become a split-screen night as we follow two major breaking news stories. I am Kristen Welker.
And I'm Hallie Jackson. And tonight it is a primary night that's going to have huge implications on the November election. But we are also obviously watching what's happening in the Middle East right now with the U.S. ramping up strikes against Iran. Some Americans are essentially stuck there. They cannot get out of the region. There's questions over gas and oil prices with all of this uncertainty now.
Yeah, that's right. And this volatile situation in the Mideast could have a real impact on the midterms. President Trump, of course, won re-election in part on a platform of opposition to regime change and new foreign wars. If the president's base stays home in November, that could spell trouble for Republicans.
And listen, what's at stake tonight? It is big, right? What's at stake in November is even bigger. Control of the House, maybe the Senate up for grabs. So tonight's contests are going to set the stage for some of the most important races that we are going to be watching in the fall. And they may also give us some early clues now about things like turnout, which parties voters are feeling energized, what issues are motivating people to get to the polls.
Now, remember, Democrats need to gain just 3 House seats in the fall to take back control of the House. To retake the Senate, they need to hold all 13 of their seats that are on the ballot and flip 4 more. Now, putting that into context, that's a real long shot. But what happens tonight in Texas and North Carolina will be critical to whether they can make that long shot a reality.
So let's get to the countdown. That next poll is closing 8:30 Eastern in North Carolina. This is actually a little later than we expected in North Carolina because of a technical issue at a polling site. Texas, 9, but really 10 o'clock Eastern for the entire state. Also in that state, later than expected because of some confusion around Dallas. We'll get to that because guess what? We'll get to everything. Look at this. We've got cameras basically posted up everywhere across Texas, across North Carolina. Our team's on the ground there in Texas. We've got Steve Kornacki at the big board. I'm not going to lie. He's right here. His camera's not on him yet. I promise you, Steve Kornacki is there. He's going to be joining us momentarily because we've got all of it covered tonight from Texas to North Carolina, even Arkansas, along with our chief Capitol Hill correspondent, Ryan Nobles, and our senior White House correspondent, Garrett Haight, too.
That's right, and it's now just a few moments after 8 p.m. on the East Coast, and we are watching key Senate primaries in both states. In North Carolina, former Democratic Governor Roy Cooper is key to the Democrats' hopes in flipping that Senate seat this fall. Right now, that race too early to call.
On the Republican side, everybody's watching to see what happens with the former RNC chairman, Michael Whatley. He's got the president's endorsement. He's expected to be the favorite here. Question, Kristen, is going to be, of course, on the margin, on the gap. How big, if he wins, is the victory?
That's right. And in Texas, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is facing off against State Representative James Tallarico as Democrats hope this year is the year they can maybe turn Texas blue.
Republicans are thinking they want to keep it red, obviously, but that is going to be interesting depending on what happens in that state. You see the Crockett race, Tallarico. We see some count coming in again. Polls in Texas are not even close to being closed at this point. And then, of course, on the Republican side, we can show you here the incumbent, of course, Senator John Cornyn, facing a pretty tough challenge from the state's Attorney General Ken Paxton, Congressman Wesley Hunt as well. President Trump, Kristen, as you know, hasn't endorsed in this one. He says he likes them all. That's an interesting point.
Well, he was just in Texas, which is part of what makes that decision not to endorse so fascinating. We've also got a bunch of House primary races we're watching tonight with a number of incumbents fighting for their political lives, including the first major test for a Democratic House incumbent against a progressive challenger. That's in North Carolina's 4th District.
We want to get right now to our NBC News chief data analyst, Steve Kornacki, for a look at where we stand on these key races tonight.
I see them on. I can't hear you, Hallie and Kristen.
Go ahead. Take it away, Steve.
So I'm sorry about that. I could see you. Look, we just got our first returns here in this Senate race. We'll start on the Republican side. Key thing to keep in mind here, there's an issue there in Dallas County. I'm sure you guys will be talking about it here. The Democratic numbers in Dallas County, one of the biggest in the state, will not come out till 10 o'clock. They've kept the polls open for the Democrats, not for the Republicans. The parties run separate primaries. So you see John Cornyn here. What you're looking at here is the early vote. That's what's being reported out by these counties right now. All that vote that was cast weeks ahead of time, days ahead of time. These counties can count that up ahead of time and report it out all at once. This is half of all the vote that's going to come out of Dallas County, one of the biggest in the state. And you see there Cornyn with that lead over Paxton. Right next door in Tarrant County, this is where Fort Worth is. Again, this is the early vote. This is a very big piece of real estate. Cornyn leading that early vote by 9 points. You know, north of Dallas here, this is all in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Denton County, you can see an advantage here. This is Ellis County, fast-growing south of Dallas here. I think the thing to keep in mind, two things to keep in mind on this Republican race is this area where the vote is coming from right now and where Cornyn is leading Paxton is probably going to be the best area in the state or one of the best areas in the state for John Cornyn tonight. In past primaries, Cornyn has run his best here in the Metroplex relative to the rest of the state. And in past primaries, specifically in 2022, when Paxton received a challenge from George P. Bush, Paxton lagged a bit here relative to the rest of the state. So I'd say right now, from the Cornyn standpoint, they need these counties to be coming in his shade of red here. And in fact, you do see a couple pink. Kaufman County, this is a fast-growing, sort of getting outside of a little bit outside of Dallas here. Paxton leading the early vote here. Get up into sort of Texoma area here. This is much smaller. Paxton leading there, but I think Cornyn wants to be running up the score here. There are the other area that's going to be strong, I think, tonight for Cornyn is going to be around Austin. So let's see as it fills in. This has to be big for Cornyn. Right now, it's a decent start for him. Democratic side here. Let's take a look, though, at what we're getting in that race. Again, we don't have numbers from Dallas. We will not have numbers from Dallas County until 10 p.m. In the Democratic race, but we do have, in Tarrant County, Fort Worth, you have Crockett here leading in the early vote by 12 points. You have Denton. Again, this is a big one, the early vote. Now, you see, these are two different shades of blue here. This is James Tallarico leading here in the early vote. I think, again, what you want to keep in mind about this area is this is Crockett's backyard politically. Her political base is in Dallas. That is where her congressional seat is. All of the polling in this race going into this election had said that Crockett was winning and winning big with the black vote. There was a lot of sort of disagreement between the different polls out there. The one thing all the polls agreed on was that Crockett was winning big with the black vote. That means we won't know till 10 o'clock, but she needs a gigantic number out of Dallas County when that finally comes in. There's a significant black population, and it's her political base. She's also expected to do well in these other counties, like in Tarrant County. I think early on, she's getting the number she needs there. The question is going to become, this is the early vote, when we start seeing the vote that was cast today, how does that look? Is it also 56% Crockett, or is Tallarico doing a little bit better in that? That's going to be the second piece of this to come in. But we're getting big pieces of real estate starting to come in here. Everything you're looking at right now, keep in mind, though, is the early vote.
100%. Steve, you're teeing us up, I think, for a really important piece of the conversation, this thing that has developed in really just the last maybe 45 minutes or so. Steve, stand by. I want to bring in our Priscilla Thompson, our Ryan Chandler, our team on the ground in Texas. Ryan's at the campaign headquarters, James Tallarico. Priscilla Thompson, let me start with you from Jasmine Crockett's headquarters in all important for her, Dallas, and this issue with some confusion around polling sites, right? That has, just to be clear here, that has delayed the closing of the polls for about an hour longer than what we had expected, right?
Yeah, Hallie, and we saw it today as we were out at the polls, people consistently being turned away or redirected because they were at the wrong polling site. And the state Democratic Party says that there were thousands of voters that happened to both here in Dallas County and also in Williamson County near Austin. And so what happened is that these, the county parties are who usually decides how these elections are going to run, and they typically do them at the county-wide level. So people can vote anywhere in the county on Election Day. But this year, Republicans decided that they would host their elections at the precinct level, and that meant Democrats had to do that as well. And so Jasmine Crockett is saying that this is voter suppression, that Republicans intended to sow confusion with that decision. I want to play some of what she had to say.
My heart is breaking. I've got people that are sending me emails. I have video recordings of voters that are crying and hurt. None of this should have happened. Let's talk about the many failures. Let's talk about what was intentional. Number one, the Republicans only did this to intentionally disenfranchise and confuse voters. So I am asking you, I am begging you to make sure that you go ahead and figure out where it is that you are supposed to vote, stand in line, wait in line, and if it means that I gotta come out there with you to wait with you, I will do that.
And she said this is the biggest thing that is making her nervous heading into the night. The state party estimates that there are about a third of the voters that they believe who were turned away. And so as you heard there, she's urging people to go online, figure out what their correct location is, and then get to that location and stay in line to make sure that they cast those votes.
And Priscilla, talk to us a little bit about the closing argument that you are hearing from Jasmine Crockett. She is trying to make the case she'll be able to drive out the African-American vote in a general election, that she can win, that she's a fighter. We've seen that in the House. What has she been telling voters to try to close this deal?
Yeah, that is her message, that she has the credentials and she has the backbone to get this done, that she is going to be that fighter for people. And I did speak to one voter today, a young black woman, 29 years old, and she said that she believes Crockett is going to speak for her in the Senate and fight for her in the Senate. And even though she was one of those people who was turned away today, she did go to that other location. She told me that she was going to go to that other location to make sure that her voice was heard. But of course, Crockett's name of the game here is running up the numbers. She did tell me that Dallas County, that if the early vote comes out and she sees those numbers looking very good in Dallas County, that she's going to feel very good heading into the night. But she also said, as Steve Kornacki mentioned, that she's looking at Tarrant County. That is the most populous purple district in this area, and also sort of in her backyard here. And I will tell you, this morning she was campaigning in Houston, so Harris County, the biggest Democratic county in the state. So really looking to drive those numbers up in those areas. And she believes that if she can get those turnout numbers where they need to be, that she will see victory tonight.
All right. Thank you so much, Priscilla Thompson. Ryan, let's go to you now. James Tallarico, he's, of course, trying to make the opposite case that he's the strongest candidate in a general election.
Yeah, that's right. I think the closing argument here at Tallarico headquarters is that he's the one that can win. Tallarico supporters that I've been talking to from Dallas to Houston, now in Austin, recognize that this is a big red state. And in order to win, you can't do it with Democrats alone. It is diametrically opposed to Representative Crockett's theory of the case. She thinks that if she can turn out dormant Democrats who haven't voted before, then they don't need Republicans. Tallarico's message is, if you're a Republican, if you're an independent, you are welcome in this party. I was talking to him yesterday at an event in Houston, and he told me that at least 5 Republicans who had never voted for a Democrat told him that they waited in line to take a picture with him, and he's the first Democrat that they're going to vote for. He feels confident that that crossover appeal is working, and it's a festive, optimistic atmosphere here at Tallarico HQ.
Can I ask you, Ryan, with this issue on the polling locations that we've talked about, that Priscilla laid out, that Steve laid out in and around Dallas, obviously a place that Crockett is hoping will be a stronghold for her. Are you hearing anything from the Tallarico campaign on that and how that might affect the rest of their night?
They're very concerned about it here as well. They are also calling for an extension of voting hours, both in Dallas County and in Williamson County. A couple things to consider here. This is happening in both of these candidates' strongholds. Of course, Crockett is leaning on Dallas County for a pot of voters. Williamson County is also Representative Tallarico's home county, where he grew his political career, where it began. He certainly has a lot of voters there, and they're facing similar issues. They're calling for an extension of votes, at least on the Democratic side of things, in both counties tonight because of that.
Ryan, Chandler, we're going to be closely watching all of that. Thank you. Our thanks to Priscilla, too. We're going to take you to the Republican headquarters in just a second, but I want to get to the folks here at the table. Ryan, Garrett, obviously, huge night, hugely important. for what's going to happen when it comes to the Senate map, the House map, et cetera. It's 8:14 Eastern. So I'm going to ask both of you, give us your viewers' playbook here. What's the next thing you're watching, the next shoe you're watching to drop here in the next little bit?
Well, I think we've already learned something very important by what's played out so far, and that's how enthusiastic Democrats are. The fact that we are in a situation here where, as Priscilla's describing it, Democrats are going up to polling locations, being turned away, and then finding a reason to go to a different polling location to cast their ballot, demonstrates just how motivated Democrats are to get out and vote, even if it's just in a primary. You look at these numbers, the Democratic primary turnout is just going up and up and up. And the Democrats that I talked to today say that they just see a more engaged electorate. They've seen people more motivated to be a part of the process in ways that they haven't seen, maybe going back to Beto O'Rourke's race back in 2018. Now, will that be enough for them to win a general election in the fall? That remains an open question. But this is part of the theory of the case that Ryan Chandler was talking about. The difference between the Tallarico argument versus the Crockett argument. The Crockett argument is there's enough Democrats here to win. We just need to turn them out. The Tallarico argument is we've got to bring everybody together in a big tent. And we'll have to see what the Democratic primary voters buy as the argument going into the general election.
So super hard fought on the Democratic side, Garrett. You're looking at the Republican side.
Yeah, although I have to say, having covered the Beto O'Rourke campaign, the amount of times I heard him make that same argument that Texas isn't a red state, it's a non-voting state, that didn't turn out to be true for him, although he came closer than any other Democrat in my political lifetime of carrying the state. On the Republican side, obviously, that all the polling has indicated this is going to be tight between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. John Cornyn has to demonstrate some real enthusiasm here. He has to create some for himself, because on the Republican side, when you look at this midterm, the turnout falls off, or when you look at the runoff that they're potentially going to go into, turnout falls off a cliff. It's the day after Memorial Day. It's a Tuesday in what amounts to summer in Texas. It'll probably be close to 100 degrees. And Cornyn, as the establishment guy here, I think has to prove to a lot of people, including to the White House, that he can keep Republicans animated, that he can keep them coming out. The way that these runoffs are structured on the Republican side, that's part of the reason you have a Senator Ted Cruz. He, ended up knocking off Lieutenant Governor David Dewhurst in a runoff when he first won. These ultra-low turnout affairs where it's the base of the party, the kind of people who really like Ken Paxton. Cornyn needs, if not to win tonight, to at least keep it super-duper close.
You can tell Garrett knows a little bit about Texas.
Right? Are you from there? That's so crazy.
I've had some layovers.
Well, Garrett, it takes me to my next question, because you talk about the fact that Democrats are eyeing this. I mean, Democrats haven't won a Senate race in more than 30 years. I remember covering the Obama administration, and they were saying, we're eyeing Texas. Texas is a possibility. It has been fool's gold for Democrats. Talk a little bit about why, and about the extent to which tonight, quite frankly, is a test of the issues as well, whether it's affordability or foreign policy, which is now front.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, look, there's 30 million people in Texas. It's a huge state. You've got all these different media markets. It's also a super diverse state. And I think that's part of the reason it's been so appealing to Democrats over these years. You look at Texas and you see the huge African-American vote. You see this huge untapped Hispanic vote, particularly in Harris County and parts south. You've increasingly seen immigrants from all over the world coming to Texas for these high-tech jobs, and the fact that it is a high-growth economy. Democrats look at that and they say, that should be a Democratic state. That's the coalition we've been building. But you've got something like 250 counties in Texas, and once you get outside about the biggest 10, the rest are all deep red, a lot of very rural counties, a lot of people who are dyed-in-the-wool Republicans, and that kind of tidal wave of red counties is ultimately what washed out Beto O'Rourke and has washed out these other Democratic candidates over the years.
We're talking a lot about Texas tonight. We're going to be talking a lot about Texas. I don't want to lose sight of North Carolina, Ryan. 12 minutes now from polls closing in that state. And let's be sort of real about the landscape there. If there is drama on the Senate primary side, I think that it's fairly reasonable to assume that Roy Cooper on the Democratic side, Michael Whatley on the Republican side are the front runners at this point. We're going to be watching to see what happens there. Huge clash come November. And then on the House side, too, this super interesting race between a progressive and a more progressive incumbent and an even more progressive challenger.
So there's two aspects of this. Let's talk about the Senate first. We're in kind of the stage of the NFL season, to make a football reference.
Make them all night. Do it.
The off season, and where you talk about your team winning the off season, right, in terms of draft picks and free agency. Chuck Schumer feels like he won the offseason when it comes to the Senate map. He went out and got his prized recruits in just about every one of these competitive battleground states, the first being North Carolina, where they convinced Roy Cooper, the very popular former governor, to run in a state that is decidedly purple and could define his legacy, even though he was a very successful governor.
Yeah.
So that the fact that
I just want to also note, if you're looking at these boards, we have like a couple dozen votes. Don't nobody take that. I just want to throw that grain of salt.
1% in, folks.
Yes,
Go
but the point being that North Carolina was the start of a cascade of quality candidates that Chuck Schumer personally went out and recruited. Sherrod Brown in Ohio, Mary Peltola in Alaska, and we'll get into these names as the night goes along. And so North Carolina is the beginning of what needs to be almost a clean sweep for Democrats to win back the Senate. Again, as we talked about in Texas, they're going to want to see a strong turnout tonight, even though these aren't competitive races. Now, just to answer the question about the House side of this, too, with the Valerie Foushee race in North Carolina's 4th district. This is the problem the Democrats have, right? They're having a hard time bringing together all these dispirited factions of their party. There's real big disagreements about things like how we treat Israel. There's disagreements over how you approach affordability and health care, you name it. And so you have, in this case, Valerie Foushee, who is a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, as progressive a voting record as anyone in the House, and she is facing a challenge from the left.
That's right.
And so there's also a generational question here as well. So the Democrats, while they feel like they have the wind at their back and a ton of momentum, I think in each one of these primary contests, as we get through the calendar, we're going to demonstrate where the fissures exist within the party.
Well, it's such a great point, Ryan, because what you're also seeing, Garrett, is this test of progressives versus more moderate candidates, and then on the right, more moderate conservatives, and then more far-right conservatives. And it's that clash that we're seeing in both of these parties play out tonight, quite frankly.
Yeah, and on the right, it's interesting because, I think that some of the lines have been blurred between what it even means to be far-right. And so much of it gets cast in terms of loyalty to the president. That's certainly the case in Texas. And in North Carolina, you have essentially a de facto nominee in Michael Whatley, the person who was blessed by the president for getting into this race in the first place. But I talked to a senior Republican strategist who's worked on a lot of national races today, who told me he's actually a little bit worried about North Carolina, for part because of the reason Ryan just laid out in terms of the Democratic recruit there. But also Michael Whatley, while he has the Trump blessing and kind of has all that MAGA armor on him, he's not somebody who's run races before. He's not run statewide races before. He is a political operative trying to jump all of a sudden into being an elected official statewide. There's not like a huge track record of folks like that being successful nationwide. And so Republicans are definitely sweating North Carolina.
All right, guys, thanks for starting us off. We are
8 minutes, by the way. I'm looking. We're like 7 minutes until polls close in North Carolina. It's going to be a really dramatic moment. Steve Kornacki, I know, is watching the boards.
He's watching and waiting, and we will go right to him when we have a poll call coming up. We are turning to the red-hot Republican primary fight playing out in Texas right now as incumbent Senator John Cornyn, as we were just talking about, fights for his political life against 2 high-profile challengers. Stay with us. This is NBC News Now special election night coverage.
Just under 5 minutes now until the next polls close in North Carolina. That's going to be critical. We may, in fact, potentially see some calls come in. Our decision desk is watching every bit of that. You know who else is watching it? Our man, Steve Kornacki. He's at the big board. He's going to join us in a second here. But I want to actually take you up here. Let's see. That's Priscilla in Texas. She's doing like a little selfie video. You can watch it online on our socials. But here's Mel Zanotis. She's at Paxton headquarters in Texas. And Mel, there's been an issue here, apparently some sort of security issue outside the building where you are. This is just developing. Walk us through it.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie. This is just happening over the last hour. My colleague Brennan Leach talked to several witnesses who told us that they saw a man who was detained by police, handcuffed, and then his car was towed away. And we did just get a statement from the Dallas Police Department. I want to read from the statement. Apologies for looking down at my phone here, but we did just get this statement in. And they said that officers were notified of a suspicious individual outside the hotel. That individual entered a vehicle that did not display a proper license plate. He then left the area. So officers conducted a traffic stop, and at that point they did arrest the driver for traffic violations. But during a search of the vehicle, they discovered firearms and ammunition. So that is an ongoing investigation. There's still a lot we don't know, Hallie, including his motive. But of course, it is a scary and alarming situation, especially given the rise in political violence that we've seen over the past few years.
No, absolutely. And Mel, just set the stakes of this race. You have Senator John Cornyn, who, by all accounts, at various moments has broken with President Trump, which is why he never got the endorsement from President Trump. And then you have Ken Paxton, who has his own political baggage. By all accounts, this could be heading to a runoff. What are you watching for tonight? And is that the expectation there inside the campaign?
Yeah, I think for both the Paxton campaign, the Cornyn campaign, and the Wesley Hunt campaign, everyone is under the expectation that we're not going to have an outright winner tonight, that this is going to a runoff. But I do think the standing of the candidates really matters. And that's because, as you mentioned, President Donald Trump has yet to weigh in. He has sat on the sidelines. He said he likes all three candidates. But a strong showing by one of those candidates could entice Trump to get off the sidelines between now and the May runoff. And by contrast, a poor showing, particularly from John Cornyn, may put some pressure on GOP leadership to start diverting resources elsewhere, especially because this primary has already become one of the most expensive in history, and they would rather spend their money on other seats where they're going to be putting up a tough fight against Democrats. So that is a huge dynamic in play. John Cornyn has tried to make the electability argument a centerpiece of his campaign, arguing that Ken Paxton is a liability for Republicans given all of his personal scandals, from that impeachment trial that he was acquitted for to now he's going through a messy public divorce. But Ken Paxton, he's brushing aside those controversies, saying he is the most pro-Trump candidate.
We should note, too, there literally, Mel, as you were talking, apparently a correction came in from officials, no firearm. So just to make it clear for that, regarding the security issue outside Paxton campaign headquarters, the tone here has been really interesting.
Yeah,
when
that's important. That's important.
Yep. When you talk about Paxton v. Cornyn v. Hunt, and what's interesting here, and Steve Kornacki is noting it, looking at some of the early numbers now from Congressman Hunt's results so far, again, we're still a ways away from polls closing, but as you pointed out, the really sort of bitter tone that this race has taken. We say bruising. Is it a cliche kind of? In this instance, it really
has been bruising.
It really has. I mean, it's devolved into nothing but mudslinging between these three candidates. And keep in mind, if it goes to the runoff, as we expected, it's only going to get worse. This is going to drag on. It's going to drain resources. There's going to be more money. I expect that they will continue the same attacks they have lobbed on one another. So this has gotten really messy for Republicans. And the reason why it matters is because if one of those candidates emerges bruised as a candidate, whether that is Paxton or Cornyn or Wesley Hunt, it's going to make it a lot harder for them to compete. And all the while, we are expecting Democrats to be able to come out with their candidate tonight, which means essentially they're going to get a head start for November. And so that is the fear, particularly among the GOP leadership. That's why they've been backing Cornyn. That's also why they've been begging Donald Trump for an endorsement. Of course, that has yet to come. We'll see if that changes, though, after tonight, guys.
Yeah, we'll see if he decides to endorse, if there is, in fact, a runoff. All right, Mel, thank you so much for that. Now, we want to bring in the former House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. So, Mr. Speaker, what are you watching for tonight when you talk about Texas and also North Carolina?
I'm watching a lot in Texas, especially the Senate race. It looks like it'll go into a runoff. It's disappointing what Wesley Hunt did. I mean, I spent 4 years of my life fighting very hard to get him elected to Congress, and now he's leaving rather quickly. And all he did was extend a bitter fight in a primary that'll take longer. I'm rooting for Crockett to win the Democratic primary. The last thing we want to do as Republicans is have to spend money in a general election in Texas. If we're spending millions of dollars in Texas, that means Alaska's getting less, Maine's getting less. We might have to spend in Ohio. It begins to feel a little like this is 2018. We don't want that to happen. We want to be able to keep the Senate. The House, I'm looking at, these are new redistrict lines. I'm looking at Tony Gonzalez's race and Dan Crenshaw's races, the two main ones.
Oh, well, let's talk more about those races on the House side here for a second. And then I do want to ask you, too, about the Senate race, Mr. Speaker. So House race. Tony Gonzalez, obviously, huge last couple of weeks here with these allegations, these text messages that are explicit that have been revealed with a staffer who later died by suicide.
He should not have ran. He should not have run for re-election.
Tell me more about that then. Do you believe then that he will lose?
Yes. He will lose in the end. If he is victorious in this primary, he has a major ethics problem that I think will take him down maybe even before the general election. I don't think he should have run again. I personally believe he should have resigned.
Well, Mr. Speaker, to that point, I mean, he was endorsed by the president. He was endorsed by the current House Speaker. Should they have come out and said what you are saying right now?
Look, I'm one of the major factors Tony got elected to Congress. I worked very hard to get him in. I'm a big believer in Tony, but he made a tremendous mistake here. Now, you could have endorsed him and not knowing what transpired. Once you knew what transpired, I don't think you can be quiet about it, and that's why I'm not quiet about it.
And obviously, when we talk about the margins in the House of Representatives, razor thin, literally every House seat is going to matter in November. I mean, every single House seat is going to make a difference.
Very much so, yes.
Yeah. When you talk about that, you also got to look at, go ahead.
I understand what they're looking at. Look, I came in as minority leader after 2018. We had a very big loss. In 4 years, we won the majority. Every single year as I was leader, we actually gained seats. We won 5 seats in California while Nancy Pelosi was speaker. We didn't redraw the lines. We got better candidates. We elected the most Republican women, the most Republican minorities across this country. We won seats we've never been able to win again. I think what you need to do is you need to go on the offense. Republicans are sitting in the majority. I think they should take a lesson from President Trump at the State of the Union. Show the differences about the Democrats. If you control the floor, don't shut Congress down. Bring legislation up. Bring it 80-20. Show the American public where you are. This economy is going to get stronger. You're going to be in a stronger position. Republicans have the best money advantage we've ever had in the history of the Republican Party. We have the White House, so we have power of the administration. The Democrats, when it comes to leadership, I think are at some of the weakest points. Republicans' numbers are low, but Democrats' numbers are even lower. Historically, the party out of power is in a tough position. You always look to the New Jersey and Virginia races. Democrats won both of them. So this is a chance where you ought to really play strong. You should have recruited right after the last November election when Republicans are high, President Trump is really high numbers. You could have got some really big recruits. Who's ever on offense is going to win. You can't play defense in this nature. And we have too many retirements. We could break the 2018 record. Yes.
You do have a lot of retirement. To this point here, let's talk about the only House Republican incumbent who does not have an endorsement from President Trump, and that's Dan Crenshaw in Texas here, who has, obviously split with the president, split with where the party is in some ways on foreign policy on Ukraine, but has largely backed what President Trump has pushed when it comes to his votes in Congress. How do you see that race?
I don't see Dan Crenshaw breaking with President Trump. I mean, I think people would say something. Look, Dan Crenshaw is an American hero. Dan Crenshaw is a Navy SEAL that risked his life for every single American, wounded and came back again. He's an extraordinary statesman. And I don't see him differing from President Trump's policy. He actually defends President Trump's policy time and again. This is a redistrict that he's running in a new district. You've got a state rep in there that represents part of it, so it's a little more challenging from that basis. But Dan Crenshaw is an extraordinary member, an extraordinary person. This shouldn't be competitive. It's frustrating to me at the times when I see it. That's why I watch him personally. I have a very high regard for Dan Crenshaw.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask you big picture as we kick off this midterm election season. We know that President Trump has just effectively launched a war against Iran. There are some members of the MAGA base who feel as though that has run counter to the promises that he made when he was campaigning. I want to play a little bit of what former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene had to say, and I want to get your reaction on the other side.
I want to say, what is happening to the man that I supported, you supported, the man that denounced what happened in Iraq, the man that said no more foreign wars, no more regime change, promised it on the campaign. J.D. Vance promised it. Tulsi Gabbard promised it. All of them promised it. And we're a year in, and we're in another f***ing war, and we've got American troops being killed.
Mr. Speaker, does she have a point? And could it depress turnout amongst the president's MAGA base, not just in these races tonight, but throughout the midterms?
Look, we're only into this for a few days. Look what he was able to accomplish in Venezuela. Look what he was able to do in Iran earlier. He's resetting the world order of where it was prior, where we were in a very tough situation. We haven't seen something like the creeks, the China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea since the 1930s. You had China sitting in our hemisphere. You had them controlling the Panama Canal. President Trump has achieved a great amount. We're not sending troops on the ground in there. We're not in a forever war. But what he's making sure is that future generations of Americans are going to be safe. I think you're going to have to wait to see how this plays out. But the one thing I know about President Trump, very calculating what he's going to do, but he keeps his word. What he says he will do, he has done. And I think that
Speaker, I got to interrupt you here. We've got a couple of race calls, I think, to make some NBC News projections. I'm being told from the control room now, NBC News in the state of North Carolina can project, as expected, Roy Cooper, the winner of that Democratic Senate primary there. You can see some of the, again, early moment here in North Carolina, but Roy Cooper, former governor there in the state, widely expected to be the Democratic candidate in what is going to be a high-profile Senate race, taking it according to our NBC News projection. I believe we have one more projection to get to as well. And that is, we've got on the Republican side now, again, as expected, the former RNC chairman, backed by President Trump, Michael Whatley, the projected winner for the Republican Senate primary in that critical state. Super interesting here. I wouldn't say there's any surprises, but Mr. Speaker, this does really set the table now for a key Senate race. Obviously, there's, I think, more discussion, more energy around the House side, given how close the margins are there. But talk to me about North Carolina. How are you feeling about Michael Whatley's chances when it comes up against somebody like the former governor, Roy Cooper, who's not lost a race he's been in? I understand Republicans will say he hasn't had a tough race, but I'm curious as to your thoughts.
Look, I'm a big fan of Michael Whatley. I've watched what he's been able to accomplish. There's a little advantage here when you have a former governor that's won 2 times in a very competitive state. This is going to be a competitive race. Everybody has known it from the beginning. What I see is a really good work ethic in Michael Whatley. I've watched it from time before, and we're going to have our work cut out for us. This is a state that we're going to have a really big turnout. This is the concern on off-presidential elections. Usually the party of power has a higher intensity. So it doesn't matter what the polls say, it determines who turns out to vote. Democrats have a high intensity. That's why we've got to get our economy up. And as the economy continues to grow, that's good for Republicans. Healthcare, be able to do. We're going to have to be able to show why does it matter for Republicans to keep the majority, and what will you do? Look, presidential elections are aspirational, what the next 4 years will be about. Off-year elections are a report card, and we've got to show a very good report card here.
Mr. Speaker, when I talk to folks on Capitol Hill about North Carolina, Republicans say, we think we can hold on to the Senate seat. However, we're going to have to divert resources to North Carolina in order to do it. How do you see that? And could that potentially undercut some of the states that should be safer?
Look, I don't see spending money on North Carolina diverting it. I see spending money in Texas as diverting money from North Carolina, Alaska, Maine. Look, Georgia should be more competitive for us. That's where Democrats have a little advantage here. And I do give Schumer some credit on his recruiting. He put in play Alaska and others. We will win those. But it's kind of what I did in 2010 to win the majority. You challenge the top people, make them spend their money at home, and you go win other areas. Remember, when we won the majority a couple of years ago, we beat the DCCC chairman, who never thought he could do it. Mike Lawler, we played in it late. We ran the money early. So you go after the top individuals. That's why I don't think spending money in North Carolina is diverting. I think that's making sure we keep the majority. If we have to spend money in Texas, then we're diverting.
I mean, that's part of it. The other piece of it, what's been interesting here is, Cooper, you've seen him already, and you've seen some of this too, messaging on affordability. This is going to be the issue in November, as you well know. And I wonder how you see Republican messaging on this. President Trump continues to, and reiterated this just, days ago, I think, at the State of the Union, if my timeline is right, it feels like a century, that, that he thinks the economy is roaring. He feels like it's a massive success. I will tell you, I've talked to a number of Trump voters who say, yeah, I don't feel it. I don't feel it in my life. I don't feel it in my budget. Are Republicans doing enough on what is going to be the premier issue come November right now?
This is always a challenge. When you look at the numbers of the economy and how you feel it, feeling always lags behind. So remember, the election's not today. And the tough part is we had somebody to contrast against, a wide open border, inflation going wild when you had Biden. What the Democrats are going to have to do is show us what would they do if they won the majority. Roy Cooper is going to have to run on an agenda. What is his agenda? Is his agenda Biden? We're going to have to contrast that. And that's what we have to play in the next coming months. But we have to have the resources. Look, Roy Cooper has won the state twice. So he is a very formidable candidate. But he also has a record. So we have to explain it to those in North Carolina what his record is and which things he supported and show that contrast. So have we been able to secure the border? Yes, we did. What the Democrats were not able to do. We should celebrate those things. Have we bring interest rates lower than they've been in quite some time? Yes, we have. Have we curbed inflation? Yes. Now, we've got energy prices lower with the Iran war going on. They've ticked up a little, but I don't think they'll stay. These are the things we have to look for, but really do that contrast, which the votes about Roy and what Michael Whatley will actually bring to the Senate.
All right, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, thank you so much. Please stick around if you could, because we've got a lot more to cover tonight.
It's an interesting night, Mr. Speaker. You're going to want to hang out.
And we appreciate your input, so please stick around. But we do want to head over to Steve Kornacki, who's, of course, still at the big board. Steve, you're looking at Texas. Of course, the Cornyn-Paxton race. What's the latest? How much do we have in?
Yeah, I mean, I think the headline here on the Republican race so far, again, we're looking at early vote, meaning there's a lot of suspense about what the vote that, was cast in person today at the polls looks like. Is it different than this? Does it change the complexion of the race? But I think the big thing you're seeing, too, is that divide here between Cornyn, Paxton, and Hunt. You certainly see Hunt polling enough votes here to keep both of these candidates in a statewide tally under 50%, but you see a big divide right there between them. So the idea that if there's a runoff, it's going to be between Cornyn and Paxton, certainly looking like that would be the most likely thing here, just based on the vote that we've seen so far. But the Democratic side, I wanted to update you on there. James Tallarico just took the lead statewide here because, in no small part, this happened. Travis County, this is where the state capital, Austin, is. Now, we knew this was going to be big for Tallarico. Remember, he's a state legislator. This is where his district is. This is the early vote. So, you always have that sort of caveat there. Would the same day vote look different, and would this number come down as the rest of it gets tallied? But I'll tell you, if it's anything like this, if he's getting 3/4 of the vote or so out of Travis County and getting real big turnout out of Travis County, too, he's getting a real bang out of his backyard here. I think maybe a little bit bigger than expected. It was enough to vault him into the lead in the statewide count. But this is very patchy in terms of where we're getting the votes from. And remember, Crockett's own political backyard, Dallas County, we have nothing from, and we won't have anything until 10 o'clock. Yeah. So one way to look at this is, Tallarico just landed a pretty big punch from his home county. Now, when we get Dallas, can Crockett do the same thing? The pressure, I think, is going to be on her to do that.
Can I ask you, press pause on Texas for just 1 second. Take us to North Carolina. We just made those projections here at NBC News. Again, not altogether surprising. The front runners have been projected to be the winners. Tell us how they did it, what you're looking at, and then this other critical House race that we're watching as well in North Carolina 4, and what you're seeing sort of on the early side as votes are coming in there.
Yeah, I mean, again, obviously it just sort of validates what we thought in terms of what the Senate matchup would be there in North Carolina. But this is a night, I think, when Democrats, this sort of no surprise, but Texas is the one, too. Democrats are thinking about different scenarios, different combinations that could maybe get them Senate control at the end of the year.
Can you talk through these Whatley numbers? Because I think one of the things we were looking for is not just if Michael Whatley was going to win, but by how much. Was it going to be a stomp? Was it going to be a squeaker, et cetera? What do you see in there?
Yeah, no, I mean, you can see here the color scheme here is that dark red is Whatley red, and from the mountains all the way to the Atlantic coast, that's the only thing you're seeing right here. Look, it's a 50-point margin statewide. It is only the early vote, so again, there's some room for change here, but it's going to be a landslide for him. It clearly is. Cooper obviously was essentially the de facto nominee to begin with, so this is just one where it's set now, what we all thought it would be, and this is going to be one we spend an awful lot of time talking about heading into the in the general election, because Senate control, all Senate control scenarios, I think, you really kind of run through what happens in North Carolina. In that House race, I think you mentioned it, though. This is interesting. Yeah, let's zoom in here. So what we have, there are 4 counties that are part of this district. Valerie Foushee, again, she's the incumbent elected in 2022. This is a rematch. Nita Alam ran against her in 2022. It was a 9-point race back then. What you have here is the early vote in 2 counties. This is Orange County, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. This is Foushee's backyard. Politically, she's winning this by 15 points. She represented this in the state legislature before becoming a member of Congress. Alam, her political base is in Durham County. She's a Durham County commissioner. When they ran 4 years ago, she won this portion of the district. So far, in the early vote, it is close, but Foushee with a 2-point advantage here. Let's see what the same-day vote is, but obviously if Foushee were able to do that in Durham County when the same-day vote comes in, she'd be breathing a big sigh of relief. But I would, by no means, when you're seeing 50-48 in the early vote, is anybody's breathing a sigh of relief. It really just comes down to what does that electorate look like that came out today. The other parts of this are just going to be down here. Pretty big. Wake County suburbs outside Raleigh,
about Wake
much
County,
smaller Chatham.
Yeah, Wake County could be the difference maker in some of this.
Yeah, or even in Chatham. So Chatham County here, this 18% of the vote's going to come out of Wake, 8's going to come out of Chatham. Now, this district, remember, Republicans redrew the lines in North Carolina this year. This district is not one Republicans targeted, but it was affected by it. It used to be Orange, Durham, and then it went to the north. Now it's Orange, Durham, Wake, and a sliver here, a part of Wake, and a sliver here of Chatham County. Foushee may have an advantage. I don't know how long people's memories are, but Foushee, as a state senator, represented a district that included Orange County, her political base, and parts of Chatham County. So she may have a bit of an edge right here. But again, that's only 8% of the vote. You got 18% here in these suburbs. Wake County's massive. Raleigh is there, but it's sprawling. It's expansive. So you're talking about sort of the suburbs there, in Wake County. And yeah, no, you're right. It's kind of new to both of these candidates here. Right. It new within the last few months.
That's all right. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. We will come back to you shortly. Let's head back to the table. Ryan, talk a little bit about these results that have come in so far. And again, we keep talking about North Carolina 4, which we're just watching very closely. This face-off between a more progressive candidate, the incumbent, who was, by the way, endorsed by Bernie Sanders. Nita Alam has a lot of support with the Progressive Party.
And I don't want to over-analyze, especially these early returns, but if Valerie Foushee is able to hold on, I think it begins to answer a question that many Democratic strategists are wondering. And that is, do our voters care more about giving power back to Democrats than they do the purity test that is applied in many of these primaries? And, one of the things that the Democratic Party has been dealing with is that there are a lot of what you would consider to be their base voters who don't even describe themselves as Democrats. They describe themselves as progressives and maybe some other label.
Just to flag on the other side of the screen, you're seeing Michael Whatley speaking now, saying he's honored and humbled. Ryan, go ahead.
Yes. And so in order for Democrats to win back the majority, certainly if they have any shot in the Senate, but to win back in the House as well, they need that coalition to come together. And in many cases, some of these base voters, particularly younger voters, voters of color, to in some cases maybe hold their nose and vote for more moderate candidates that have the potential of beating Republicans in general elections.
Although Foushee's people will say, folks in her vote would probably say she's not. It's not like she's a super centrist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and Garrett, this purity test that Ryan's talking about, this is what we're talking about in so many of these races, both on the Democrat and Republican side.
It's why we have primaries, right? I mean, and I think it's especially important on the Democratic side because you do have a party that is leaderless at a national level and not entirely sure what they stand for. And so I think it's a question, the speaker's point was so good about the idea that presidential races are forward-looking, but midterm races are a report card. In the report card season, you don't necessarily have to know what you're for as long as you know what you're against. So I think the purity tests play less in a midterm than they might in a presidential election. But it is going to be so true, this sorting of, do Democratic voters, what are they prioritizing other than just taking power away from Donald Trump? We'll learn a lot of that tonight. We don't really know.
All right, let's bring back in former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Thank you for sticking around.
You did
with
hang
us.
out.
We
Thank you.
appreciate it so much. I do want to get you to weigh in on what we're talking about here at the table, Mr. Speaker, and that is the purity test. We see it in these Democratic races where the incumbents are trying to hang on, and we obviously see it in the Republican races as well.
Well, the challenge is if some of these members who are sitting in their late 70s or 80s continue to run, and then you get a young progressive to run against them, they get beat. And the Democratic Party is having a civil war internally. What do they want to be? And normally, if they've lost these many times, they usually wake up and they want to win. If you look at New Jersey and Virginia, they nominated people who they considered to be more moderate, who went to a military academy and worked for the CIA. That's not normal for a Democrat, but they were very successful. Now we're looking at Congress, when you have a safe seat, this is where progressives feel their opportunity. When you get a Bernie Sanders and others that can supply you with money online, that's when people get waken up and get beaten if they've been sitting around for too long.
Mr. Speaker, Garrett Hake and Ryan Nobles are with us, White House, Hill, respectively. Garrett wants to jump in.
Mr. Speaker, it's good to hear you again. I want to ask you about Wesley Hunt in Texas. You mentioned that you were disappointed in him running for this race. I have heard that from people close to the White House as well. His early numbers don't look great. Can you talk about the dynamics that are in play here when you have someone in a House seat like this jumping up to get into a competitive primary, and what that's doing both to the Senate race and potentially to the Republican majorities in the House?
Well, let's think about this. Wesley Hunt runs. I endorse him, recruit him very early. He loses. I stay with him for 4 years to get him elected to Congress. And I don't know what happened when he got to Congress. He seemed to not like it because he didn't show up that much. He has an extraordinary background. West Point, helicopter, served, kind of a veteran. But then he jumps into a race against a sitting incumbent, and he is already being challenged. The White House didn't want him. Nobody was requesting it. He's giving up a career in Congress that he just started, that people fought for a long time. I mean, 4 years fight to get there, and he doesn't stay a full 4 years. And now the only thing he's doing is taking a small amount of votes to guaranteeing that this primary lasts longer, where more money is spent against each other, instead of the Republican primary healing. And so, again, if we are spending money in a general election for a Senate race in Texas, that means we're making a decision that we're not spending as much in other seats to be more on the offensive. So I don't think this is going to play well for Wesley in his long-term or this short-term career, what the history will say about him.
Can we put an asterisk on that? I want to see if our team can get Steve Kornacki back to talk us through some of those numbers, Mr. Speaker, to the point that you're trying to make here. But Ryan, I know you want to jump in.
Mr. Speaker, it's Ryan Nobles. We missed chasing you around the halls of the Capitol. I'm glad I've got you here captive to ask you this question. I'm interested in your take about President Trump and his political team's decision to aggressively go after mid-decade redistricting. It started, of course, in Texas, which is the main state that we're talking about here today, but it basically started a redistricting war. Your state of California, the Republican Party is probably going to take serious losses as a result of it. We could see an 11-1 map in Virginia in favor of Democrats. Was that a smart idea by the president's political team to push this redistricting effort at this stage of the political calendar?
Look, they're in a tough position of where to go. They're trying to play to win a majority. I'm opposed to play these redistricting games. In my very first day in the state legislature, I proposed legislation to make it a commission. Look, I believe in competition. When I became minority leader, Pelosi became speaker. 4 years later, we won the majority by 5 seats, and I won 5 more seats in California, not by redrawing them. I think it's bad long-term to have states predetermined whether they're going to be Republican or Democrat. Do you know where the most Republicans in the entire country live? In California. Which makes up 40%. And they're going to be sitting there with 6% of the votes. It's the 5th largest economy in the world, and they're not going to have somebody on Ways and Means or Energy and Commerce. Look, The Senate is like the most exclusive country club, and the House is like eating at a truck stop. We're a microcosm of society. And you can throw everybody off with one. But if you're predetermining this is how the founders devised it. We're supposed to reflect that. But if you're predetermining that, that's not good. And you know what? You don't get the best quality of people to run that. And I think this is the wrong time to be doing this. I'd rather win or lose on the merit. Look, when I was sitting and becoming the minority leader, we had to find better candidates. It made us have a better message. It made us perform better, and we won. We won more seats in New York. We won seats along the border. We won seats in Oregon we've never won before. But we did it because we had to work harder. And if you're predetermining the races, and if it's all about the primary, you're not solving the big problems. And it takes the power away from the people. I always think the people should pick who their elected officials are, not the other way around. And what Gavin Newsom did to California went directly against the Constitution that the Californians already decided they wanted. They voted on this. Overwhelmingly, 61% of the vote. No one ever gets that type of thing. And he did it simply because he wanted to run for president, and he's trying to predetermine, and California will lose. And they'll regret that they had that vote.
Of course, Newsom makes the case that it's simply what the state has to do to remain competitive with Republican redistricting efforts, but I know that Kristen wanted to jump in too.
Well, no, I was going to ask him a week later. That guy has no principles. He doesn't believe in a thing. All he believes in is how to comb his hair. It's an embarrassment.
All right, well, we're going to get Governor Newsom on to respond, because that was a lot. I'm sure he want to respond to.
Let's debate Newsom. What has he done? Newsom took California away. Did he solve the homelessness? Did he do anything in California?
There's a lot of California
money on a train to
There's
nowhere.
also a lot on Texas. There's also a lot in North Carolina. You were talking about some Texas pieces of this too.
I don't like that. I'd rather compete. Compete on the idea. Make the power of the idea. Look, structure dictates behavior. And let's put the power with the people, because they're going to make the elected officials compete about ideas. They can decide which way they want to go, make it more competitive. I think that's a healthier place for the entire nation. That doesn't mean I'm going to win. It means I have to perform better.
All right,
no one
Mr.
will accuse you of being unclear on your perspective on that one.
Please stick around. We do want to go to Steve Kornacki, have him weigh in on what you were talking about just a moment ago, which is this race with Senator Cornyn, Ken Paxton, and Wesley Hunt. And you heard the former speaker there, Steve, talk about the way that the vote has quite frankly been split up, how it is all but guaranteed to go to a runoff.
Yeah, I mean, again, the divide here now is very, clear here in terms of, Hunt so far back here, but enough that, look, in the count right now with a third of the vote, Cornyn well short of 50, Paxton well short of 50. So they're each doing well enough, I think, is the story that I'm seeing right now. Cornyn and Paxton are each doing well enough that they're not letting the other one run away with this thing. And Hunt is getting enough votes to make sure that neither one of them gets close to 50%, gets close to that runoff territory. So again, I'm just sort of I think we introduced this with you a little bit earlier. We expected that Cornyn was going to do best, I show you here, it was going to do best in a place like, in Dallas County, Tarrant County, Fort Worth next door, north of Dallas. You see him. We're starting to get same day vote here too, right, Adam? Okay, that's the big question we've been looking for, is are we getting some same-day vote? But this is Cornyn doing very well here. I think when you get, it's going to take a while on the Republican side, when you get Travis County, it doesn't have the same kind of wallop in terms of vote share that does on the Democratic side. I think Cornyn's going to do pretty well there as well. Interestingly, Harris County, this is 10% of all the vote on the Republican side, basically a tie there in the early vote. But there are still some areas on this map here that I think Paxton could get could really squeeze some juice out of. This is the one I think I talked to you guys about this at the start of the broadcast, but Montgomery County, there is no county in America that produced a bigger vote plurality in 2024 for President Trump than Montgomery County. The growth here has been explosive. The population's grown like 400,000 people this century, 750,000 people. It's some of the most deeply Republican, deeply conservative turf you're going to find on the map anywhere. And I'm very curious to see what the number is that comes out of there, because I think the Paxton folks are probably expecting some big things there.
In the next couple of seconds before we hit the top of the hour, Steve, I know you've also been looking at the Crenshaw-Toth race too. What's interesting about that right now?
Something very interesting, and that's in the exact same area I was just talking to you about. I got to zoom in, geographically small, but okay. Okay. Sorry, there's a lot going on here, but this this is the district. This is the district. Okay, there's 2 counties in this district. This is the county I was just telling you about. This is Montgomery County. This is part of Montgomery County, okay? Montgomery County is represented in the state legislature by Steve Toth. That's his political base. We don't have any vote from Montgomery County. Where we have vote from is from the other half of the district, and that is the Harris County portion. These are this is the suburban northern part of Harris County here. Okay, it's that, you could kind of see it there. Toth is leading the early vote there. He's leading Crenshaw by 9 points in the early vote, sort of outside of his Montgomery County base. Okay, so I'll keep asking these questions about does the early vote, does the same day vote look different? I think you're Crenshaw. You really want this to look different now, or you want to be doing exceptionally well on Toth's, in Toth's base there. But Toth right now, that's an interesting number coming out of the Harris County portion.
Ooh, well, you've dropped some interesting little breadcrumbs here, Steve Kornacki, that we're going to be sort of chasing around and following up on over the course of the night.
Steve, thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Sure.
We have just crossed now the 9 o'clock hour in the East. That means that most polls, not all, are closed across Texas. And we've got some of our first characterizations now from the NBC News decision desk. So let's pull them up here. Starting on the Republican side, Texas Senate. No surprise that at this point you are seeing these early numbers in. And we're looking at where that stands with 34% of the vote in.
Yeah, that's right. And on the Democratic side in the Texas Senate race, it is too early to call. You see that Talarico has a lead, but look, only 35.7% of the votes in. So we're going to watch that race, heated race, very closely.
We've also got a number of incumbents battling for their political lives tonight, including, of course, embattled Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez. Very, very small amount of vote count in so far, like 170 people have voted.
Yeah.
Asterisk that. We'll come back to it.
Yeah, we'll keep watching that one. Incumbent Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw also facing a challenger fighting. We were just talking about this race, Steve Toth. Steve Toth has a narrow lead right now, 52.8%, but only 28.5% of the vote in, folks. So we've got a ways to go before we have a sense of who won that one.
On the Democratic side, in the race between 2 current Texas members of Congress, you've got, look at that, about 2/3 of the vote in. And interesting here, Christian Menefee leading Al Green. This is a race with some generational discussion around it, given Menefee 37 years old, Al Green in his 70s there. We're watching that one.
Yeah, one of those that was redistrict. Okay, and in North Carolina's 4th district, where another incumbent Democrat is facing a primary challenge, Valerie Foushee facing off against Nita Alam. 48.6% of the vote is in. Valerie Foushee, the incumbent, with a narrow lead right now. But again, folks, just 48.6% of the vote in. So this is one that we continue to watch very closely.
On the Senate side, we've talked about this. Democrats in North Carolina, Roy Cooper, the projected winner as expected.
And NBC News is projecting that Republican Michael Whatley will win the Republican nomination. He just spoke to supporters at his campaign headquarters after the call was made. He's the former RNC chair. He was endorsed by President Trump. Let's take a listen.
I want to thank President Donald J. Trump for his strong and unwavering support in this race. His leadership has changed our country, and I am proud to stand with him in the fight to secure our border, to strengthen our economy, and put America first.
Michael Whatley speaking there. We also don't want to ignore our friends out in Arkansas, where it's primary night out there as well, and in the gubernatorial primary. No surprise here, NBC News projects that Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, of course, is the projected winner of that primary. Former, of course, White House press secretary, Kristen, when you and I were running around that building.
That's right. We spent a lot of time in our office trying to get some scoops. And incumbent Republican Senator Tom Cotton is projected to win his Senate primary. No surprise there as well. NBC's Mel Zanona is in Dallas, Texas, with the view from Ken Paxton's campaign headquarters. NBC's Ryan Chandler is from James Talarico's campaign headquarters, and Priscilla Thompson is at Jasmine Crockett's headquarters. Mel, you want to kick us off? What's the mood there right now?
Well, it's really starting to fill up here at the Paxson headquarters. And I do want to mention the split screen that is going on because Paxson is here. He's holding an event tonight. He's got supporters in the room. There's going to be special guests. By contrast, Senator John Cornyn, the incumbent in this race, he's not holding an event tonight. He's just holding a media availability with reporters after we presumably get some of the results in later tonight. And the reason is because they acknowledge this is likely going to a runoff. They say there's nothing to celebrate just yet. But for Ken Paxton, the fact that he has made this race so close, given that John Cornyn is the incumbent, given that he has had GOP leadership backing, that is a huge feat for Ken Paxton. So they are starting to really soak in some of the early victory, but they too acknowledge there is a long way to go between now and May. And if this primary was already expensive and bruising and messy, it's probably only going to get worse in the months ahead.
Let me go to Priscilla Thompson now, who is on the Democratic side of the ledger there. And what's been interesting, and we've been following it really since we came on the air about an hour and change ago, is this issue with these polling sites, some confusion there. The Crockett campaign pretty fired up about this.
Yeah, very fired up, calling it voter suppression, saying that they have been getting tons of emails and messages throughout the day about this. And this was supposed to be the time when they were supposed to be looking at those early vote numbers and really focusing on the numbers that were coming out. But instead, they still have another hour here of trying to get the vote out. And so we saw her and Colin Allred hosting a presser earlier today, trying to get that word out. They've also been on social media, encouraging people to continue to go to the polls, make sure that they check online to see where their polling location is, and to stay in line as long as it takes in order to cast that ballot. But of course, they also have got to be looking at these numbers as they're starting to come up as well, even as they are still trying to turn out that vote for this next hour here.
All right, Priscilla, thank you for that. Ryan, let's go to you. You're at the Tallarico headquarters. He has been running as basically painting himself as someone who would be more electable in a general election, trying to make the case that he can drive out more independent, moderate voters against the argument from Jasmine Crockett that she's the fighter who's going to take on President Trump. How are they feeling right now as these results come in?
Well, if it gives you a sense, Kristen, every time the results from this race come up on the live stream behind us in this party, everybody cheers. People are feeling optimistic here tonight. You're right. This is a race for them of a peacemaker, of a seminarian who took a break from that to run for Senate. They believe that he has much more broad appeal to put together a more diverse coalition, whether that means age, race, or indeed politics. I've been following Tallarico around from Dallas to Houston to Austin, and I think I've heard him say the words Donald Trump twice. And it is only to say to the crowd, if you voted for Donald Trump, you have a place in this campaign. We are seeing a lot of optimism because people think that message is resonating here tonight.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Ryan Chandler. Appreciate it. Stay with us. We'll come back to you early and often.
Ryan Nobles, Garrett Hake with us here with deference to you, our Capitol Hill correspondent. Let me go to you, our Texas native, because I think that's particularly relevant background in this
I was just listening to Ryan, other Ryan, talk about Tallarico.
Better looking.
Yeah, well, hey, look, I'm not waiting on that.
Relax.
Talking about his outreach to Trump voters, and I can't help but think about the most famous Trump voter that he's already recruited, and that's Joe Rogan in Austin. I mean, that was kind of the kickoff moment for Tallarico as a statewide or as a national figure when he was on the Joe Rogan podcast a few months ago, and Rogan said he wanted to see Tallarico run for president. Rogan was such a key endorser of President Trump in that race. He cuts against sort of the typical political grain. He's more of a populist figure. And him kind of laying hands on James Tallarico, I think served as an invitation to a certain kind of, if not Republican voter, at least not a traditional Democratic voter, to take a closer look at James Tallarico. And so to hear him kind of continuing that message, I think is so central to his argument statewide.
Can I get philosophical for like a half a second here when it comes to like big picture themes, and like knock me down if you hate this, and Ryan, I'll go to you on this, but this idea of what kind of a fighter do Democrats want right now? And you heard our correspondents in the ground talk about this, and it really in kind of stark relief with Jasmine Crockett, with James Tallarico here. And I'm interested in what we're hearing from a different Democrat, Roy Cooper in North Carolina. And let me just go on this thread here, because he's talking about who he's fighting against. It's insiders, it's billionaires. This is the message that Tallarico has run on in large part in Texas. Texas, versus Crockett, who's taken it to Donald Trump. I mean, you heard her, right? President Trump. So who do Democrats need to be fighting against more, Ryan, philosophically here? Is it President Trump? Is it kind of the quote-unquote establishment class, the billionaires, the elite, et cetera? Is this race, are these races going to tell us a little bit about that?
Is it a cop-out to say all of the above?
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, I think that you've got to package a message that checks all of those boxes, right?
Yeah.
And I think what you're seeing the most effective Democratic communicators do right now is take advantage of this class argument, which cuts across party lines, which cuts across demographics, which cuts across generations, and put at the top of that class argument a guy named Donald Trump, a billionaire from New York City, who is the leader of that class, and say, this is who I'm fighting for. I'm fighting for you, not for Donald Trump and his Mar-a-Lago cronies, and hope that that message resonates enough in a way that fires up the base that isn't, like, there's a lot of Democratic base voters, and I don't think we talk about this enough, who are sick about talking about Donald Trump. What they want is for you to fix their health care premiums. They want for you to bring down the cost of eggs.
Their electricity.
And they don't like Donald Trump. They're never going to vote for him. But for you to get them off the couch to vote for the person that's running.
What's this face?
I'm so eager to take the other side of this philosophical argument because I actually disagree, and here's why. Donald Trump will never be on the ballot again. Ever. I mean, the Constitution says so. And so I think when you hear people trying to make a post-Donald Trump argument, I think you could say that has more legs for the long-term future of the Democratic Party. Winning the argument against Donald Trump doesn't get you anywhere. When you talked about a class and a billionaire, I thought you were going somewhere different, Ryan. I thought you were going to say the Epstein class, which is something you've seen a lot of Democrats start to do. They've tried to put a different framework around the kind of billionaire corruption that they see out there that I think kicks it past Donald Trump. But I'll say one other thought on this, and then I'll stop being philosophical, because you said we could only have a half second. The idea of what kind of fighter do you want to have? A lot of professional political operatives talk about this. You cannot make policy until you win. Okay? Whatever else you think matters, you have to win the race first. And so, like, to fight Donald Trump sounds great, but you have to run to win the race that you are in before you can do anything about anything Donald Trump has done.
So let me ask you, and I do want to go back to Speaker McCarthy, but I want to
still
get you all
hanging
the way.
out.
Still hanging out with us.
Once Ryan and I were here, he couldn't.
That's right. I want to get you on this point, which is that the State of the Union is so often a blueprint for what Republicans, the party in power, should run on. And a lot of Republicans who I've spoken to, Garrett, feel like it was a little bit of a missed opportunity that they didn't hear from the president. Hey, I understand that the economy is not yet working for you. What are you hearing, and do you think that is a real concern for Republicans?
I think it's a concern for Republicans who aren't Donald Trump. Candidly, I think that's not something that's in Donald Trump's toolkit. Donald Trump is never the empathizer in chief. That's just not how he operates. I think the closest you got to hearing from that, hearing him say that during the State of the Union, and hearing him say it in general, is to say, yeah, it's not as good because Joe Biden screwed it up. To essentially hang that on...
He's not the empathizer in chief. You're right about that, Garrett. But he is the salesman in chief.
Well, that's right.
And I do think that the Republicans that I'm talking to are really frustrated because they stuck their necks out and voted for the big, beautiful bill. They're sticking their necks out, perhaps to take a tough vote on health care or not to extend the premium tax credits, for instance. And they don't have the man with the bully pulpit backing them up and taking that argument on the road and telling voters, hey, and nobody does it better than Donald Trump saying over and over again, something I did is great. And for some reason, he's not doing that with his agenda right now.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's get you in on this conversation here, because it feels relevant to, I think, the perspective you may have here. As a Republican who wants to see Republicans win, get vulnerable with us here. Take us into your soul on this. What do you worry about more? Which message from Democrats do you worry about more when it comes to sort of this fighter piece of it?
I don't see a message from Democrats. They're still running against Donald Trump. Ask Kamala Harris how well that played. It won't play anymore. You complain about the State of the Union. If I was Democrats, I'd be very afraid that the country saw you not to stand up for a woman who had her young daughter murdered, or wouldn't stand up for making a decision, do I stand with Americans or do I stand with the illegals? These all will play come November. How the economy will play in November determines where the economy is at in November. Now, you're the Republicans in the House. Don't look for somebody else to carry the weight, because when President Trump ran for re-election the first time and lost, and the Democrats got 82 million votes, you know how many Republicans in Congress lost re-election? 0. That hasn't happened since 1994. We beat 13 Democrats, okay? In the last 70 races in a presidential year for the Senate, 69 of those 70 states will vote exactly how they vote for president for the Senate. Only Maine was different with Collins. But President Trump won Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and the Republicans didn't. So they underperformed. Now President Trump wins this presidential election, but he wins it by the popular vote, which is very difficult for Republicans. And Republicans lost seats in the House. They underperformed. So the people who went and voted for Trump didn't vote for you too. So use the majority. Use the majority each and every day. When the Democrats shut down the House, you shouldn't have shut the House down well. You're in power. You determine what comes to the floor. We have lost more discharge petitions in 3 weeks than in 30 years. We are sitting at almost to break the record in 2018 for the most retirements. It's easier to pick a seat up when it's open than when you're running the incumbent. We have a money advantage for Republicans because we have President Trump. We have more money. The Democrats don't have much money. Their polling number is not great. And the same part, they don't have a leader making an agenda. So I wouldn't and remember, this isn't 2018 where you have 27 Republicans sitting in seats that the Democrat carried. There's only like 5 to 7 of those. So there's not a lot of seats in play because of redistricting. So money will only take you so far. Use your agenda. The race is not over yet. Focus on making sure turnout, but go after those independent voters as well.
So, Mr. Speaker, you're talking about the economy and where it's going to be. The president today acknowledged gas prices are up because of the war in Iran. To what extent does that concern you? They won't necessarily come down overnight. He said ultimately he thinks they will come down, but that was his big talking point, that gas prices had come down.
Gas and markets are things he loves to talk about, right?
Okay, gas prices will spike with what's happening in the Middle East, but it doesn't look like it's going to where it went to 120 or others, and that would be a small spike and come back down. There are things the administration can do with the SPRO and others so the gas prices don't even go up that high. They'll go up for a little while. The number one priority here is carry out this mission and be done with this mission. That's the important part, because if it's still going on in the election, that's a different outcome. The economy itself, we're having unbelievable investments, a lot based upon what President Trump has been able to do. The other thing you have to do is celebrate your victories. If you secured the border, has anyone gone down to the border and celebrated it? Did you go to these border cities that most of these mayors are Democrat elected but are so frustrated with the Democratic Party and show these streets how safe they are? Look what happened in Mexico 2 weeks ago.
This is the point Ryan Nobles was making about being a salesman in
over.
chief, right? About trying to sell the message and get in there for it.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, you're elected in your district. You're the best salesperson in your district for what you're voting on. If you're counting on somebody else to do your job, somebody else is going to get elected to your seat. I get concerned about those members who are sitting in seats where Trump won by 6 to 12 points because they haven't had a tough race. It's going to be a tougher race. I'm not concerned about the really swing seats. Those members, the Mike Lawlers, the Brian Fitzpatricks, they work each and every day. It's the ones that normally haven't had to work, and they're going to wake up in October and realize it's a little more competitive. And the turnout's not going to be the same in a presidential year. So when you redraw these lines and you're basing upon the presidential election, I don't think the Hispanic vote's going to be exactly the same because they turned out for President Trump. When they turned out for President Trump, the Republicans in the Senate and the House didn't do as well as the president. So you should work harder.
It is as though you have our producer in your ear, Mr. Speaker, because we're going to talk about that with Steve Kornacki next. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. If you can hang out, we'll talk. We'd love to have you back, but let us know if you got to run. We're not going to be mad. Steve Kornacki, let's talk about some of these. You heard it from Kevin McCarthy there. The Latino vote here, these Latino majority counties in Texas. You're watching that closely.
We are, yes. Although, if you'll permit me, we just got a big piece of real estate. What were we talking about on the Republican side the last time I came out with you guys? The biggest pro-Trump county in America, Montgomery County. 750,000 people live in this county. It produced the biggest plurality in America for Donald Trump in 2024. And I was really curious. This is north of Houston here, the Woodlands, if you know the area here. The Paxton folks, I think, were expecting big things out of this county. And boy, if they didn't get them. This is the early vote in Montgomery County. And look at that, a 30-point margin here for Paxton over Cornyn. There's a ton of votes that come out of here. This is one of the most conservative, very active politically counties you're going to find anywhere. And you can see that energy behind Paxton coming out of that vote right there. Again, with the early vote, what that did to the statewide vote. Again, a lot of population centers. I think we have more vote, I think, sort of from the population centers than from the more rural parts of Texas here, which have been, I think, helping Cornyn's overall number. You know, you're seeing there Cornyn ahead by 3 points in the count right now. But that batch that Paxton just got out of Montgomery put a dent in that. And I think you can see in a lot of when you get away from the population centers, you see a little bit more for Paxton. So I think he's certainly got some, they'll add up. They're not going to be big individually, but they will add up. I just want to look, if you'll permit me, because we just got Montgomery. Well, last time I talked to you guys, that is so big to Dan Crenshaw trying to hang on. And if we got it in the Senate race, do we have it now in the House race? And what a build up for nothing, guys. We don't have we don't have Montgomery for the House race. We only have it for the Senate race. I wasn't sure. I was hoping for a big moment there. But anyway, that when we get that, which I think could be moments from now, I think we're going to know a lot about Dan Crenshaw and what's going on there.
All right, Steve, can you bring us up to speed on what's going on with James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett, because that's obviously one of the big races that we're watching tonight.
Yes, and you had asked me about the Hispanic vote, and now I will answer your question, because we are finally getting, I think we are getting what timing, you guys? Bexar County. This is San Antonio. This is 8% of all votes in the Democratic primary. When all is said and done, we just got the early vote out of Bexar County. So this is a very big one here. This gets to what you're talking about, certainly with Hispanic vote. Tallarico winning the early vote in Bexar County here, 56-42. Now, what's interesting is I've been looking at I've been talking about this on the live stream here, benchmarks that I've kind of had in these counties for these candidates. I think from what we'd seen elsewhere that Tallarico perhaps wanted to be doing a little bit better, or wants to be doing a little bit better than 56-42 in Bexar County. I think he wants to be in the 60s here. I think he wanted to be in the 60s here. We'll see as the same day vote comes in here if this number ticks up for him. But I think it's interesting, because the bigger point I was about to make is that elsewhere south of San Antonio, we are starting to get some big counties here, okay? This is where Corpus Christi is. You see, what you're talking about here is small black population, large Hispanic population, okay? And look, Tallarico, 25, 26 points ahead here around Corpus Christi. Brownsville, okay? 30 points there for Tallarico in the river. Here's a huge one, Webb County, where Laredo is, 34 points. These are all numbers in deep South Texas there that are very consistent with Tallarico winning the Hispanic vote, and I think winning it sizably. So that was one of the mysteries that we had in the polling coming into tonight, was what that Hispanic vote was going to look like in South Texas here, deep South Texas. I think we're getting a very clear look. Although, again, I will say I'm interested here. Based on what I've been seeing there, when I clicked on Bexar County, I was expecting to see a bigger number for Tallarico out of there. So overall, what that adds up to here, again, this is early vote that's been coming in. We're waiting to compare it to the same day, and I can't stress it enough, we don't have Dallas County, Crockett's home county here, but in the early vote, 7-point advantage for Tallarico right now.
I was just going to ask you, do we have a sense, obviously we don't have Dallas County yet, but any sense of how the African-American turnout has been? Obviously, Jasmine Crockett making the argument that she's the candidate to best turn out the African-American vote.
Yeah, I mean, again, so the counties that have sizable black populations, where you would be looking, East Texas here, this thing, I gotta get this right here. So here you go. This is where Beaumont is. Jefferson County has the largest share of black population of any county in Texas. There are no majority black counties in Texas, but Jefferson County has the highest concentration of black voters. And look at that. Crockett running at 80% here. This is the early vote, but this is 2/3 of the vote. And again, this is expected, I think. I in fact have a benchmark written down here for Crockett. 80%. I think she needs to get 80% out of Jefferson County. She's running at 80% in the early vote right here. So let's see if that continues. But that's consistent with the candidate who is winning the black vote by overwhelming margins.
So, Steve, we're about 36 minutes away from, obviously, the poll closed there in Dallas County and in that section of Texas there. I would never ask you to make a prediction on a crystal ball, but if you were looking at sort of the next big places where you're looking to see vote drop in, and either in Texas, what's the thing you keep refreshing? Bring us up there with you.
Yeah, look, I don't mean to take the easy way out on this, and I'm not refreshing as we know it's 10 o'clock, but it's Dallas.
Okay,
because,
fine.
This is, how many votes are coming out?
What about Harris?
What about Harris County?
Yeah, we've got this is the early vote from Harris County here. Crockett leading this by 8 points. So yes, I think this is a county that Crockett needs to win. I think she needs to win this county by several points. I think when we looked at this one going in, it looked sort of like a toss-up, like a swing county. I think this is one, if Tallarico is winning this, Tallarico is feeling great about where he is statewide. This is early vote. So yeah, what happens here? Now the warning I got to give you on Harris County is
go.
They're notorious for giving you the early vote, and then the next day you get the same day, like 2 a.m. You get the same day vote. So let's see.
Okay, we will see. We're hanging out with you,
guys. We got Crenshaw. Do you want to see it?
Yes, go. Let's go. Yes.
Do we ever?
Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay. This is Montgomery County. The Woodlands.
Wow.
This is the early vote. Again, this is Toth's base. I apologize. I've been saying it wrong. I only read these names on paper sometimes. But look at this. A monster margin in the early vote over the incumbent. 28 points. This is Toth's base, Montgomery.
Yep.
This is Harris. The other half, he's also leading the early vote there. What that means is 60% of the vote is in this district, and it's a 7,500 vote margin, nearly a 20-point margin for Toth over Crenshaw. Would need to win the same-day vote in the mother of all landslides if he is going to catch Toth at this point. Remember, Crenshaw, the only Republican without Trump's endorsement, incumbent in the House side in Texas, and starting to look like he needed it.
Steve Kornacki delivering the drama.
Wow, that is high drama. And Ryan, this goes back to your point about a purity test. Dan
we talked
Crenshaw,
about it on the Democratic side. But
yes, this is a purity test on the Republican side. Toth's been making the argument, no, I'm the MAGA candidate. Dan Crenshaw is someone who has, in some instances, Ukraine, for example, broken with President Trump.
Backed by Cruz, backed by the Freedom Caucus PAC, et cetera.
And what's interesting about the difference in the purity test on the Republican side versus the purity test on the Democratic side, the Democratic side, it can be a little complicated. There's a lot of different issues and a lot of different boxes you need to check to win a Democratic purity test. There's only one on the Republican side, and that's whether or not Donald Trump likes you.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, Dan Crenshaw has gotten sideways with Donald Trump. Ukraine might be one of the reasons. There's some other examples of him not necessarily towing the MAGA line. To be very clear, he toes the Republican Party line. I mean, Dan Crenshaw's voting record is as conservative as anybody's in Washington. But you cannot run sideways at Donald Trump. And watching what's happening here today in this race with Dan Crenshaw, the first person I'm thinking of is Kentucky and Tom Massey. And I know that there is a very dedicated group of political operatives that are working to do this exact same thing that's happening to Dan Crenshaw, to Tom Massey in Kentucky. And Dan Crenshaw has a muted resistance to Donald Trump. It's one or two issues. Tom Massey's gone all in on opposing Trump. Could this be a bad sign for him going forward? I think that's what we see playing out right here.
Different dynamics in those races, but still super interesting when you look at this Crenshaw-Toth race. And Kristen's made the point about the non-endorsement, no endorsement from President Trump, the distinction there. You got to also look at both of these candidates, Steve Toth, a familiar face on the cables. Crenshaw is too, but these are people that get out there, deliver a message. You've got the sort of cable factor involved in all of it as well.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting if Crenshaw ends up losing this race, because he really would be going out kind of the same way he came in. The same things that people liked about him when he first ran for office are now being used against him. He had this national security background. Obviously, he was a former Navy SEAL. He was thought of as kind of a straight shooter. Am I getting
That's the music. Like the
call a state? What do we have?
We got to sneak in a super quick break, but I promise we're going to be right back. We've got Kornacki, we've got the table, we've got our political pros, tons of people. Stay with us.
That's right.
Welcome back. While many eyes are on the marquee Senate primaries this evening, we are watching a ton of other races as well, with Representative Christian Menefee giving his colleague and fellow Democrat Representative Al Green his first competitive primary fight in years. Here you see, with 67.6% of the vote in, he has a narrow lead, Christian Menefee, over Al Green. This race won a test of redistricting, also a test of generations. Christian Menefee, 37, Al Green, 78. He's just shy of that 50% needed to avoid a runoff. But again, folks, we have not called this race yet. They're still counting the votes. And joining us now is one of those candidates, Congressman Christian Menefee. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. You were just sworn in last month. Take us inside this race, because Congressman Al Green has been laser focused on an anti-Trump message. He was even ejected from the State of the Union. What is your closing argument, Congressman?
I'm the only candidate in this race who has fought back against Donald Trump and actually won. During my time as county attorney for the third largest county in the country, I took the Trump administration to court multiple times and beat them. And I think what people are looking for in this moment is not symbolic fights, not cosmetic fights for the purpose of making noise, but fights that are really going to lead to a change in people's lives. And when I beat the Trump administration, it was to protect healthcare programs right here in Harris County as our country becomes more and more unaffordable. So I'm excited. We're in a great position in this race, and I look forward to the rest of the results coming in.
Congressman, one of the other dynamics at play, is we don't have to tell you in your race, is this question of generational change, an argument that you've been making, obviously, and an argument that has some resonance here inside the Democratic Party writ large. Help us understand the case that you're trying to make to your district here.
What I've been talking about is how we need new and fresh strategies to fight back against the Trump administration and a Republican majority in Congress, which has ceded all of their power to the executive branch. And when I talk to people out in the street, that's exactly what they're saying, that they want the baton to be passed and that they're ready for new leadership that's going to take this district into the future. And so I look forward to continuing that fight. We've run an exclusively positive campaign focused on how I'm going to make life better for folks in the 18th Congressional District. And what's so incredible to me is I have never represented the vast majority of this district. I just got sworn in a few weeks ago. 60% of this district comes from Congressman Green's old district, yet we are still in first place, and I only have 3 weeks to my name in Congress. I think that's a testament to the work that we've done, to the hard campaign that we're running, and I look forward to the rest of the results coming in.
So then what do you say to the argument that your opponent is making, that experience matters here, that you got to be in the fight to take the fight to the White House?
The experience hasn't gotten as much. Despite all this experience that we've seen in Congress, the president is still launching an unsanctioned war on a foreign nation. Despite all this experience that we're supposedly seeing in Congress, America is still becoming more and more unaffordable. Was so valuable, we would see the president being reined in, but we're not seeing that. And that's why people are ready to change directions.
You raise the war. Of course, we know that there is a partial government shutdown. A number of Republicans making the argument it's time to end that government shutdown, not funding DHS because of potential fights and threats here to the homeland. What do you make of that argument? Would you reopen and vote to fund DHS given the war in Iran and these potential for increased threats?
I would not. You don't get to violate the Constitution and then try to back your way into forcing funding of an agency that has terrorized people in our communities, including executing several people in the street in Minnesota. Congress needs to take back its power and do the thoughtful and appropriate thing, which is require that before the president of the United States can launch military strikes abroad, putting American troops at risk, and effectively declaring war on another nation, he must come to Congress and get permission. I think the argument that Republicans are making there is cowardly, and we should be focused on ensuring that the president is held accountable and is abiding by the Constitution.
Do you think
go
ahead.
No, I was just going to say, when you look at the numbers here, Congressman, and Christian mentioned them at the top of this discussion here, do you think you will be, if you in fact hold on to this lead, do you think you'll be able to avoid a runoff? What are your internals showing on where this goes tonight?
There is no crystal ball in politics. What I'll tell you is that we have heard from folks throughout our communities, and the responses have been fantastic. People are excited about the change, and I'm up against a 20-year incumbent, and I just got elected to Congress a few weeks ago, yet we are in first place. I think what you're clearly seeing is things are moving in a different direction. It is my hope that we hit 50% tonight, but even if we don't, I think a message has been sent loud and clear that folks are ready for change.
Let me just ask you about the Senate race, if I could. A Democrat hasn't won a Senate seat in Texas for more than 3 decades, as you know, Congressman. Who do you think is the stronger candidate to win in a general election? James Tallarico or Jasmine Crockett? And do you think Democrats can actually do it?
Both James and Jasmine have different strengths that I think are going to put us in a fantastic position to flip the state of Texas. I know that race is incredibly close right now. Both of them are dear friends, and I know that their heart is in the right place, and they will do everything they can to flip this state. My commitment is, regardless of who wins that race, I will be boots on the ground across the state of Texas, activating voters so that we can take it to John Cornyn, Ken Paxton, or whatever other crazy Republican comes out of that primary and flip this state.
A diplomatic response with your Democratic colleagues. And Congressman, thank you. Appreciate you joining us. Let's bring in now a couple of folks who have been watching all of this along with us, who I know have some takes. I know they got some thoughts. Matt Gorman, former senior communications advisor to the Tim Scott presidential campaign. Ashley Etienne, former communications director to Vice President Harris. 2 longtime pros in the biz. Since we just finished with the Congressman, Ashley, I'll go to you first here. Talk us through what you're seeing in Texas on the Dem side. I know your group chat, I'm sure, is active at the moment. Tell us more.
Absolutely. I'm actually hearing from both James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett's campaign. And here's what I'm hearing is that Tallarico's hanging his Stetson hat on 2 things. One, that the early vote gap is so big and so broad that she can't make up the difference. The second is that Latino voters are overwhelmingly breaking his way, and she can't make up that gap. You know, in fact, one of his staffers said to me that they believe this thing will be over as soon as the polls close. What I'm hearing from Jasmine Crockett's campaign is they're up in Harris County. It's all about Harris County for them at this point. They believe that their voters are going to turn out today on Election Day. Overwhelmingly black voters will come her way, and they think that that's going to be the winning solution for them.
And Matt, what are you seeing in these races? Obviously, we're watching the Senate race very closely. Senator Cornyn, Ken Paxton, Wesley Hunt. Seems like it's likely headed toward a runoff. Do you anticipate President Trump will endorse if that, in fact, does happen?
I think the name of the game then is the margin. What margin does Cornyn get that will cause Trump to maybe want to throw his hat behind him, or Ken Paxton? Ken Paxton that gets close, I could see that going the other way as well. I think one of the concerns Republicans had was they're used to being the only game in town. There's not used to being a Democratic primary that's pretty competitive. So there's, a handful, say 65,000 or so self-described liberals to moderates or just Democrats that will vote in the open Texas primary on the Republican side. Those are likely more than half of them are going to go and vote in their own party's primary, the Democratic primary. Those are Cornyn's voters. And so if the electorate's more conservative than normal, that benefits Ken Paxton. So that's what they're worried about. But I will say more cautious optimism than I think even Cornyn supporters expected tonight is what I'm getting.
That's super interesting. Talk us through, too, when you talk about, and I'll ask both of you, North Carolina here. We now know that race is locked in the general come November. Whatley v. Cooper here. One to watch on messaging, one to watch on enthusiasm. Matt, we'll start with you.
No, absolutely. And look, if this is competitive, the Texas Senate seat, and you're spending $100+ million, that's diverting resources from places like North Carolina, where, look, Roy Cooper's a good, strong candidate. Michael Whatley's a good candidate, but a first-time candidate. So he's going to need a boost, especially with some money. That's also Susan Collins and Alaska, as Kevin McCarthy mentioned, but also Georgia, right? So Texas tonight affects places like North Carolina. But, even as we start the dawn of March, we have our first general election matchup in the state of North Carolina here, Whatley v. Cooper.
Ashley, what do you see in North Carolina? I talk to Republicans. They say, sure, this is going to be competitive, but they think ultimately Whatley can pull it out because they are, as Matt's saying, going to divert resources.
I mean, here's the reality. I mean, Cooper's going to run on his record as a governor. He's an exceptional governor. He was able to sort of pull together a big, broad coalition, not just Democratic-based voters, but also Republican, disaffected Republicans. We've got a situation now where we've never seen before, where the American people, including those in North Carolina, are feeling down on this president's economic agenda, are feeling like the direction of the state and the country is not going in the right direction. So Cooper's got an incredible advantage. What I'm going to be watching is to see how he creates some distance between himself and the Democratic Party going forward.
Talk about, when we talk about North Carolina, Ashley, too, how you see this race we've been talking about. Valerie Fishie, Nita Alam, and this sort of progressive versus very progressive primary that could be super interesting here. She has the support of a lot of the Democratic establishment in North Carolina. Obviously, Nita Alam has the support of Bernie Sanders. Getting a quick gut check here. Thank you, control room. I was just about to ask. 73% of the vote in. And you can see, listen, Valerie Foushee right now has a lead. Obviously, we haven't even characterized this race yet, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're seeing at play here is a growing sort of litmus test within the Democratic Party around Israel-Palestine. I think the war in Iran and the attacks in Iran are going to only amplify this. We saw this play out in the November election, where it was a sort of a drag on Kamala Harris's campaign. This is now a major issue within the Democratic Party. And it also breaks not just progressive, but it also breaks along race lines. I've seen it play out in against Jasmine Crockett. You've had black pastors that have put op-eds in the New York Times about this particular issue, bashing Democrats. So this is really a new line, the identity of the Democratic Party. And I think a lot of incumbents who've taken AIPAC money are finding themselves in a tough spot. Let's not forget that there's, a sentiment going around the internet and social media where they're calling Hakeem Jeffries AIPAC Shakur. So this is really a problem, a thorn in the side of the Democratic Party right now, and they don't know how to address it.
Ashley, you take me to my next question, because Matt, weigh in on this from the Republican side, how you see the war in Iran impacting these midterms. Now, President Trump has said he expects it to go maybe 4 or 5 weeks. Okay, but
or
it
longer,
has,
yeah.
or potentially longer. We're seeing divides in the MAGA base so far. And I think the question becomes about turnout. Could this potentially depress turnout in some of these critical races? We know President Trump's going to be out on the campaign trail, but if his voters aren't feeling energized, could that have an impact?
I saw a poll just before coming out here tonight that, it said the voters overwhelmingly, 77 or so percent, according to a CBS poll, if the war only lasts days or weeks, 77%. But it starts ticking down the longer it goes. And I think that's going to be key. And look, though, even a CNN poll today said, Republicans, conservatives, 77% also support that. So, look, there's some loud folks, Marjorie Taylor Greene and others that are, again, it's more Israel-centric is their criticism, I think, more than the war. But the key is, how long does this last? Days, weeks? That's one thing. We're talking months. That's a different scenario.
But, Kristen, we're already seeing in the state of Texas where Republican turnout is depressed. I mean, we're already seeing the impact of the president's policy play out right now in this primary in Texas. There's no reason why my home state of Texas, which has gone Republican for my entire lifetime practically, is having a depressed Republican turnout. I think it's because of the president's policies, but also you've got 50% more of the state that's saying that the state is headed in the wrong direction, that their finances aren't getting better, that they're getting worse. So the president is looming large in all of these races right now.
Still a long night ahead of us, Lisa, for a little bit there in Texas. Ashley, Matt, hang around. I know you will. Thank you so much. We'll get back to you in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, great conversation. Coming up next, The View on the ground in the Middle East as the war with Iran, as we're talking about, escalates with sweeping implications at home and across the globe. You're watching an NBC News Now special coverage.
Welcome back to our special midterm night primary coverage here on NBC News Now. And when you talk about what's happening here at home, you've got to look at the backdrop of what's also happening overseas. Of course, days into now this war on Iran, with the State Department closing embassies in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Beirut after these drone attacks. We're also looking ahead to tomorrow morning when we expect to hear, of course, from top Trump administration officials. I want to bring in our NBC News chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, who is with us now from Dubai, where there was a drone attack not far from the consulate earlier. Keir, good morning to you where you are.
Good morning to you from here in Dubai. I was listening to your conversation just before the break, Hallie, and just thinking that what happens next, seen from here, what happens next in these events, or the Iran war, as we'll now call it, is profoundly unpredictable. So the political implications are hard to predict because we don't know what's going to happen next. I will tell you, and you alluded to it there as you threw to me, that what we have seen is a series of attacks on U.S. embassies and public offices, if you like, I guess you could call them that. So, you know, people know they saw the hit on the U.S. embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Last night here in Dubai on the consulate, I went there to take a look. There had been smoke and fire engulfing one part of that building, crowds around. It looks like that building is kind of basically fine. I mean, I couldn't walk all the way around it, of course. We have reporting too that the CIA office in Riyadh was hit. That's from a Gulf senior official and also from a US official. And just think about that politically, Hallie. Attacks on embassies. Embassies have resonated politically in the US in the past. You think about Benghazi. You think about how a crucial moment in the Iran story, the hostage crisis back in 1979 and 1980, a crisis that brought down President Carter. So this is a very, very tense part of the world right now, and it was ignited by the decision that President Trump made to launch that war on Iran, with Iran, and that is the moment at which he had the most decision-making power. Now, how long this lasts for, certainly the bombardment continues in Iran. The numbers dead there heading towards 1,000, much fewer dead here, including some American servicemen and women, of course. But one of the questions about how long it lasts will be about whether or not, I'll just tell you, I've been here for days. I live here, of course, and there have been booms and explosions and drones flying overhead night after night, day after day. It is calmer now, and it is extraordinary the way that the United Arab Emirates has been able to defend and intercept so many of those Iranian munitions. More than 90% have been taken down. But all you need is a black swan event for the Iranians to do something really politically, with real political ramifications, and things can shift.
Keir Simmons, live for us there in Dubai. Keir, we're so glad to have you. Thank you for that all-nighter. I know it's been sleepless for you ever since the start of these strikes Saturday morning. Thanks. We'll be right back with much more coverage of our 2026 midterm primaries right after this.
Rocha, senior advisor to the Tallarico campaign. Chuck, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. So we don't have a call yet in the race. He's got a slim lead right now, but again, still counting the votes. What's the vibe there? How are you feeling at this hour?
Look, there's a lot of energy here. I've been running campaigns in Texas a long time, and I haven't seen anything quite like this. The voter turnout is through the roof. You see folks showing up because they're angry. You see folks showing up because they want their voice heard. 30% of the electorate is not even a primary voter, but they're showing up to vote because there's some anxiety. And the Tallarico team, hat tip to an amazing campaign team, is really doing an amazing job. They've been all over this state. They've had over 500 community events. They've been really out rocking everybody, and I think you're seeing the results tonight. And pay attention to the Latino vote in the Valley and San Antonio. That's going to be the big difference tonight.
What are you seeing in the vote turnout so far that gives you confidence, Chuck?
Because in places like the Valley that has been Republican and Latino moving that way to the right, you see a dramatic move back to the left, and you see James Tallarico winning that vote 65-35, 70-30. That means something's happening. In my profession in political consulting, that don't just happen overnight. That means that there's a movement. There's people that's been showing up, advertising, knocking on their door, having a conversation, and that's what the Tallarico team's been doing.
And if he were to win, what would his strategy need to be in the general election? It looks like the Republican side is going to go to a runoff. Is it a laser focus on the economy and affordability, or does he tackle other issues? Does he run against Trump? What's his strategy going to be?
It's a lot like what James talked about in the regular election in the primaries. First of all, we need to come together, not let algorithms tear us apart. Let's talk about the things we have in common, about the economy and about the anxiety around affordability. This is what we want to talk to voters about. We think that there's a lot of Republicans and independents who also believe in that same thing. Like, let's not look at what makes us different. Let's look at the common frustration as American workers that we want to overcome to actually do something.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett says she's the stronger candidate in a general election. She says she's the fighter, and she says she can turn out the black vote like no other candidate. What is Tallarico's response to that? How will he energize black voters if he were to win?
I think you can do that and reach out to independents all at the same time. Like, I give the Congresswoman credit. She's had an incredible record, and she's done really wonderful in this primary with African Americans. When this thing's over, whoever wins, we all got to come together, because the Republicans are the opponent here, not each other. Whoever wins tonight, we coalesce as Democrats with black voters, Latino voters, white voters, Asian voters, and we say the Republicans are the problem, not the Democrats.
And we are, of course, the backdrop is this war with Iran that just started several days ago. Does that become a part of State Representative Tallarico's argument if he were to win?
Absolutely. Nobody wants to send our boys and girls overseas to fight and die. Nobody wants a war. Donald Trump is our president. He said he didn't want a war, and now we're at war. The American people are tired. They can't build their own schools in their own neighborhoods. They don't want to see their tax dollars used bombing other children in other countries. You're going to see a lot of distinction between what we stand for and what the Republicans stand for.
And if the Republican race does go to a runoff, the polls show that the Democratic candidates have a better chance at this point against a Ken Paxton. Is that how you see it? Or do you think that a John Cornyn or Ken Paxton would be just as competitive?
Look, I'm a realist. Is it easy to win as a Democrat in Texas? No. But James Tallarico is showing, and other campaigns are showing, that a lot of people are showing up to vote. A lot more than have ever voted before in a Democratic primary since 2008. Something special is happening, and you have to ride that wave to November while making your case to the American people and to the Texas voters about what you're going to do to make their life better. That's what this election is going to be about. Who do you trust to do that? Republicans have been in charge of Texas for over 30 years from top to bottom, and people's lives have just got worse, and that's going to be the argument.
I got to ask you one more question, because Texas has been Democrats' fool's gold for a long time, Chuck. Why is this cycle different, do you think? Why do you think they can do it when they haven't run a Senate race in Texas in more than 3 decades?
I wish I could argue with that, but I've been one of those roosters up on the fence post crowing. I know exactly what you're talking about. But what you're seeing now with this turnout is a reason why you can believe. If we had low turnout and it was like it was every other year and it was another election, it would be over. But the turnout is crazy, showing something's happening in Texas.
Okay, Chuck, thank you so much for being with us. I know you got a lot on your plate tonight. We appreciate the time. We've got some developing news we got to get to, and I want to get to Mel Zanona, who is live for us at Paxton headquarters, because there's been this sort of dramatic situation unfolding regarding the confusion over polling sites. And now, Mel, walk us through it. An appeal that's been lodged. Help us understand it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's been a ton of confusion today here in Dallas, where I am, about voters and where they are supposed to go to actually cast their ballots. We witnessed multiple voters who either showed up to the wrong place or had been coming from somewhere else where they thought they were supposed to vote and actually were supposed to be voting at the precinct that we were. The confusion stems from the fact that in previous elections, they have been able to vote at any polling location, but there are certain areas where now they are being asked to only vote in their precinct. And the reason why this is so complicated is because of the redistricting that was just pushed through by Republicans for this cycle. And so a Dallas judge did step in and said that polls should remain open for an extra 2 hours. So at this point, they are supposed to remain open until 9 p.m. But the Attorney General, Ken Paxton, one of the candidates in this Republican race, challenging that order. We'll see how it play out. Obviously, it could create a lot of chaos and confusion, though, as we try to get some results tonight, guys.
Melanie Zanona live for us there in Texas. One of our team of correspondents fanned out across that state as we are just seconds away now from the top of the hour there. And Kristen, let's just take a minute.
Yeah.
Let's take a minute to pull back and reset. We were watching North Carolina, that key Senate race there on the Republican and Democratic side set. Whatley, Cooper. Now Texas. All eyes are on Texas. Real question marks over some of these key House races. Obviously, the energy on the Senate side. You heard Mel talk through it too.
And that is where the drama is tonight, Hallie. I mean, you've got the Senator Cornyn race against Attorney General Ken Paxton, who's got a lot of political baggage, but no one's got an endorsement from President Trump. And that is part of what is looming over this race and part of why it's expected it will go to a runoff.
And as we've been talking about with Chuck, with Mel, Jasmine Crockett, James Tallarico, how will this go down? As we have now ticked just across the 10 o'clock hour here on NBC News Now, our special coverage and polls closing now across the state of Texas, as we've been talking about. After some issues, of course, you heard Mel talk through it, temporarily delaying some of that counting as well, Kristen.
That's right, and we've just crossed the 10 p.m. hour. We do want to take a look at the results so far in the marquee contest.
Let's take a look at that Democratic race in Texas on the Senate side. No surprise here, too early to call at this moment, Kristen.
That's right, and in the Republican race for Texas Senate, that race is also too early to call. You've got the incumbent Senator John Cornyn looking for a narrow lead with about 50% of the vote in.
We do have some calls in North Carolina as well, some projected winners here where as we talked about, the general election matchup appears to be set here. Former RNC Chairman Michael Whatley with obviously a healthy runaway lead there, projected to win the Republican nomination.
And Democrat Roy Cooper projected to win the Democratic nomination. We just heard Cooper deliver his victory speech previewing his general election message. He's, of course, the former governor there. Let's take a listen.
If you want change in Washington, do you? Yeah! This campaign is for you. If you want to toss out the DC insiders, do you? Yeah! This campaign is for you. You know, if you just think things cost too much, do you? Yeah! This campaign is for you.
All right, one of the big questions of the night, can incumbents survive? Look at Texas. Go to the 23rd district there, where embattled Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez has bucked calls to resign over allegations of an affair. Here's what's interesting here, as he looks to be with about half the vote in now, with a bit of a lead over Brandon Herrera, his challenger. Is he going to avoid a runoff or not, right? Because at this point, if Tony Gonzalez is not able to get over 50%, it is heading toward a runoff, and that is going to be a fascinating race to watch, considering the national attention that race has gotten, the attention from the House Speaker and others as well, Kristen.
And considering the controversy that he's mired in. Let's go to Texas' 2nd district. You just heard Steve Kornacki run through the vote as it came in. Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw facing a serious challenge from his right. And Steve Toth, who's leading right now, 57.6%. 6%. Toth making the argument he's the more MAGA candidate. Again, this goes back to the purity test we've been talking about. Dan Crenshaw, not necessarily aligned with President Trump lockstep in every moment, but he would argue he's plenty conservative. We only have about 57.7% of the vote in. Still watching that race very close.
And as Steve Kornacki pointed out, Montgomery County given a healthy surge there to him. Let's talk about the Democratic side now. The member-on-member primary in Texas 18 because of redistricting. Congressman Christian Menefee, Congressman Al Green, a race that has real generational overtones here. Menefee in his 30s, Green in his 70s. One to watch with about 68% of the vote in.
That's right. Redistricting also threatening Democratic Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, who saw a huge Democratic shift in her district. Right now, she's got a lead against Jarvis Johnson, who's looking to upset her incumbency.
Let's stay on the Democratic side, too, in North Carolina, where we've been watching this one. Congresswoman Valerie Foushee facing a challenge from her left, Anita Alam. Interestingly, Valerie Foushee here with about 78% of the vote in, leading Alam. This is one to watch again. Where is the energy in the Democratic Party right now, particularly on the progressive side with Alam backed by Bernie Sanders, Foushee backed by much of the Democratic establishment in the state, herself a progressive. Let's bring in Steve Kornacki, who's tracking all of it here. Steve, take your pick. There's a bunch of stuff that's been interesting that's developed here. Obviously, the Senate race, what's happening in Dallas. We may want to start there, but can we also talk about some of these House races?
Yeah.
What's up with Dan Crenshaw? What's up here with Tony Gonzalez, too?
Yeah, look, Gonzalez is in the game there in 23. I'll call that one up right here.
Sure.
The way this is gigantic geographically, this district, but the majority of the population is right here. This is Bexar County. Okay, this is San Antonio metro area here. Early vote, and this is the early vote that you're looking at right here. This is half the district just in this slice of the county. Gonzalez is leading this by, it's 7.5. You want to round it up to 8 points. That's the exact same margin he won this county by in 2024 when he beat Herrera by this much. And if you look at some of the other counties right here, you're seeing a lot of stuff that kind of, it's looking right now in the early vote there like it's close like it was in 24. So I think a lot of folks looked at Gonzalez maybe because of the scandal as a goner coming into tonight, but he's certainly putting up a fight. The incumbent right now, who you definitely do not want to be, is Dan Crenshaw calling up that race. It is where it stood when I last talked to you. And I'll zoom in on the area here. We're in the northern Houston suburbs here, okay? This district covers some of Harris County, small part of Harris County. That is where Houston is, but this is suburbs here. This is early vote. Toth, the challenger, leading there, high single digits. And then Montgomery County here, Toth's base. Look at this, nearly a 30-point margin in the early vote. Crenshaw, what we're waiting on here, the reason you're looking at this and you're saying, well, how come there's no check mark or anything? The decision desk here wants to see, this is what we do for every race, what the same-day vote looks like. That's only early vote you're looking at. They want to make sure, it may seem unlikely, but they want to make sure that Crenshaw isn't winning the same-day vote by like 30 points. Something, I mean, he would have to be winning it by 25, 30 points, something like that. Enough to offset that massive advantage that his challenger has gotten. So when we start getting early vote, if it looks anything at all like it did in the same day, when we start getting same-day vote, if it looks anything at all like we got in the early vote, that's probably it for Crenshaw.
All right. Steve, can we check out what's happening with the Tallarico-Crockett race?
Yeah.
Obviously, that's one we're watching really closely.
Yes. So, and again, this number, you see that the margin that Tallarico has, just about all of this, again, is early vote. We barely have any of the same day vote in. You know, always looking to see if that looks different. But in the early vote, we've been watching this number creep up. This is the margin Tallarico has over Crockett. Now sits at 93,000. This has gone up about 15,000 votes just in the last 5 minutes. Why is that? Well, a big piece of real estate came in, big in terms of population. That's out in the West Texas town of El Paso. James Tallarico with a 27-point advantage over Crockett in the early vote there out of El Paso. This is like 3 or 4% of all the vote in the Democratic primary is coming out of El Paso County. It's not a surprise to see this after what else we've seen along the border and in South Texas, but that's 10,000 votes. That's a 10,000 vote plurality for Tallarico. You know, again, that puts them up 93,000 statewide. What it means is when everything gets sorted out in Dallas County, and I know that looks like an incredibly complicated situation right now.
Well, I was just going to say, Steve, a holy complication, holy potential for a long night /day/days plural.
Yeah, and I mean, we were just talking through here. I mean, what do you do? The vote that was cast in the last 2 hours, do they put it aside? Do they release everything else? Do they not release any? So I have no idea, and I'm hoping you guys maybe can fill in some of the blanks. But the point is, when we do
let me
see
let Ryan Nobles jump in here.
So, Steve, I guess the question would be, obviously Dallas and that county are crucial to Crockett. So what kind of margin are we talking about that Tallarico would have to bank that would make whatever vote count doesn't necessarily, is contested in some way, shape, or form because of this court battle? How big of a margin would he have to go in where ultimately that wouldn't matter? I mean, the votes will get counted at some point or not counted, but is there a margin in which he would feel comfortable enough that he wouldn't have to worry about that outstanding vote that's being haggled over in court?
Yeah, you know what? In fact, we can, Adam, what's the current expected vote out of Dallas County? Because I can give you, if you'll bear with me here for 30 seconds, we can get you a number here.
Steve, I'm going to jump in because I want to there's some court action that's happened in literally the last couple of minutes here. And I want to get to our team on the ground now in Texas because it is essentially now not clear whether the votes cast after the original poll close time are going to count. Let me go to Tallarico headquarters. Ryan Chandler is there. Priscilla Thompson is at Crockett headquarters as well in Dallas. And Priscilla, let me start with you here. Walk us through what's at play, what's happening, because this is to the point that we're making here. Again, this is all within just the last couple of minutes. This is developing into a situation there around Dallas County.
Yeah, it definitely is. So obviously we know that judge had ruled that polls could stay open until 9 p.m. local time, 10 p.m. Eastern time, and then Attorney General Ken Paxton sought to block that in the Texas Supreme Court, and the Texas Supreme Court did ultimately issue a stay saying that those votes that were cast after 7 p.m. local time needed to be separated out, so blocking that those polls would stay open. Now, I'm talking to the campaign, and they say that they are fighting back on this, but I will tell you, in the last hours, those early votes were coming in, they said that they were feeling good, but that Dallas County was going to be the thing that would put them over the edge. They are banking on Dallas County. And so I asked them, what does this mean in terms of the chaos that it could cause around trying to count this vote and look at these results? And they said that, quote, it's definitely a concern. So they are very worried about this right now and what they're seeing in Dallas County and what exactly this means for them. Because, of course, they had been looking at the turnout here and just saying that it was off the charts, amazing. This is her home turf, and this was going to be the county to help her bring over that victory tonight. That is what she told me. And now you have this confusion, and we don't even know what those results are going to look like coming out and how prolonged this court battle could ultimately end up being, because they said that they are definitely fighting this.
Priscilla, what's the mood there given this development? I know it's loud there, but are people reacting?
I will tell you that the screens are not up in here where people are able to see what is happening with the vote. And so the mood in here is great. The energy is great. People have been coming over to my laptop to try to look at the results and to try to understand what is actually happening. So I don't think it's very clear to people in here what exactly is going on. But what I'm hearing from folks is confidence that once those big city numbers start coming in, as someone just told me, Texas is rural. So it may look like Tallarico right now has the lead, but they are waiting to see more of those big city vote counts. And of course, Dallas County, which now is sort of in limbo.
Yeah, big question mark on that. With that, then, Ryan Chandler, we'll go to you at Tallarico headquarters with a vibe check there.
You hear the screams. They're becoming more and more frequent here. I heard from somebody with the campaign. They are confident in victory tonight. Of course, Dallas is such a huge question. Something like 1 in 3 votes could come from there by the end of the night, or it could potentially go into tomorrow. We don't know. But look, regardless of what's happening in Dallas, Tallarico is feeling good. They feel confident, mostly because, and I don't want to step on Kornacki's toes here, but I'm looking at counties like Cameron. You hear screams because of counties like this down in the valley. This is a significant slice of that all-important Latino vote that we were hearing Chuck talk about. Tallarico is up down in the valley in Cameron County, 30 points. Those are the kinds of margins that make this campaign confident. They're in a good position regardless of what happens in Crockett's home turf.
Well, and are the folks there concerned, though, that what is happening in Crockett's home turf could lead to a legal challenge to whatever the results might be?
Oh, certainly. also because this is a similar situation also played out earlier to a lesser degree in Talarico's home turf of county just north of here, where he started his political career. I just want to make sure everybody understands the drama that we're seeing play out in Dallas right now. It's something I've never seen before. You have an unknown number of voters who were turned away and maybe came to vote after what was originally the deadline in those extra 2 hours. You also have the Attorney General, who, by the way, is also on the ballot, who is in Dallas County tonight asking the Supreme Court to put all of those untold number of votes aside. This has the potential to turn very messy, and if I were the Crockett campaign, I would be demanding a quick resolution so we figure out where those votes went.
Ryan Chandler, live for us there at Talarico headquarters. Ryan, thank you.
Well, and I think Ryan captured it as we turn to our friends here at the table. Garrett, you are talking about a lot of votes that could potentially be in question and the messiness of it, right? I mean, right now there's a big question mark over how this is going to get resolved, when or if. What do you make of that development?
Well, look, I think it is political messiness is a problem for Jasmine Crockett tonight, but large scale, by the way, I think it's a warning for all of us in November. You've got a whole country that's going to have new districts this year, a lot of new rules, a lot of new legal frameworks for voting all around the country, a president and a party that is obsessed with the idea of election security. And here you see, I think, also the impact potentially of a Republican Attorney General here in Ken Paxton, who is also on the ballot, who also still wants Donald Trump's endorsement, involving himself in a heavily Democratic county on an election night. So there are a number of factors in play here, both sort of like, again, the small-term impact on this Talarico-Crockett race, and I think sort of larger-term warning signs and a reminder for people of all the sort of things you have to watch out for in this coming election.
I just want to ask our control room. We just saw a shot of Jasmine Crockett speaking, I think, at her headquarters. I don't know if that was live. We're going to work on that in just a second. But Ryan Nobles, wait, I think I hear it. Let's listen in for just a second here, because obviously this Dallas development is critical to her campaign.
And so once there was a court order saying you had until 9, I'm sure that there were people that joined the line after 7. They now are telling them that you have to separate the votes out. What this means is that we will not know what votes are to be tallied from Election Day out of Dallas County. For sure, we won't know that tonight. So knowing that Dallas County is a big dump of votes, we, in my opinion, will not know the election results overall tonight. We need to see the Dallas County votes to see where they are. I mean, if the early vote comes in, which we may have the early vote soon, if it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going. So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love y'all too. Thank you so very much for being here.
That was extraordinary. Dramatic out of developments here out of Dallas County for Jasmine Crockett. And I want to get straight to Steve Kornacki on this, because Steve, I think the question now, and you heard her lay this out, she says, if we don't have the results in Dallas, where she's expected to do fairly well, a stronghold for her, we don't have the votes for tonight. So let me ask you, I don't know if we know, will the vote in Dallas make enough of a difference at this point in the race?
We just got the vote from Dallas. Now, we don't know if this is that whole issue of the 2-hour window you're talking about. So I want to say that, before I show you this, but we did get a substantial amount of vote in Dallas. This is the early vote. So I don't know what's going to happen in Dallas County after this, but this is the early vote. This is the vote cast before Election Day, okay, about 60%, and give or take of what the total will be. Crockett winning this by 22 points here. Now, that is a difference of 43,000 votes over Tallarico. What that does statewide, you can see that Tallarico number back down to 70,000. It had crept there up, over 110,000. In fact, she just gathered some more votes somewhere else, and it ticked down a little. But you see it brought it down to 70,000. But it is still a 70,000 vote advantage statewide for Tallarico. And that early vote out of Dallas is, we think, well over half the total vote. Whatever it ends up being, we think it's well over than half. She was able to net 43,000 plurality with well over half of it, and she still trails statewide by 70,000 votes. So even if the rest of the vote in Dallas County came in and looked just like that, she would still be well short here of that margin that Tallarico has built. I want to say I've been, our audience on streaming tonight, we have been showing benchmarks for these candidates as the counties have come in. Are they hitting the numbers they need to hit? The number we had established in Dallas County for Jasmine Crockett was 70%. This is 61%. This is her home county. This is her base here. This is where she needs to drive up the number. So in the early vote here, she's short of that. Now, again, did she have a flood of support same day? Were there ballots cast between 8 and 10 o'clock that there are some issues here that are above my pay grade to address. But the early vote here, I think for Crockett is 61%. She wants to be near 70 here, not near 60. And meanwhile, what we've seen happen statewide, again, we were saying this, while we sort of focus on Dallas for Crockett, we have been watching Tallarico in different corners of the state start to pad this plurality. So I think the last time I was on with you, he brought El Paso in. I'm not sure if you had seen, but Hidalgo County came in. We knew this was going to be big for Tallarico the way South Texas was going. This is where McAllen is, and it was big for Tallarico. Another giant one that we're waiting on that I think is going to be massive for Tallarico is Williamson County. This right outside Austin. Again, this is the heart of his political base. So you saw Crockett put a dent in it with Dallas's vote. We think that's more than half the vote out of Dallas County. It leaves Tallarico ahead by 70 with opportunities across this map to build on that 70. And that leaves whatever's left in Dallas. And again, there's a question here of what's left in Dallas. But whatever it is, it does not appear that there's enough there, to be putting a dent in this. She would need something from somewhere else to give her the extra. She would need a big flood of same-day support somewhere else. It's not just going to come from Dallas.
All right. Well, it could be a long night/few days as we continue to track that. Steve Kornacki, thank you.
I know you'll yell early and often if anything's interesting on that. I want to sneak in very quickly to the conversation, Ryan Nobles.
Well, that was the question I asked Steve before we heard from Jasmine Crockett. I mean, to me, it was all about the math, right?
Yeah.
And listen, every vote should be counted. I think they should go through the legal process and figure it out. But I think we can practically say that there probably are not 75,000 people that voted in Dallas County in the last 2 hours that is an open question right now. And so I think the question for Jasmine Crockett now is the Democrats are heading toward a situation right now where every single Republican I've talked to tonight says that the Paxton-Cornyn race is going to a runoff. Every single Republican believes that. And so the Democrats are in a position where they could anoint their nominee tonight and hit the ground running. Is Jasmine Crockett going to put the Democrats in a situation where, and she kind of alluded to this, to her credit, that, maybe there isn't the votes there, but the Democrats would love to have a unity rally tomorrow and kick off their campaign. If this is an open question and they're waiting for the legal challenges to kind of play out, that could delay that process.
And Ryan, I think you raise such a fascinating point, which is what we actually heard from her, Gary.
Right.
Her tone.
Yeah, that was not the tone of someone who sounded like they think they're going to come roaring back and win this race. Right. I mean, that was, having covered 1 million of these rallies over the course of our careers, I think we all feel this way. You can sort of tell what a candidate is feeling. And nothing in what we heard from her suggested that this is the start of a comeback, nor did I hear her say, if you're still in line, stay in line, which is what you want to tell your folks if you think all those votes are going to still count. And that is the question right now. Based on our reporting, NBC News is reporting that the votes that are being separated are for people who were not in line at 7. If you were in line at 7 when the polls closed in Texas, you could stay in line and vote. That is always the case. that was still the case here in Dallas County. I just didn't hear that rally the troops moment from her at a time where if you really think you're still in this fight, it could matter still.
But a credit to her. She, her people came out. These were people that we heard went to one polling location and turned away. She doesn't want to disenfranchise them. She wants them to know that their voices should be heard. But there's a calculation here and a process that's got to play out. And the Democrats would like to have it resolved sooner rather than
Well, fascinating to hear from her. And I wonder if and when we will hear from James Tallarico.
And for sure, we'll take that if we do. And just a note, too, on logistics here. It's our understanding that now anybody that was, to your point, about 7 o'clock Dallas time, regular ballot if you're in line, provisional ballot after that. So there is going to be that process moving forward, which Phil Prazen, politics reporter at our Dallas-Fort Worth station, anchor of Lone Star Politics, knows. Our friend over there in Texas, Phil. Man, did you imagine something like this going down? What are you hearing? Walk us through this moment. Help us put it into some context.
So it's definitely adding some drama to the night, for sure. So, I mean, the gist of it is Texas state law is pretty strict. You have 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. You have to be in line by 7 p.m. In order to vote. And there's not that many exceptions to that. So, if there's a emergency declaration, if there's severe weather, if there's a power outage, the law is pretty strict. So earlier when a local district judge here in Dallas County, Judge Stacey Williams, said there was so much confusion because of the new precinct voting system that it shut down the website of the county election site, that may not qualify as one of the small categories that allows an extension of the hours. So that's what Ken Paxton, the Texas Attorney General, made a motion to the Texas Supreme Court. And at this point, they at least want to look into it. So the Texas Supreme Court put a stay on those 2 more hours of extended voting. And so those ballots, possibly thousands of ballots, right? We have received dozens of complaints into the newsroom. So those thousands of ballots will be set aside, and there may be an entire legal fight over that process. Not tonight. It could go in tomorrow. So if this race for the U.S. nomination on the Democratic side for Senate is close, that legal fight is going to be very, very important. And it may not be over tonight.
Well, Phil, it's fascinating to hear that you're getting all of these calls and complaints into your station. I mean, that really sets the stage for just how dramatic this development is. We have anticipated that the Republican race would go to a runoff, seems poised to do exactly that. What do you make of the results that we're witnessing on both sides so far, understanding that neither race has been called yet?
Well, on the Republican side, a lot of political onlookers have been very surprised at the strong showing of John Cornyn. And, we have to remind ourselves about this again and again, that John Cornyn is the best vote getter in Texas history. Over the years, more people have voted for John Cornyn than anybody else in Texas history, from a district judge in the 1980s to the Texas Attorney General, Supreme Court, to 4 terms as U.S. Senator. He is an election juggernaut when that machine gets rolling. And look, $71 million can only help his case. So he's the surprise tonight. A lot of people in the Republican, political establishment thought that Ken Paxton was going to come out early, ahead, and stay ahead. That doesn't look like the case. That doesn't look like the case.
But I mean, the runoff factor and the runoff potential there, Phil, our Texas native Garrett Haig pointed out, when the runoff is May 26th, that's, it's a Tuesday, end of spring, early summer. What does turnout look like? What does the energy look like? What does the dynamism look like? And what does a Trump endorsement factor look like, depending on, to your point, if Cornyn can kind of have some momentum here or not?
I think that's a very important point. Does a #1 finish tonight by Senator John Cornyn, is that enough to convince President Trump to endorse him over Ken Paxton? Remember, he said he likes all 3 of them. But also that the president wants to endorse the person who's eventually going to win. So if he's the #1 vote getter tonight, that's a strong argument from his side.
Well, and Phil, let me just ask you, because Democrats are obviously eyeing this seat. They have assessed that Ken Paxton would be the easier candidate to beat. They think, for all the reasons you just laid out, Senator John Cornyn would be tough to beat in a general election. Democrats have been eyeing Texas for decades. You're there on the ground. Do you get the sense that the dynamics are such that this could, in fact, be a competitive general election race?
Yes, and actually just 2 days ago, there's a North Texas political analyst, from, Ross Hunt from Hunt Research and Data, has said that this is a code red for Republicans, actually, because some of the independents, some of the Republican-leaning voters that would have and usually vote in the Republican primary, because usually that's the whole show. But now that there's a competitive race, he has seen that the majority of those independent voters are now voting in the Democratic primary, likely for Tallarico, according to him. But that also shows that that is going to be a swing group, the independent voters, that Tallarico, at least theoretically, it's possible for him to move those independent voters from Republicans to Democrats. And we saw that locally here in Tarrant County in a pretty surprising local Senate race, Texas Senate District 9. It was a Trump district by 14 points. The local Senate Democrat won that race by 17 points. It was an incredible swing. So a lot of Democrats are saying if they can do that in Tarrant County, the swingiest county in the biggest media market, they believe they can do that statewide with Tallarico. However, Texas is still a Republican state until proven otherwise. We have seen the Democratic hopes rise and fall time and time again here in Texas. So at least I won't believe it until I see it.
We got 8 months to hash that out, Phil. We're very glad to have you. Thank you so much for your expertise there on the ground in Texas.
Great
it's great
to see you.
How great is it to have a local voice to talk to us about this?
I get to visit with Phil once a week when I do my affiliate hits, so it's great to have him join us
That's a Meet the Press moderator flex right there.
But Garrett, I thought he raised such an important point, which is Senator Cornyn's ability to energize, to get votes, that this is what he's good at. Closing.
Ground game, right? I mean, that's
right.
Close,
Infrastructure, familiarity with Texas voters, all of it. He has all of it. And that's been the argument that he's been making on the trail, that he is the safe bet to continue to win Texas, perhaps by a double-digit margin, as he's done time and time again. The argument that he's making publicly is very similar to the argument he and his supporters have been making to the White House, which is that we are the safe bet here. We are Cornyn is the person with no surprises. And if you get Cornyn on the ballot, Texas will behave like Texas. If you get Paxton on the ballot, who knows what else might come out over the course of the summer? And who knows how appealing that James Tallarico message might be to people who consider themselves Republicans or more conservative. They voted that way their whole lives, but they just don't want to be part of Ken Paxton's particular brand of Republicanism. So I think, to me, that's a huge factor. The idea that, Cornyn is leading now, and obviously the vote totals can change over the course of the night. When I've talked to Republican operatives and people very close to the White House today, that has not been their expectation. Interestingly enough, even Cornyn's big supporters and the operatives who are working with him thought he was going to come in a close second tonight. If Cornyn somehow defies those expectations and ends up, leading tonight going into a primary runoff, that positions him very well sort of narratively and makes his case for the Trump endorsement even stronger than I think it already is.
I don't think they'd be surprised that it's going to run off. I think that was going to be the expectation from the orbits there.
I literally did not talk to anybody in the past 2 weeks who had John Cornyn ahead going into a runoff. Almost everybody thought that Cornyn would make it to a runoff. But I don't think anybody thought that he'd be ahead in the runoff. I mean, every single Cornyn-adjacent person that I talked to said they were hoping he could keep it within 5 points. That was the metric that they needed to go to the White House and say, look, he's within striking distance. You can put him over the top. But to Garrett's point, Trump doesn't want an argument about pushing somebody over the top. He wants to grab somebody who's already at the top. So if you could now go to him and say,
well, we've got a call to make on this. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but obviously we've been one of the ones we were waiting on here. Texas is going to a runoff, according to our NBC News projection here. So to the point that we're making around the table here with Ryan and Garrett, you see we've got about 57% of the vote in. And Senator John Cornyn, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton will be advancing, which means this thing's going till the end of May, folks. That's how this is going to go down. This is, I don't think, a surprise for anybody involved. I will say in some of my conversations with both campaigns, I asked a little bit about Democrats? Are you even thinking about what that Democratic race would look like? And I think the focus on a potential runoff, and here we are projecting, in fact, it will be a runoff. Let me bring in Steve Kornacki now, who's following it. Not a shocker, but maybe where the numbers landed is what's a bit surprising here to the point that we're making.
Yeah, I mean, look, about 60% in Cornyn ahead here by 3 points. Keep in mind, this is basically, most of this is early vote, although what we've been tracking, we keep saying, what's the difference between the early vote and the same-day vote? So as the rest of this comes in, is it going to move? There's not a ton of same-day vote that's come in, but the same-day vote so far that's come in has been 43-40 for Paxton. And in those same places where it's come in, where that same day's come in, it had been 43-40 Cornyn in the early. So let's see if there's a trend that develops there. It's too early to say here. But I mean, I think, look, so much of this now is just about positioning for this runoff. Obviously, we've talked about, Cornyn wants Donald Trump to come off the sidelines. He wants to go to a runoff. What does Donald Trump want to see? He wants to see a candidate, I think, who has a chance to win, right? So how much will how these two finish relative to each other drive that decision by Trump? Can Cornyn finish ahead of Paxton tonight? Yeah. They're both going to runoff, but can he finish ahead? And can he make the case that he's got more life here than maybe some folks had thought versus finishing behind Paxton and having to say, well, I'll make up for it in the runoff where I couldn't do in a preliminary.
And Steve, just walk us through what it looks like, because we're just talking to Phil in Dallas, who kind of mapped out the fact that John Cornyn's a strong closer here. Where was, I mean, and I understand we're still counting the vote, and this is very close, and it's all going to a runoff. But again, here he is with a narrow lead, which is, Ryan's pointing out, no one expected that.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple of places here. We figured that he was going to run the best. We figured he was going to run the best right here in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex and right around the Austin area. And by the way, I think worth pointing out here, we don't have any of the vote. This is true on the Democratic side and on the Republican side. I think he's going to do very well in this county, Williamson County, right outside of Austin. So that could certainly help him there in the statewide category. But look, around in the immediate Metroplex there, Dallas, Fort Worth, you could see advantages for Cornyn, but also north of Dallas here in the early vote, Collin, and then up here in Denton, advantages here. It wasn't as clear he'd have an advantage here. And even getting sort of this Texoma region here right along the border. These are small here, but I think I was a little surprised to me when I saw the early vote coming in Grayson County and I saw Cornyn ahead here. I thought when you got out to the fringes of the Metroplex, it might not hold up as well. Additionally, the fact that here in Harris County, it's essentially a tie right now. I think maybe a bit of a surprise here. Paxton actually had done very well in Harris County when he was challenged by George P. Bush from the Bush family with deep ancestral ties to Harris County. It's where it's where George H.W. Bush launched his political career. Paxton had run very well there in his 2022 runoff against George P. Bush, but Cornyn holding his own in Harris County. He got blown out, as we said, as we kind of thought might happen here. Cornyn did north of there in Montgomery County, but he's not getting blown out in Fort Bend County. These are giant suburbs south of Houston. We're getting same day. It's close here. So he's not, outside of, this is the only big giant Paxton blowout I've seen in sort of a population center tonight. I think there was a sense that there'd be more of these, maybe not 30 points, but more double-digit Paxton places than we're seeing right now.
How about Collin County, Paxton's home county up there north of Dallas? Obviously that's another fast-growing part of the Metroplex there, and a place I would think Paxton has to do well.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, so this is what you find in the Metroplex in Republican politics is you find the Republican electorate, I think there's a higher concentration than elsewhere. It's a little more affluent, a little more college educated. It's a little more culturally moderate. So I think, these were places that were musts for Cornyn coming into tonight. But they've been delivering for him. Again, we talked about it immediately in Dallas and Fort Worth, but this is when you get north of Dallas and you're, Collin, Denton counties here, north of Dallas, you get into a lot of those kind of well-to-do suburbs, and, Cornyn is doing quite well there. Still some vote to come in, but enough that as we reset statewide, he's got an advantage there of almost 3 points.
Steve, thank you. We're going to come back to you. Ryan, I want to sneak you in here because when you look at this, right, now that we have projected it's advancing to a runoff, where do those Wesley Hunt voters go?
I mean, it's 10 to 15% depending on how it falls. So they're going to make the difference between who wins and who ultimately becomes the Republican nominee. And it's interesting. I was talking to some folks adjacent to the Cornyn campaign earlier today. Wesley Hunt was surging. We seem to forget this. When he first got into the race, there was this idea that he was going to be an afterthought. And there was a super PAC associated with Cornyn World that really went after Wesley Hunt 3 weeks ago. And it basically, he was drawing from Paxton. He was picking up speed. That super PAC knocked him out. So now the question is, when you pick up the dust from his campaign, where do those voters go? I think there's one person who knows where those voters go. He sits at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And if he tells those Wesley Hunt voters, vote for John Cornyn, maybe they go there. If he doesn't, if he stays on the sidelines, I think it's a jump ball.
Interesting political nugget from one of our incredible political producers here, Bridget Bowman, who spoke with Congressman Hunt. He said he wasn't sure if he was going to endorse on the runoff. If he were to, it's not going to be Cornyn.
Yeah, I think that's obvious, right? You don't run against an incumbent if you think the incumbent should still keep the job. I think it's an assumption, a fairly safe one, that Wesley Hunt will endorse Ken Paxton if he endorses at all. But yeah, I think you're exactly right, Ryan. To me, the person who matters now is Donald Trump. I was told today by a person familiar with the White House's thinking that he's now more likely than not to endorse, dependent on the results tonight. I mean, to the discussion we were just having. If he can be the closer, if he can sort of pragmatic Trump who can take credit for a win, he'll do that. Also, they are very aware of the Paxton scandals and of the possibility there could be more to come over the course of the summer. Paxton has a divorce trial coming up over the course of this summer. His estranged wife has, talked a little bit, but indicated that perhaps she will have more to say about this. These are not
his estranged wife is a sitting state senator, right?
That's right, from Collin County, which we were just talking about. These are not risks Republicans want to take in Texas. Texas should be easy. It should be off the board. And again, these people close to the White House think ultimately that the president will see it that way, and they're trying to perhaps get him to see it that way.
Exactly. We want to head out now to Amy Walter, who is watching all of this with us very closely.
Hi, friend.
Hello, Amy. Good to see you.
I know. This is so fun. I get to be at the table with you guys. I wanted to jump into this conversation for a long time.
Well, dive in.
This is really
Tell us your thoughts on Texas and how things are shaping up, the runoff, and the big wrinkle on the Democratic side.
Oh, I know. Everything here that you all have said has been really spot on. And, look, when we were sort of following this race, I don't know, 25 minutes ago, where it looked as if we knew that there was going to be a runoff on the Republican side. Tallarico was leading. This is where I'm absolutely in tune with Ryan on this, that it looked as if Democrats were going to have a great story to tell on Wednesday morning, which is we're united. We've got a great candidate behind us. These guys are going to have to fight it out on the Republican side until the end of May. We've got all the momentum and all of the energy. And there could be a bump in that narrative if we are still waiting deep into Wednesday on the final results from Dallas. But at the end of the day, you guys are totally right that it really comes down to, on the Republican side, what Donald Trump decides to do. What's really remarkable, though, and we've seen this very few times, but even when Donald Trump has weighed in, he usually wins, but there are times when he hasn't. There has been more than $70 million spent thus far in this primary, telling Texas voters that John Cornyn is the better candidate and Ken Paxton is a terrible candidate. And that $70 million has only gotten Cornyn to 34%. So at the end of the day, will a Donald Trump endorsement be enough?
Go ahead, Amy.
Technically, it has been. But even then, you've got a lot of skeptical Republicans.
We're taking a look at some of those ad spending numbers that you talked about on both sides of the primary aisle here on Democrats and Republicans. And it's just a staggering amount of money And it brings up this question about resources, right? If you've got tons and tons and tons of millions and millions of dollars getting poured in here, you've got this runoff, you've got competitive races in House and Senate races throughout the country as we head into the rest of primary season over the next few months. The balance, right? When you start to think about where the resources are going, where the energy, where the candidly like the earned media attention is going too. I mean, all of this starts to play a factor.
That's exactly right. And there will be, so Trump is the number one factor, absolutely, on the Republican side. The second factor, if Trump either takes a pass or he's taking his time to come up with an answer, is how much more money will that sort of status quo Republican establishment, et cetera, put into a runoff campaign? And I come up next with, if it does not come to that same number as we're seeing right now, and the benefit of Cornyn, not as much money spent, say, in the runoff as we've seen in the primary, what's going to happen post-May? If Paxton is the nominee and he is now going to be the one trying to raise that kind of money, where is that coming from, and where will donors be? There's obviously going to be a tremendous amount of pressure from national Republicans.
I'm sorry to interrupt you here. Sorry to pause you.
Yeah,
Senator Cornyn speaking now. We want to listen in live just briefly.
I want to start by thanking my family, without whose support and love I could not do what I get an opportunity to do, representing 32 million Texans in the United States Senate. I want to thank everybody who voted for me, and the way I view it, it's an indication of their trust in the service that I provided to this great state for many years now. To Congressman Wesley Hunt and his family, you ran a spirited race and you have a bright future, and I wish you well. We now head into a 12-week primary runoff. Elections are about choices, and the choice in the Republican race for the U.S. Senate is crystal clear. I've worked for decades to build the Republican Party, both here in Texas and nationally. I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build over these many years. There is simply too much at stake in this midterm election for our state and for our country. The final 2 years of President Trump's agenda hangs in the balance. I'm proud to have supported President Trump and worked with him to help him achieve his goals in the Congress. If he's nominated, there's a high risk that Paxton would lose this Senate seat, taking 5 congressional seats down with him. And you don't have to take my word for it. In public polling in the last few months, U.S. Senate nominees are either tied with or beating Paxton if he were the nominee. Ken Paxton as the nominee would be a dead weight at the top of the ticket for Republicans running all across this great state. Over the next 12 weeks, Texas Republican primary voters will hear more about my record of delivering conservative victories in the United States Senate and learn more about Ken's indefensible personal behavior and failures in office. Just like the primary, we have a plan to win the runoff, and we are in the process of executing it. Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton. Thank you all. May God bless Texas, and may God continue to bless in the United States of America.
Take a few questions. Jim, you want to start with AP?
Questions? That's unusual.
Was just listening on questions there.
Hmm.
What do you feel like you need to do to motivate your voters versus
How do you motivate?
Well, fortunately, I've had the experience of winning a runoff previously when I was Attorney General. I won a contested runoff for the Republican nomination then. Obviously, we need to encourage as many people as possible who voted in the primary to come back on May the 26th. Fortunately, Texas has an early voting period, which will allow anybody and everybody who wants to vote an opportunity to cast their ballot early. If they don't do it, then they can do it on May the 26th. I think there'll probably be, last count, maybe as many as 5 races on the ballot, which will make it much more likely we'll see a robust turnout of voters then. But as I said, and as I think we've demonstrated, there's simply just too much at stake for Texas voters to stay home. And I don't expect them to stay home. I expect a robust turnout. We'll certainly be encouraging that.
And you've been listening to Senator John Cornyn trying to energize his supporters by saying, now we are heading into a runoff election against Ken Paxton. Now is the time to turn out. And let me go back to Amy Walter. Amy, let me just get your reaction to part of what we heard from him. He described Ken Paxton as flawed, shameless, self-centered. Those are some of the nicer things he's actually said about Ken Paxton. If you actually look at some of the ads he's run against Ken Paxton, they have just been bruising. This is going to shape up to be a bruising battle with Donald Trump's endorsement at stake.
Right. And it's clear he was sending a message, not just to voters in Texas, you all, but obviously to the president of the United States with those remarks, which is to say, Mr. President, you've got 2.5 years left in your term. You want somebody like me. Not only do you want somebody like me in the United States Senate and not Ken Paxton, but there is a chance that if it is Ken Paxton on the ballot, Republicans will not be in the majority in the United States Senate. You don't want to take that risk.
Amy, thank you so much for being with us. We have 18 million things to talk to you about, so I know you're coming back in the primaries to come. We appreciate you. Thank you. We're going to sneak in a super quick break, but much more to come. We've got a couple more calls, some other things to talk about. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a jiff. Here with our continuing special coverage on NBC News Now of this midterm primary night in the state of Texas. Crucially, we've seen some results already out of North Carolina, others in Arkansas as well, but Texas is where the heat and where the action is. And just to bring you up to speed here, as you're looking at some of the boards, some of the races we're calling at the bottom of your screen, runoff is the NBC News projection for that important Texas Republican Senate primary. Senator John Cornyn, Attorney General Ken Paxton going head-to-head for the next 12 weeks, as you just heard Senator Cornyn talk about. On the Democratic side, of course, this which you could call messiness around Dallas County and some question marks around when that race is going to be called as well. Interesting, Garrett and Ryan, when you talk about the tone we heard from Senator Cornyn there. What a line, Ms. Welker, about that's the nicest stuff he said. Because truly, I mean, the tone of this race, and you hear it from both sides here, these are two people, they legit don't like each other.
The ads have been
100%. I mean, I think from the Cornyn side of this, and Ryan knows this well, too, I mean, John Cornyn pretty clearly loathes Ken Paxton. These are people from different political eras. They're people from different political contexts. Cornyn is a person who has a old school senatorial view of what he thinks the job is that Ken Paxton just doesn't live up to. I'm thinking that it's interesting here in 2026 to once again see a Republican primary focused on character, an issue that we haven't heard in a while. You heard John Cornyn talk about his family. You heard him talk about trust. You had the comments that you noted about Ken Paxton, all of which would be at home in an ad for James Tallarico or Jasmine Crockett on the Democratic side, and likely maybe if Ken Paxton ends up being the nominee. No love lost between these two. These next couple of weeks are going to be ugly in Texas.
The thing I keep coming back to is how much money do the Republicans want to spend on this 12-week runoff? And if Donald Trump, I know it sounds like we're probably beating a dead horse here by bringing it back up, but it's such an important wild card. But if Donald Trump were to come out and endorse in this race tomorrow or the next day, it could potentially save millions of dollars in a potential runoff. That it might give John Cornyn the cushion that he needs to invest in the race, certainly invest in it, but not have to spend the tens of millions of dollars. They've already put $70 million in this race to begin with. And if they are going to need every dollar spread across a map, which is going to be competitive in 10, maybe 12 states, why spend that money now if you don't have to? That has to be at least part of the argument that Cornyn's political advisors, many of which Donald Trump shares, are making to Donald Trump.
But Paxton's making the opposite argument, by the way. He's making his team make the argument that all this money has already been spent, and all it has done is made this a little bit tighter. That if you're Donald Trump, why keep trying to spend money to prop up John Cornyn if Paxton can ultimately win the state? And the attacks on Paxton, to your point, Kristen, have been vicious from Cornyn all day long, and they haven't really moved his numbers down.
Cornyn just talked about it. He was asked about this, and he said, apparently when the president not endorsing, that he didn't want to have to choose between people, which the president was explicit about. He said, I like them all, right? And saying, I think you wanted to see me earn this nomination, which I'm on the path for.
I think that is true. I think, the president has shown that inclination in the past to see people prove that they are fighters, especially people that aren't particularly close to him. I think there's also another element to this that we haven't really talked about yet, which is the fact that Wesley Hunt was still a factor in this race. Sure. And the idea, you heard Kevin McCarthy allude to it, the idea that Wesley Hunt was barely showing up to vote anyway, and Ryan can speak to this more. Alienating Wesley Hunt, a sitting House member at a time where you need every House vote and every member to show up every day, would not necessarily have been a wise move by the president.
And does it make it tough for President Trump not to endorse the candidate who's in the lead in this runoff?
I mean, I think that would have been the argument he could have made if, and these numbers are still coming in, so there's still the possibility that Paxton eclipses Cornyn. But if the argument before was Cornyn just needed to be close, maybe I stay out of it, we'll see what happens. But if you have both arguments that Cornyn has overperformed and he's got a better shot in the general election, that's a pretty powerful 1-2 punch to put on the president's plate when you're making the argument to him, it's worth it for you to get in. This may come as a surprise. The best argument with Donald Trump is one in his self-interest. So you've got to make an argument to Donald Trump that, in the end, puts him further ahead. He doesn't want to stick his neck out. He wants to know how it's going to benefit him. And if you say to him, you're going to spend less money here than you are in other states, you got a better shot at holding on to the Senate, that might be something he might be compelled to get involved.
As we're talking about big spending, can we talk about the second most expensive race in the state of Texas, which is the race for the Attorney General's seat, with Ken Paxton here running in the Senate primary, obviously. I'm going to ask our team at the control room if they can to pull up this board. I'm curious where this stands. This matters, obviously not for congressional stakes, but I think for sort of state of play, where things go in Texas here look at this. Interesting. Advancing to a runoff. Okay. Chip Roy.
Another runoff.
Yeah, this is super interesting. And Mays Middleton there, too. And you had Aaron Reitz, the Paxton back candidate, who was also in the race, who is not advancing to the runoff, former DOJ official, Congressman Cruz, a former Cruz guy backed by the senator, and then Mays Middleton, state senator, with some conservative backing there, too.
Yeah, this is another where you've got a MAGA candidate here in Mays Middleton, and Chip Roy, who, Ryan knows this well, too, has been a thorn in the side of Republican leadership going back for as long as he's been there. He was Ted Cruz's chief of staff, I think. Is that right? Before he was in that role. Another reminder that people just don't like the House, even when you're in the majority. Chip Roy got himself on the Rules Committee thinking it would give him more power, and it ultimately just meant he had to travel back to D.C. longer, running for the Texas Attorney General's office now, which is a pretty powerful post in Texas and can shape a lot of policy, as we've seen Ken Paxton do.
Yeah.
But those numbers, yikes, that is not a position you want to be in as a sitting member of Congress.
Well, and talk about a surprise. In incumbents, let's talk about Dan Crenshaw.
Yes.
We're watching this race very closely. If we can pull up that race, that board, the fact that right now, at least, he is trailing.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of an upset. And he has made the case, look, I'm the incumbent. They're 39.2%. Now, 57% of the vote is in, but Steve Toth has 57.6% of the vote.
An interesting dynamic in this race that we haven't really talked about a lot is the impact that redistricting had on this
that's a good point.
race. So, we talk about how Republicans and Democrats are doing this in Virginia as well. In order to build Republican districts or stronger Republican districts or turn blue districts into red districts, you have to cannibalize other red districts. And so what you end up doing is you take a district that might be a plus 15 district and turn it into a plus 8 district. And so what happened in this Crenshaw race was not only was it redistricted to make it a bit more competitive in the general election, it's still very solidly Republican, but it took Toth's legislative district and plowed it into the congressional district to the point where he's represented almost as many people as Crenshaw has. So he had an advantage there in addition to his MAGA credentials and Crenshaw being on the other side of Trump on a couple of issues. He had a built-in constituency that he wouldn't have had if it weren't for redistricting. And we're seeing numerous examples, not just in Texas, but in California and other places where incumbents are being penalized through this redistricting process through no fault of their own.
Slightly different dynamic, but Tony Gonzalez is another race we're watching. We'll see if we can pull up those boards, too.
Yeah, look, obviously, Gonzalez runs, that's always a competitive district. It's like half of West Texas, basically, stretching from San Antonio to the border. And he's been running against Brendan Herrera now 2 cycles in a row. And it's a candidate who, in theory, should be the MAGA candidate. Gonzalez became a bit more of a national figure after Uvalde, which was an awkward position for him, but not nearly as awkward as the position he's in right now, where he's having to defend himself against allegations that he was having an affair with the staffer that Ryan has been covering day in and day out.
And the interesting part about this is going to extend this scandal and keep it in the news if this moves to a runoff.
That's right.
And there's an interesting timeline here. The Office of Congressional Conduct is going to deliver a report to the House Ethics Committee the day after the primary, tomorrow, and that's enough time for the House Ethics Committee to deal with it before the 60-day window of the runoff.
Also, another dynamic, Trump still endorses Gonzalez, but maybe not for long.
Maybe not. We will watch it very closely, everyone. We have much more news and analysis straight ahead. NBC News Now special coverage of the 2026 primary elections continues right now.
Tonight, with the U.S. at war, the battle for control of Congress begins to take shape.
We are very bullish about the midterms. I'm absolutely convinced we're going to grow the majority.
It's happening. Democrats are going to take back control of the House.
Deep in the heart of Texas, Democrats must choose between 2 rising stars with competing visions for the future of the party.
Trump, I know you're watching, so let me tell you directly, you're not entitled to a damn thing in Texas.
The real fight in this country is not left versus right. It's top versus bottom.
A sitting Republican senator facing a Lone Star loyalty test.
I won by 10 points in 2020, and I can do that again and help President Trump.
He talks about how he's pro-Trump. We all know that's false.
And a congressman facing voters embroiled in scandal.
I'm not going to resign. I work every day for the people of Texas.
Plus, key races in North Carolina and Arkansas as both parties set a course for the midterms.
We've got to win the midterms. That means Senate and it means House.
NBC's midterm primary night special begins right now.
Good evening. This is our special coverage of the official kickoff of the midterm election primaries, only right here on NBC News Now. It has been a night of a lot of drama at the polls across a number of key races as we are setting the stage for the midterms and the fight for control of Congress this November. I'm Hallie Jackson.
And I am Kristen Welker. That's right, Hallie. And the big story of the night so far is the drama unfolding in the marquee Democratic Senate primary in Texas, where confusion over where voters could cast their ballots in Dallas County in the wake of the state's redistricting has sparked a legal battle over a batch of votes that could decide the contest.
This
Hallie.
is what's so super interesting here. Dallas County, right? Stronghold for Jasmine Crockett, who's up against, of course, James Tallarico here. But you can see our call right now, our projection. It is too early to call, with a lot of question marks around timeline of when this vote might come in, what happens to these provisional ballots. We just heard Crockett address her supporters. She told them that because of this, she does not think there's going to be any result tonight.
That's right.
We, in my opinion, will not know the election results overall tonight. We need to see the Dallas County votes to see where they are. I mean, if the early vote comes in, which we may have the early vote soon, if it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going. So, so that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight.
And looking at the map, the big question is whether those votes out of Dallas County can close the gap for Crockett. We will have to wait and see.
So that's the Democratic side, Chris, and let's talk about the Republican side here, and that Senate primary, a different kind of drama. And it definitely ain't over yet. That's because this one is advancing to a runoff. Incumbent Senator John Cornyn, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, end of May. And we've heard from Senator Cornyn, that's the runoff, right? That's May 26th. We've heard from Senator Cornyn already, setting the stakes for the next 12 weeks. Listen to this.
We now head into a 12-week primary runoff. Elections are about choices, and the choice in the Republican race for the U.S. Senate is crystal clear. I've worked for decades to build the Republican Party, both here in Texas and nationally. I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build over these many years.
We do have more certainty in North Carolina, where the general election matchup is set for November, with Michael Whatley projected to win the Republican nomination.
And also, as expected, based on that early look, Roy Cooper taking that one, the projected winner in the Democratic side.
That's right. The other big story of the night, incumbents fighting for their political lives. In Texas's 23rd district, embattled Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez embroiled in scandal tied to sexually explicit text messages to a staffer who tragically died by suicide. Narrow lead there, with about 58.4% of the vote in so far.
Last runoff between those two was just separated by a few hundred votes. Also in Texas, we're looking at this one. This is one that is definitely making some waves here. Steve Toth over Dan Crenshaw with 57% of the vote in a race that Toth has worked to define. Crenshaw is not simply MAGA enough for where the Republican Party is.
Yeah, and then on the Democratic side, we've got that member-on-member primary in Texas's 18th due to redistricting, where you have Christian Menifee with 48% of the vote. 69% of the vote is in so far over Al Green. This is a race of redistricting. It is also a race about the different generations. Christian Menifee in his 30s, Al Green in his 70s. And of course, he was just ejected from the State of the Union. He has made his campaign in opposition to President Trump.
And when Kristen talks about redistricting, watching that for Democratic Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, with a big demographic shift in her district, shifting from more Hispanic to more black voters. You can see where this stands with Sylvia Garcia, 56%, Jarvis Johnson, 38%.
And in North Carolina, it's another round of progressives versus the establishment, with incumbent Democratic Representative Valerie Foushee being challenged from the left by Nita Alam.
And in Texas, we got to take you back there. We talked about Senator Cornyn speaking. Ken Paxton's turn now. Let's see what he has to say about this runoff that the two are charging into in that state. Let's listen in.
Together with your support, we just sent a message loud and clear to Washington. We are not going to go quietly, and we are not going to let you buy the seat. I want to tell you the last time I felt this kind of energy in one room, I was actually at Mar-a-Lago when President Trump announced he was running again in 2024. I don't know if you remember, but it was right after the midterms and everyone was turning on the president. The establishment, the media, and most Republican elected officials in America were lining up against him. Not me. I was proud to fly to Mar-a-Lago and be one of the only elected officials in America, along with my good friend Congressman Troy Nehls, who stood with the president the night he announced his campaign. Troy and I, along with everyone else there, knew something special was happening that night. And we were right. Right now, I feel that same momentum, the same sense that history is turning. Now let's talk about what happened, what just happened. John Cornyn spent around $100 million trying to buy this seat. We spent around $5 million. It was confirmed today that he received the most ad support for an incumbent in a single primary in U.S. history. But we proved something they'll never understand in Washington. Texas is not for sale. As votes continue to be counted, it looks like we're headed to a runoff. And that's because of you. The people of Texas made your voices heard. After all the personal attacks, which there were many, and after all the lies, you listened to what John Cornyn was selling, and you weren't buying it. Yeah. Nearly 60% of Texas voters who have known Cornyn for over 40 years, after hearing $100 million worth of ads, chose to vote against the incumbent. That's historic. Yes. Tonight, change was on the ballot, and change won. Texans want new leadership. They want someone with a proven record of fighting and winning for them. And that's exactly what I'm going to deliver. Because for too long, John Cornyn has turned his back on us. For too long, he attacked the border wall by calling it naive and pushed amnesty while our country was being invaded. For too long, he stabbed our president in the back by trying to derail his presidential campaigns and supporting the Democrats' lawfare against the president. And for too long, he sold us out to Democrats, even siding with Joe Biden to push the worst gun control bill in decades. Those days are coming to an end.
Ken Paxton there speaking at his campaign headquarters as that race advances to a runoff. And interestingly, Kristen, you heard him make the case that he and his campaign have been making that despite the tremendous amount of money that has been spent in this race, he says he's still in it. He's still ready to go.
Yeah. And if you want a preview of what his argument's going to be against Senator John Cornyn, you just heard it there. You heard him accuse John Cornyn of selling out Republicans to Democrats for voting with Joe Biden on that gun legislation that was passed during the Biden presidency. Let's head out now to Steve Kornacki tracking the latest results. Steve, you're there, Texas race, but the Tallarico-Crockett race. What are you seeing there? Obviously, there was that wrinkle, that legal challenge. What are you watching?
Yeah, I mean, look, as we said, we don't know exactly what's going to happen there in Dallas County. We saw Crockett do very well with the early vote, but not as well, I think, as she wanted to here. And so you see Tallarico now building that 75,000 vote lead statewide, and there is just a breadth to the support here that Tallarico has in terms of where he's sort of making these, netting the votes here. He's made some incursions, as you can see, into Crockett's backyard here, just north of Dallas, in Collin County here, in Denton County, getting away from Fort Worth and Dallas, really in the rest of the Metroplex. Tallarico's made incursions there. He got monster numbers out of his home base there, Travis County, where Austin is. We're waiting on Williamson County. It's a big one. I expect him to do extremely well there. He's running up the score in Deep South Texas, heavily Hispanic there. Bexar County, where San Antonio is, he's near 60%. El Paso. So there's just a breadth to this here. And, statewide, it's 75,000 votes, even with whatever is left in Dallas. Even if Crockett is getting a huge number there, she's only going to put a a dent in this. She's not going to be able to erase that from Dallas County. And they're just, you look here, where are the other major sources of votes that Crockett could find to chip away at this? Look, she's winning in Harris County, the biggest in the state right here, 2/3 of the vote in, but her margin's only 17,000 votes over Tallarico. She's only winning by about 8 points. If she keeps that up, she'll pad that by 6,000, 7,000 votes. But this is what she's trying to reverse. And meanwhile, every time she gets a gain out of a Dallas or a Houston, Tallarico's more than offsetting it everywhere else. So, again, there's that issue with the ballots in Dallas. I don't know how that's going to affect official polls and how this race. But outside of Dallas County, it's a pretty clear picture that's emerging here.
Yeah. Well, you talk a lot about benchmarks, Steve, where those are, what they need, how they need to be performing and how they are performing. What's been standing out to you on that front?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the big question mark coming into tonight was the Hispanic vote. The polls were in wide agreement that Crockett was going to win the black vote, and I think we are seeing her win the black vote. Here's a good example. Texarkana is here. This has one of the larger black populations of any county in Texas. It's not huge, but again, 80% of the vote here for Crockett. So, we saw that there. We saw, look, Jefferson County, this is where Beaumont is. This has the largest black population, black percentage of any county in Texas. So you're certainly seeing that. And we certainly thought, that Tallarico in these sort of well-to-do areas around Austin, we thought he would do well. He's done well there north of Dallas as well. The Hispanic vote is what we didn't know. And I mean, I'll just take you through it here. Brownsville, Cameron County, nearly 30 points for Tallarico. McAllen, Hidalgo County, more than doubling her up. Webb County, where Laredo is. These are the biggies in deep South Texas. And these are all 2-1 or better. Tallarico wins out. In El Paso, similar story here. These are heavily, deeply Hispanic places, and clearly Tallarico has won the Hispanic vote. He's won it big, and it's why he's been able to build this kind of lead.
And Steve, we've got a lot of vote in North Carolina for. How's it looking there?
What a nail biter. We've got all sorts of House incumbents here who are in trouble. So this is 94% of the vote is in. Valerie Foushee, the incumbent, leads by 1,600 votes. She just got very good news with a batch that came in here in Durham County. Basically, what's left here is Wake County. We think there's about 5,000, 6,000 votes left here. Alam, her opponent, is going to have to win massive numbers in the remaining vote here in Wake County. This is basically it here. If she's going to, I know it's very narrow, but to reverse that with the small amount of votes that's left, that's what Alam's going to have to do. This has been very, very close, but Foushee has been resilient through the night. She's delivered numbers when she's needed them, and she does have that small, but it is significant lead at this point.
Are we thinking we'll get that vote tonight?
It's been coming in. Yes, it has been coming in painfully slowly, but it has ultimately been coming in these places. So we keep looking at it to see if we get it.
Isn't it all painfully slow for you? I mean, let's be real about that. I know you'd prefer the instantaneous piece of it.
There's that window between 8:01 and 8:03 when 20 of them come in and it's too much. Otherwise, yes.
Okay, fine. Very good. Steve Kornacki, stay close to it. Cam, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We're going to go now to our team of reporters on the ground in Texas. Ryan Chandler is at the Tallarico headquarters in Austin. Priscilla Thompson at the Crockett headquarters in Dallas. And Melody Zanona is at the Paxton headquarters in Dallas. Ryan, we just heard from Jasmine Crockett say we probably won't know the results tonight. Talk about the mood there, the reaction to what we heard from her.
Well, look, the Tallarico campaign expressed early concern about the issues in Dallas, and of course they remain concerned from a legal standpoint, from an access to the ballot standpoint, but they are not concerned that Dallas County, no matter how it goes with the outstanding ballots, is going to change anything. This now has the vibe of a victory party, with the very important caveat that there are outstanding votes in Dallas County, that, of course, the Congresswoman has not conceded the race, but people here are expecting something to sound like victory, or at least they think things are heading that way. I've heard from Democratic staffers and operatives and influencers coalescing around Tallarico, saying he is the man to get behind at this point. We are expecting to hear from the candidate shortly, and the mood is very high here tonight.
Yeah, and when we hear from him, we will go to him and listen to what he has to say. Priscilla Thompson, you were there when Jasmine Crockett spoke. What was the reaction to what we heard from her? This rather muted speech, Priscilla.
Yeah, I mean, her supporters remain with her. They did cheer when she said, you know, I love y'all. And in talking to some of them as they were leaving, they were still hopeful. They said, yes, they're disappointed. This does not feel fair, but they know that she's going to fight this, as she has said that she is. And I think one thing that came up in one of my conversations is just sort of the optics of this. There was this undertone, this question about her being a black candidate and electability. And as one woman put it to me, she's a strong black woman. She's speaking out. What do you expect? And so there's sort of that question looming for some of these people about how this has happened in this race. I will say that that same woman I spoke to said that ultimately, if Tallarico does get the nomination, they're still going to turn out for him. But, you know, part of what Jasmine Crockett was trying to do here was to turn out those low propensity voters. And you talk, or people who didn't vote or had never voted, and you talk to people here and they're saying there are people who went and stood in line and believed in this process. And to see this happen where the election hours were extended and now maybe those votes aren't going to count is just problematic for people who are trying to wrap their minds around all of this. So a lot of disappointment in the room, but also hope. And I did also ask everyone if they think this could impact the race. And they said yes, if those votes aren't counted, they do believe it will have impacted the race. And so it's just a big question mark for a lot of her supporters here.
All right, Priscilla Thompson, we await the final call in that race. Thank you so much for that reporting.
Speaking of waiting, speaking of people who will be doing some waiting and some campaigning, let's go to Melanie Zanona, who is live for us at Paxton campaign headquarters, because we just heard from him. We've heard from Senator John Cornyn now. They are tonight, wrapping up phase one of this campaign, but looking ahead to the next 3 months, phase two, after what's already been an expensive and bitter fight.
Yeah, even though this was an expected outcome for Republicans, this race now heading into a runoff, it is not an ideal outcome for Republicans, because what this means is that this messy and expensive primary is now going to last another 12 weeks. And we're already starting to get a preview of what that battle is going to look like. Cornyn, in his remarks tonight, called Paxton a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate. That is a reference to some of Paxton's personal and professional scandals. But Paxton, hit back with some sharp words of his own. He said that Cornyn has turned his back on Texas and tried to buy this Senate seat. So the question now is, where do those Wesley Hunt voters go? Do they flock to Cornyn? Do they flock to Paxton, or do they split somewhere down the middle? And the second question is, what does President Donald Trump do? Because so far, he has not endorsed in this race, but GOP leaders desperately want him to get involved and endorse John Cornyn, especially if James Tallarico is the Democratic nominee. So the answer to those two key questions could not only determine who ultimately wins the Republican primary, but also whether this seat is truly competitive in the fall.
Mel Zanona, live for us there in Texas. Mel, thank you very much for that reporting.
Joining us now is NBC News senior producer Jane Tim, who is following the developing situation in Dallas County. This is just a staggering moment. You obviously heard Jasmine Crockett telling her supporters, look, we're still waiting to get the results of Dallas County, her home county. Jane, break down legally what all of this means.
Yeah, it's clearly very important to the Crockett campaign. This is her base of supporters. What happened in Dallas dates back to last year, when Dallas Republicans said that they wanted to hand count their ballots, and to do so they needed to have all of the elections run at a precinct level. So they voted to do precinct level polling, just like Williamson County, and Democrats had to follow suit according to state law. Now, this change led to quite a lot of confusion, because voters who up till yesterday could vote at county-wide polling sites could not do that today, because they had to go to their assigned precinct. Now, if you went to the wrong place, or you went with your family and discovered that you were at the Republican polling site, not the Democratic polling site, this is sort of the kind of confusion that voters experience. Democrats tell us thousands of voters went to the wrong polling site. A judge ordered the polls to stay open for 2 more hours, but the Texas Supreme Court ordered that to be stayed, and then said all of those ballots of voters taking advantage of the extra 2 hours, that those should be kept separate, injecting so much more confusion into an already confusing day for many voters, because it's really truly unclear what's going to happen to those ballots, which are now separated from the rest of the day's ballots.
And I think there's 2 questions here, I think, Jane, one of which you may be able to answer, one of which I don't think anybody's going to be able to answer yet, which is, number one, are those ballots from the 2-hour period that you're talking about, Is there a chance those ballots will not be counted? And then secondly, and I think this is a Kornacki/future question, is there a chance that those ballots would even make a difference either way in this race? So take that first part of it for me, Jane, if you can. Is there a chance legally now that those provisional ballots could end up tossed?
Absolutely. So you don't separate ballots unless you think you might not use them. Once they've been separated, the court can now say they believe that order was made illegal and that those ballots shouldn't count. They say that the voting should have just taken place up till 7 p.m. And time will tell whether it's how many ballots this actually affects. Because if you were in line before 7, the court says that your ballot should continue on. You would have cast a normal ballot, as they say. This is a provisional ballot that is still in question.
So then quickly, Jen, what's the timeline on a decision here? I mean, there's obviously a degree of urgency on a court decision on this.
I mean, they got to move quick, right? But, this is all new territory for us. So we'll see. I'll be watching the docket all night.
Okay. Jane, Tim, appreciate you. Thank you very much for that. Up next, we just got a bunch of new votes in the race where Congressman Dan Crenshaw is in the fight for his political life. You've seen the numbers already. That's coming up after the break. Kornacki Scramble, and stay with us. Welcome back to NBC News Now special coverage. We want to update you on a Republican incumbent. We have been watching Hallie all night long. Congressman Dan Crenshaw, who has butted heads with MAGA figures and is facing a challenge from his right. We just got another batch of votes in this race, and Crenshaw now trails. Take a look at this. He's got 39.1% to 57.6%. We've got 62% of the vote in, Hallie. And just a reminder, I think folks know this if you've been watching, Texas is a 50+1 state, which means that if these numbers hold or within just even a few percentage points, this is not going to a runoff.
It's not going to go to a runoff, and he's the incumbent. But again, Steve Toth made the argument he's the real MAGA candidate. Right now, it looks like Republican voters are buying that argument. Let's bring in our political pros, Matt Gorman, former senior communications advisor to the Tim Scott presidential campaign, and Ashley Etienne, former communications director to Vice President Harris. Matt, I have to start with you. Walk us through your takeaway from the Crenshaw race. Again, we have not called it, but boy, he's trailing.
It's a shocking result if you were back a couple of years ago. Remember, Dan Crenshaw, before he was even took office, sworn in, he was on SNL. He was a bit of a cultural celebrity, if you remember, to where we see him tonight. It was a confluence of factors. He's running in much of a new district. A lot of his Harris County base was taken out of it. Steve Toth's entire legislative district is in this new district. He also got on the wrong side of some pretty influential folks on the right, including Tucker Carlson, who loathes Dan Crenshaw. And the base, they liked him. They didn't necessarily love him. And you're seeing some of the results of that tonight. Now, what I am concerned about, if I'm the NRCC, if I'm Speaker Mike Johnson, and I see this result tonight, or even Tony Gonzalez perhaps, or down the road if Chip Roy doesn't advance in a runoff, they need to stay in Congress. They can't resign, which would be a fear if they suddenly don't have a path. Because again, if they have a 1-vote margin in the House, if I'm Mike Johnson, I'm getting the phone with Dan Crenshaw tonight and said, you're not going anywhere. You're sticking right in the House.
That's so interesting. Wait, Ashley, I want to go to you on the Democratic side. There's a couple of House races that we're watching in Texas that are interesting. I don't know if we can pull up the Julie Johnson, Colin Allred race if we have that board and where that stands, but that's an interesting one. Menifee and Green, we've talked about. Garcia and Johnson, we've talked about too. Some of these key Democratic races where you've got redistricting as a factor, where, as Kristen has talked about, you've got age as a factor. So here you have Colin Allred and Julie Johnson, a seat that used to basically be Allred's. Johnson took it over. You've seen this sort of case made. He's got name recognition here.
She didn't appreciate that he ran, by the way, against
Well, he was
her.
also going to run in the Senate race and then pulled out in deference to to Jasmine Crockett here, Ashley. So the sort of incumbent redistricting factor is at play for Democrats in this pretty red state too.
Yeah, I mean, I think this issue of incumbency is one of the big takeaways from tonight. I mean, we've seen it with Dan Crenshaw, we've seen it with Cornyn, we're seeing it in North Carolina, where the voters right now are anti-incumbent. We saw it in the 24 presidential election. We saw globally that the voters are just feeling anxious and frustrated and are throwing out the guys and the gals and trying to replace them. They want change. They want something different. And they're reaching and grasping for it. I mean, I'm excited that Colin Allred is doing so well and that he may make his way back to Congress. That's incredibly exciting. But this issue of redistricting, I think, has, to some degree, has really shocked both sides of the party. But this issue of incumbency, I think, is going to be one of the big takeaways tonight.
That newly drawn district there. Let me go to Ryan Nobles here. I know that Ryan and Garrett have a couple for you, too. But, Ryan, one of the reasons why we talk about this so much is because the margins are so close in the House. Because this matters, with this fight for control of Congress. And I think everybody knows, right? Republicans control the levers of power in Washington now. That could certainly change 8 months from now.
Yeah.
We got a lot of stuff, you guys. We got snacks, we got bottles of water. We're being honest. It's 11:30. So.
I won't say what I was thinking. I think this brings me back to Tony Gonzalez's race, and I'm interested in Matt's take on it as well, because there are so many different layers to the Tony Gonzalez race, and you can make for and against arguments at every stage of it. So we talked about the margins, which Matt talked about. Yep. So now that Tony Gonzalez may be going to a runoff, and this race is still very close, but it doesn't look like either of them are going to get over the 50% mark. That means that Tony Gonzalez is less likely to call Mike Johnson up tomorrow and say, I'm quitting so that this ethics report doesn't come out. So that is on one side a good thing for Mike Johnson. But on the other side of it, this ethics report is still going to drag out. The House Ethics Committee is going to get it tomorrow. And Matt, from your perspective, in a Republican, as this goes to a Republican runoff, what does it tell us about Tony Gonzalez's resilience and maybe his just direct personal connection with his district, that he was able to overcome this scandal that got so much attention? Does it tell us more about him, or does it tell us more about his controversial opponent, and Brandon Herrera, who I made disparaging comments about Barron Trump on a podcast, seems to have all the MAGA credentials, but has never really won over President Trump? What's your take on where this race could go?
A couple things. He's resilient for now. I mean, Brandon Herrera is not the same candidate quality as the candidate who's beating Dan Crenshaw. He's not as good. Tony Gonzalez in the past has been a good candidate. He won his first general election in an upset. He was not expected to win that race, and he had a tough race against Herrera. Now, again, though, I think there's a lot of people, a lot of his colleagues in D.C., Mike Herodopoulos, who's a member from Florida, was really hoping Tony Gonzalez would lose tonight, and it kind of allow everybody to have a little bit cleaner hands than having to worry about an ethics report coming out. But again, he's a good candidate, at least he's proven to be, but that was well before these really just terrible allegations came out and this ethics report possibly comes out.
Well, and Matt Herrera has shown that he can get close, that he can make it tight with Gonzalez before. I mean, there's echoes of 2 years ago here, too.
Exactly, and he had 2 more years to fundraise, get his name ID across the district.
Ashley, let's get to you, and I know Garrett wants to jump in on the Democratic side of things, too, because you look at the situation, we've talked about redistricting. I want to just reference to North Carolina. You heard Kristen Welker talk about it with Steve Kornacki.
You can call me Welker.
Well, I love it. This is Welks, you know. And how close that race is there and what it says about the energy in the party as it stands. There had been, I think, a developing potential narrative after you saw the victory for Mayor Mamdani in New York, and would that wind blow down to North Carolina for Anita Alam? I wonder how you see that.
Well, I mean, I think it's what I just said 2 seconds ago. I think there's this anti-incumbent sentiment that's
But you see that across all these states.
Yeah, across all these races right now. I mean, that's pretty evident to me. But I also think this issue of taking AIPAC money and Israel versus Palestine, the Gaza war. I mean, all of that now has become a litmus test for the Democratic Party. So I think, Fushi had those 2 factors operating against her. I mean, I think she was working at a deficit in that regard, but there's also a lack of freshness within the Democratic Party, a lack of innovation, a lack of sort of forward-looking and forward-leaning, and her opponent actually had that. And so all of those things are working to her disadvantage.
I would say she hasn't taken AIPAC money in a couple of years, Garrett.
Ashley, I want to bring you in here on a race we haven't talked about yet, if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
The Texas governor's race.
Oh, yeah.
We were talking a little bit about Democratic energy before we got on the air tonight, and I'm curious if you look at what we're seeing right now, Tallarico ahead in the Senate race, if there's any perhaps regret that a Jasmine Crockett or Colin Allred, although it looks like he might be coming on the way back, didn't decide to jump in and challenge Greg Abbott. There was a lot of talk as this race was starting to heat up that Democrats have sort of run one star at a time in Texas, and they've never been able to put together a slate of even like recognizable names up and down the ballot. Gina Hinojosa, we've projected, will win the Democratic nomination here to take on Greg Abbott, but that's not somebody with a lot of star power. Did the Democrats miss an opportunity here to put together a bigger slate going into the fall?
I mean, I think a lot of Democrats on the ground feel this way. I think that's why a lot of them sort of resented Jasmine Crockett jumping into this race very late. And I think you saw that in some of in the turnout, that people were just frustrated with the fact that you had these 2 young rising stars running for the same seat and no one with any strong credentials running for the governor race. And especially at a time when, as I said earlier, half of the state is frustrated with the direction of the state. They're feeling like their finances aren't going in the right direction. So the governor was incredibly vulnerable in a way that we could have taken advantage of, and we actually didn't as a party. So I think it was an opportunity cost. But here's the other thing about Abbott. I mean, you can't underestimate Abbott. I think he had $96 million on hand. I mean, he's a formidable candidate, but the ground was ripe for us to at least take a good shot at him.
Ashley, Matt, hang out. I know you will. We've got you in those seats, I think, booked through for the next 17 days. So we appreciate that. Ryan, Garrett, hanging out as well. We've actually got to sneak in a quick break because right after that, we've got one of tonight's winners in a Texas seat Democrats are hoping to flip in November. And already in even the last hour, we've seen a preview of the general election fight come November. We'll be right back with more NBC News Now special coverage after this.
welcome now Bobby Polito, a Democrat who NBC News now projects as the winner of a House primary in South Texas. Thank you so much for joining us. So let's talk about the general election, your strategy. How do you think you're going to pull out a win in the general?
Well, we've, since day one, since last year, we were already going up to those northern counties that traditionally tend to vote Republican. We visited all 11, had town halls there, and we've drawn pretty good crowds up there, to be honest with you. We've visited all 11 counties, and we're just going to keep doing the same, going and taking our message straight to the voters. We're not running a campaign based on commercials. We're running a campaign on talking to people and listening.
Well, let me ask you this, because I realize it's not even midnight yet in Texas on primary night, but as you well know, as Kristen has referenced, the general has begun. And your opponent for that, Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz, is already out with a statement about you. She references your opponent, congratulating your primary opponent, saying she was cheated by an establishment that spent more than $1 million to push her aside. The Congresswoman then goes on to say that same establishment thinks it can buy this seat with a celebrity who brags about living in a foreign country and calls himself a winter Texan. Give me an opportunity. How do you respond to that?
Well, she's using the same talking points as my primary opponent, who spent $1 million of her own money. We actually had $1 million spent against us, and she's using the same talking points. So, look, it's very obvious that that's all they got. They took a clip out of an edited video where I was joking that because I have a house in Mexico City and my wife is from there, that I'm a winter Texan. I live in Texas, and we've always lived in Texas since COVID, really. So that's just not true. But you know what? If that's all they've got, bring it on. We're looking forward to it.
Let me ask you, because obviously Latino voters were so critical to President Trump's victory in 2024. We're watching the turnout very closely tonight in Texas amongst Latino voters. What did you see tonight, and how will you energize Latino voters in the general?
Well, I think if you go look at our turnout in the Rio Grande Valley, which is the anchor county of the district, that turnout was huge. It was massive. And so, listen, we have, 65% of the vote is in one county in the Rio Grande Valley. And so I feel very confident that in November, we're going to turn out the same and have that same type of excitement. And we're also going to do well in those northern counties. We've been working them already. We have a lot of people that we know up there, and we look forward to getting out there and keeping the grind in.
You and James Tallarico endorse each other in your respective races, and I don't have to tell you what's happening in the primary tonight with the confusion and the questions around what's going to happen in Dallas. We've talked about it a lot here on the broadcast here, that confusion now going all the way up to the state Supreme Court here. Have you had a chance to talk with Tallarico, and I wonder how you see this playing out? We heard from Congresswoman Crockett that she says she does not believe this is going to be called tonight. Question marks abound.
I have not had a chance. To be honest with you, I've been saying hi to all the people that came to our watch party, and I have not had a chance to even keep up with what's going on. I know there were some issues in Dallas, and I hope that gets resolved as soon as possible. I think James did really well in the Rio Grande Valley. We knew that that's how he would do with Latinos and Hispanics. So, hopefully it gets resolved, and then we get the real winner that comes out without any drama and any problems.
All right, Bobby Polito, thank you so much for joining us on a late night. Get a little bit of sleep, because I know you're going to be busy for the next several months. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we will be right back with an update from Steve Kornacki at the Big Board. Special coverage of the 2026 primaries continues straight ahead. Stay with us.
more special coverage right here on NBC News Now. Let's take you right over to, on this big primary night, our man at the big primary board, Steve Kornacki. Talk us through it. You just heard from Bobby Polito in Texas, talking about some of the Democratic dynamics there. What are you seeing?
All sorts of endangered House Republicans here who are really fighting for their political lives at this hour. Let's just take you through the most endangered right now, clearly by far, is Dan Crenshaw. We've been talking about this race. This is in the northern Houston suburbs, being challenged by Steve Toth here. We saw that in the early vote, both sides of this district, that's Montgomery County and parts of Harris County here, Toth had won the early vote. The question was, would the same-day vote look any different? Would there be a flood of people who went to the polls today to vote for Crenshaw, and it would allow him to overcome this deficit? Well, we're starting to see votes come in same day here in Montgomery County, and I can tell you, they don't look much different than they did in the early vote. We are seeing some, very few, but we've some here in the Harris County portion. Crenshaw is leading the same-day vote by 10 points in what's been counted here, but he needs to do a lot better than that if you're going to chip away at that kind of a gap. Again, 2/3 of the vote is in here. He's down nearly 20 points, and in the biggest part of the district there, in the biggest part of the district, in that same-day vote, he's not making up any ground so far against Toth. So he is the most endangered, but he is not the only endangered. In the 18th district, some incumbent has to lose, and I think right now you'd rather be Christian Menifee, who's been like 5 weeks on the job, just won a special election, versus Al Green, who's been there a lot longer. What this race comes down to is a district that is split between two counties. About 20%, a little bit less, is down here in Fort Bend County. Green has been doing very well in Fort Bend County. It's what's kept him in the game, but basically the only thing that's left now in this district is the same-day vote in Harris County, which is much bigger. And let me show you what the vote in Harris County has been looking like. It's been almost a 20-point margin for Menifee. Green is going to have to win the same-day vote in Harris County, a place he's currently losing by 20 points. He's going to have to win the same-day vote. Otherwise, he is probably going to be unseated. So he's in danger. The 33rd district here, this is in Dallas County. Now, this race, I'll say, is caught up in that whole issue with Dallas County, the status of those ballots that have been put aside. I don't know when this race is going to get called, but what you're looking at here is the early vote in this district. Colin Allred, who was previously in the House challenging the woman who in 2024 replaced him in the House, and he leads double digits with the early vote. One thing to remember was a couple weeks ago, folks who follow politics closely might remember Allred waded into the Senate race. Some folks said it was pretty awkward. He went after Tallarico. Tallarico supporters certainly weren't happy, but Allred's game may have been this slice of Dallas County is Crockett country, and he might have been just trying to get as close to Crockett as he could with that to try to kind of coast on her coattails. So Crockett's doing very well in here, and so is Allred with the early vote. Julie Johnson can't be happy with the number she sees right there. Down in the yep.
Steve. My God, I would never interrupt you. You were talking about Democrats, and I was thinking about what about North Carolina, because I thought we had a ton of vote in over on the race that we've been watching in the 4th district there with Foushee versus Alam.
Yeah, I mean, so we are down to, there's just a scattering of votes left. We're trying to figure out exactly how much, but this is close to everything. And look at that, Valerie Foushee. I was just saying, this is small, but in the context of how little vote is left, this is big. A 1,200 vote margin for Foushee here. It is hard to look at this map and find where Alam is going to find that number of votes to overturn. Every update we've been getting, it's been close, but it's been just a little bit better for Foushee than it's been for Alam here.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much, my friend. I know you're staying close to your camera there. Appreciate it.
Yep, appreciate it, Steve. Joining us now, the former governor of North Carolina, Republican Pat McCrory. Governor McCrory, thanks for staying up with us. It's always great to have you on election night.
It's great to see both of you on a late night.
Well, it's great to see you. Let's get your takeaways. First of all, let's start with the Michael Whatley, Roy Cooper race in the general election. Republicans telling me they're going to divert some of their money to that race because it's going to be so competitive. What are you going to be watching for? How do you see that race shaping up?
I think the thing to look from the Republicans, especially out of D.C. and the super PAC money, is how quick will the money come, because Cooper's up by some surveys by 10 points, which is a lot in North Carolina. So they're going to have to go after Cooper. Cooper's never had a negative campaign against him before, including me. Cooper beat me in my second term by 10,000 votes, less than 1% of 4.6 million. but we did not run a negative campaign. There will be a negative campaign, and it'll be probably over $500 million at least in North Carolina in this race. 4 TV markets. It's going to be the most expensive race maybe in U.S. Senate history, unless Texas now might challenge that based upon what you're announcing in Texas. So there's going to be a lot of money.
So you're saying we're going to see you again in November, Governor, talking about this.
Cooper is already portraying himself as the outsider. He's been in politics for 24 years, and he's announcing he's the outsider. And Whatley, who's never held political office, is the D.C. insider. So it's interesting, that frame. I assume, too, the Trump endorsement.
Well, Cooper's been also
Whatley
lashing Whatley to Trump. I mean, that's also to the president. That's also a dynamic here.
Yeah, and Whatley might attach Cooper to Biden, too, because he was with Biden the night after the disastrous debate with Trump and held his hand up for re-election. So it's going to be interesting how the Biden-Trump factor impacts the U.S. Senate race here in North Carolina.
You said it, it's late at night. It's the time for the political freaks to really get into it. So can we get into something?
I love it.
North Carolina, this race, we're not even tracking it. Like, we don't even have a board to show you, but I feel like everybody who I talked to that is interested in North Carolina on the Republican side is talking about this state Senate race. Again, why are we talking about it? It is razor thin. This is somebody who is a state senator, considered one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful local politician in the state. In this razor thin race, we're talking about Phil Berger. I've heard from a smart North Carolina operative who just said to me on the Republican side, if I'm incumbent, I'm more nervous now than before. And if I'm Mike Johnson, I'm worried about members who want to spend more time at home and not in D.C. Can we draw those kinds of conclusions from this, super local race that's, I know, critically important to people in the state? Talk me through it.
I think you can. Phil Berger is the most powerful person in the state through 3 governors now, including me, running the state Senate. He just redrew the districts for President Trump to add one more Republican district to North Carolina, District 1. In return, he got Trump's endorsement. Trump got involved in this race by even calling the local sheriff running against Phil Berger, offered him a job in D.C.
Called him great, by the way, the opponent.
Called him great, did not down. Usually, when Trump doesn't endorse you, he calls you a loser. But he called Sam Page a great man, but he wanted Sam to come to D.C. Well, Sam's just a good old country boy sheriff. I don't know what he would have done in D.C., but he won by 2 votes tonight. Now, there will be a recount. There will be provisional ballots. But that's $10 million spent against Sam Page, who probably spent $150,000. So this may be a signal to incumbents and people wanting to change. And it's probably also an example, even going back to a Mitch McConnell or some previous speakers, when you spend too much time in the state capitol gaining power, sometimes the people back home go, you forgot us back home here in Rockingham County.
Looks like a tough night for other incumbents.
Don't be mad at me. I needed to nerd out for just 3 minutes. That's it. Pat McCrory.
Governor.
This is true politics here.
Well,
no doubt about
listen, we appreciate your being a part of it always. So thank you for being here tonight, Governor. It's great to see you.
Take care.
You too. We want to head over to Ryan Nobles, who's got a look at the
standing.
state of play.
I've been watching Steve all night.
Ryan.
I've been taking tips. This is my time to try and beat Kornacki. So, guys, obviously Democrats feel pretty good tonight, right? Because the candidates that they prefer look to be headed toward winning tonight. Obviously, they got Roy Cooper in North Carolina and perhaps James Tallarico in Texas. But it's still going to be very, very difficult for them to win back control of the Senate. And that's just because the way the map shapes up. And I want to go through this for you right now. So 43 Democratic seats, they're either not up for re-election or safe Democratic seats. 47 Republican seats that are either not up for re-election or seats that we think are safe Democrat seats. That means we've got 10 seats that are likely competitive, that are going to be up for grabs, that we're going to put money in. So let's just play this out to show you how difficult it's going to be for Democrats to win back the Senate. So let's say Republicans are going to win back seats that they feel pretty confident in Alaska and in Iowa. This is despite some good Democrat recruits in both of those states. Look at this number right now, 49 Republicans. The reason this number is important is because all they have to do is get to 50 because J.D. Vance is the vice president. He breaks any tie. So what does that mean? So that means even if Democrats hold on to places like New Hampshire, which they currently feel confident about, Minnesota, which they currently feel comfortable about, that takes us to 6 states that are probably the most competitive. In order for Democrats to win back the Senate majority, they have to win all 6 of these seats. Even one in the hands of Republicans makes it impossible for them to do it. But it's not impossible. Let's show you how it could possibly take place. First, let's say they hold on to the competitive states that they currently hold. That would be Georgia, with Jon Ossoff, the incumbent there. Republicans may not be able to field a very strong opponent to Jon Ossoff, so let's say they hold on to Georgia. Let's say they even hold on in Michigan, which is a purple state, kind of an uneven Democratic primary right now. Republicans feel kind of confident about what's happening in Michigan. And so, but let's say for argument's sake, Democrats are able to hold on to Michigan. Now we're down to 4. All 4 of these are currently held by Republicans, and Democrats would have to flip these seats. Well, we've already talked about North Carolina, so let's, for argument's sake, say that they can take over North Carolina. And let's even say up in Maine, where Susan Collins is running for re-election, Democrats like their chances there. They have a competitive primary. Graham Plattner, Janet Mills, the governor. That could be an open question, but let's say they take it. This is almost a best-case scenario for Democrats under these circumstances. Now we're down to Ohio and Texas. We've talked about how Texas is the great white whale. Let's say they are able to win Ohio because they like their recruit there, Sherrod Brown. We talked about their offseason. Now it all comes down to Texas.
Wow.
If they can't win Texas, guess what happens? 50-50. If they can't win Ohio, 51-50. So when we go back to that initial map that we talked about, when it was down to those 6 seats, guys, that's where I think it really crystallizes. When you get to that point, I mean, if you'd gotten to the point where we got to those final 6 seats and you told me the Democrats had won all those seats, you thought they'd had a fantastic night, they'd still have to run the table on those other 6 seats in order to take back the majority. That's why it's a huge, heavy lift for Democrats.
Can I ask you 2 questions? How'd that feel at the big board?
Oh, pretty good.
All right.
I only wish I had khakis.
Don't let him hear you.
Now I understand why you need the khakis, because you got to move around.
Can I ask you, I don't know if we can, I'd love to talk House stuff too. I mean, in a Senate what if, I don't know if we have the similar, just a House landscape here, but let's, okay. Garrett, let me bring you back to the table, and Garrett Hake, let me go to you on this, because it's just a fascinating dynamic, and I think it explains too why so much of the fascination, I think, come November is going to be on the House side too.
You know what, and it doesn't even have to wait till November. Ryan and I were talking about this during the break. With all of these House Republicans potentially losing their primaries, Mike Johnson might have to send the U.S. Marshals to go find these people every week to keep them coming back to Washington. I mean, the Republicans could lose their House majority before we get to November. If one House Republican retires, Republicans don't have a majority anymore.
Yeah.
It's that close every day between now and the election.
Just to remind people, we're talking about 3 seats here that Democrats would need to take back control of the House.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if they were to win it outright, that's true. But where we stand right now, I mean, they don't even have to do that. Yeah, look, the math, the history all lines up in the Democratic side here. The redistricting wars, at least on paper, seem to have played out to a roughly even space here. And I think tonight is another reminder that you could redistrict for strategy, but that doesn't necessarily work out the way you think it's going to. The Gonzalez seat was redistricted in a way that was supposed to help Republicans. The Crenshaw seat might be sort of a casualty of that redistricting. He lost part of Houston that I used to be a resident of in a recent redistricting. That's part of the reason he might lose. You might have another, different candidate there. So there are a lot of unknowns for a party that cannot afford any unknowns or any missteps if they want to keep the House.
Sometimes Democrats overreact to the off-year race the year after a presidential race. And we're talking about those race in Virginia and New Jersey and even New York City. But the results were so decisive in New Jersey and Virginia, and the way that Democrats were enthusiastic about those races really gives Democrats the impression that they have the wind at their sails in a way that they haven't in a very long time.
Well, and Ryan, we saw in those races, they reversed some of the gains that President Trump had made.
That's right.
In 2024 with Latino voters, with critical voting.
And with this discussion around, is the coalition that got the president to the White House in 2024 maybe starting to dissolve?
Well, and I think there's so many key questions about what the MAGA coalition looks like for two reasons. One, with Donald Trump not at the top of the ticket, which is a huge driver for down ballot Republican races in years that he runs. And also, I always like to say that Donald Trump is kind of the head of this very dispirited groups of different factions, the Maha moms, the anti-interventionists, people all along those different lines. Not all of those issues has Donald Trump been reliable on. The Epstein files. This makes life a lot more difficult for down ballot Republicans.
Well, hey, guys, guess what? We got 7 more of these in the next couple of months before the next big one in the middle of May here, when you've got Georgia, Pennsylvania, Oregon,
and the runoff.
We're going to have to be back for that. Lots
Mark
to
off
look
every
ahead
Tuesday.
to. Yeah, that's it. I mean, honestly, final thoughts here. This is the first big night. We got a lot more to go before November.
Garrett,
that's the
kick
bottom
us
line.
off. Final thought.
I said at the beginning of the night I was interested to see if John Cornyn could bring some energy from Republican voters. I think it's pretty clear that he's done that. He's outperformed expectations. These next couple of weeks will be Shakespearean. These men hate each other. Their consultants hate each other. I mean, you could get really deep into the weeds with the layers of people who want to knife each other, perhaps literally, in that race.
And then my final thought would be, perhaps the stat Democrats will be most excited about is that more Democrats voted tonight in Texas in 2 competitive primaries than Republicans. That doesn't ever happen.
Garrett and Ryan, you were awesome. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us, all of you as well. Our special primary coverage continues with Yasmin Vasugian and a live edition of our podcast, Here's the Scoop. Don't go anywhere. Stay with NBC News Now.
Got to say, 4.5 hours is never enough of Steve Kornacki, and he did not give me the official pass off, but I'm taking the ball anyway. Hey, everybody, welcome to Here's the Scoop from NBC News. I'm Yasmin Vasugian. This is our live primary election podcast, the first major primary of the midterm season. It is a very big one, and as you all well know, because you have been watching Kornacki for hour to hour, that the polls are closed across the country, from Texas to North Carolina to Arkansas. And we have a lot of questions that we want to answer on this podcast tonight. Have incumbents survived these races or not? Who's going to win out, MAGA or institutional Republicans? What type of candidate do Democrats actually want? And then where is this all leading, right? We're looking towards November, and we're even going to talk, you guys, tonight about 2028. But with that, I want you to be involved in this broadcast tonight. So I want you to submit your questions. We want to hear from you. Post a question on our YouTube page, and we're going to try and work it in as well. And then if you're not on YouTube, and I'm reading a card here, and that is why I'm looking down. For folks that are listening, I'm looking down. For folks that are watching, you're seeing me read this card. Use your photo app to scan the QR code below or on the side of the screen, and it's going to take you right to where you need to be and post your questions. I have to introduce the panel that is sitting besides me, including, by the way, Steve Kornacki. Do not go anywhere because Steve Kornacki is joining us. But we also have Kornacki and Korecki. They are not they are not related. Natasha Korecki.
We're still a killer duo, though.
Yeah, senior national political reporter joining us tonight. Jane Tim on my left, senior political reporter as well. And then Jonathan Allen, senior national political reporter, all here to break it all down over the next 90 minutes or so. But of course, who do I have with me? The man of the hour, Steve Kornacki. And Steve, you thought you were getting away from us because you said, oh, guys, I'm done. 4.5 hours is enough. It is not enough because I need you back to break everything down. But I want you to start with this. I want you to start, Steve, with what we don't know and what is happening in Texas, specifically with Senate Democrats.
Yeah, well, so two things, I guess. I have the Republican here, but this is happening with Senate Democrats because I think one piece of this story is that Senate Democrats want Ken Paxton to be the nominee in this Republican primary to unseat John Cornyn.
Yeah.
3/4 of the vote is in here, and Cornyn has been resilient so far. One thing we don't know, who is going to finish first in this Republican primary? Cornyn has been leading all night. He just got a very good piece of news in Williamson County, right outside of Austin. He is winning big there and just padded his lead by an extra 7,500 votes. Also encouraging for Cornyn, we have been tracking the same day vote as it comes in. Most of what's coming in now, but most of what came in early was the early vote. The question is always, does the same day vote look different? Is it more pro-Paxton? Paxton's only winning the same day vote currently 42-40 over Cornyn. That may not be enough to get him past Cornyn. Cornyn has an opportunity here to finish first in his preliminary and have unexpected momentum going into that runoff with Paxton. And of course, Cornyn's been trying to get that Trump endorsement. Is that something that could help him get it? But so the Democratic primary, I think the picture there may be a little bit clearer. Let's call that one up here so you can see this has been a very good night, I think, for James Tallarico. And it's now a 113,000 vote plurality that he enjoys over Jasmine Crockett. That's almost 7 points. And I think a couple ingredients have gone into this. Number one, he has made incursions into Jasmine Crockett's backyard. So the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, really around here, her political base is in Dallas. Like 30% of the vote is going to come out of here. But you can see it's not all Crockett's blue here. You got Tallarico blue, too, north of Dallas. These are big pieces of real estate. Collin County, Denton County, right next door. These are double-digit Tallarico margins here. The suburbs here, where you got a lot of college-educated professionals here. Tallarico doing very well, able to put some wins on the board in these counties. In Crockett's backyard. Also, he's rolled up massive margins around Austin, his political base. And I think there was some question here about where the Hispanic vote would go. Well, it's very clear. Take a look at South Texas here, where you've got some heavily Hispanic counties right on the border, where Brownsville is Cameron County, almost a 30-point Tallarico margin. McAllen here, Hidalgo, more than 2-1. Go up to Webb County, where Laredo is, more than 2-1. Go out to West Texas, again, almost 30 points in El Paso County. Very consistent here. It's clear Tallarico's won the Hispanic vote. He's won it big. It's why he's been able to, throughout the night, really build this lead statewide. Crockett has had Dallas County. Lots of issues in Dallas County, I know, but we have more than half the vote in from there. She did well. She didn't do as well as I think she wanted to. She's done very well in East Texas, where there's a large black population. She's doing good in Harris County, where Houston is. But again, that lead she has there only translates to about a 16,000 vote plurality. She's facing a deficit of over 100,000 here. So it's just there's more breadth to the support that Tallarico has demonstrated tonight.
Hey, Steve, so with Jasmine Crockett, does she have the ability to make up what we are still missing in Dallas County?
No, not a gap like 111,000. I can show you here. We think it's about 60%. There's a lot of questions here about what's going to count with these provisionals and stuff here that's beyond my abilities at the moment. But roughly speaking here, you can see that that's about 190,000 votes that are in Dallas County. She's won. This is the early vote you're looking at. So this had nothing to do with today. This was all cast like weeks ago. She's netted a 43,000 vote plurality from that. What do we think is left here? And we say 61%. We're talking about maybe 120,000 votes here. Yeah. Probably max. 120,000 probably max. And again, you're looking, if you're Crockett, at a statewide gap of 111,000 votes. Yeah, sure, you win 100% of those maybe. She's winning 60% of the early vote. That leaves a lot to make that up.
So, Steve, full disclosure here for the audience, just to understand, we had planned that you and I were going to switch off and you were going to kind of go to bed because we thought everything was going to be in and wrapped up. But instead, we are keeping you here for the next 90 minutes or so because we're still waiting for results. So we're going to be toggling back and forth with you because I want to look through all of these results as they're coming in because we are still waiting for a lot of things. Can you just talk quickly, Steve, about why it is we haven't gotten these results in yet?
Yeah, I mean, look, I keep saying this early, same day. The way it works in Texas is so many people vote early. It's the majority of all the vote, and they can count that up ahead of time before the polls close. And these counties just release massive batches of vote pretty quickly after the polls close. You'll get 2/3 of the vote, but that same day vote, the stuff that folks go out to the polls and do today, it can be agonizingly long in some of these counties. And so you're just waiting for that sort of second piece of the puzzle to kind of come into place.
Okay, Jane, I want to bring you into the conversation here because I know you've had some new reporting on what's actually happening in Dallas County and why there was this mix-up. You've got now the Texas Supreme Court involved in this. Can you walk us through what has happened there?
Yeah, so the Texas Supreme Court overruled, at least on a temporary basis, a lower court that had said you could vote for 2 more hours in Dallas County because all of these voters were so confused about the change. So Texas voters are really used to using countywide voting, where you can go kind of anywhere. And they did countywide voting through early voting. So yesterday you could go vote somewhere, where today you had to go to your assigned precinct center.
And this is different than it used to be.
This is different than it used to be.
And why is that?
Definitely years past. They've done this before, but they haven't done it in a while. And it's just because it's you have to find a very narrow place to go vote. You have like a tiny, you know what I mean? It's like your exact precinct, a small number of voters in each spot. This also means that Republicans had a different location than Democrats to go vote. So families might be splitting up to go vote today. And it's just confusing.
The issue, though, is also that there was this decision made by a lower court judge essentially saying you can extend the voting for 2 hours because the Democrats were saying, listen, there are folks that still need to vote that haven't been able to vote because they're confused about where they're supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the Texas Supreme Court coming back and saying, no, that's not going to work. So what happens to those votes? I mean, do we know how many people actually voted in that extension of 2 hours?
So because it's a court order, all of those ballots would have been provisional, the people who got in line after 7 p.m. Because as you know, there may have been people who got in line before 7 that were also voting after 7. It's the people who got in line after 7. Those ballots will be provisional ballots.
Yeah.
And the Supreme Court has said, put those in a box on their own, and we're going to decide on this later. So we're waiting to hear how many people actually voted after 7 o'clock and how many people and whether or not we count those ballots. I mean, you don't put ballots in a box and say keep them separate unless you're thinking about tossing them. So that's what we're waiting to find out. But this is in Dallas County. It is very important to Jasmine Crockett. That is her base and her stronghold. So this could be very influential.
Well, I mean, Jasmine Crockett is already saying she's already alleging disenfranchised voters, John. Right? That is kind of the statement that she made at her campaign headquarters a few hours ago at this point. No matter what comes out of this evening, and the way in which Steve laid it out for us, it doesn't seem like she can make up the difference. There's going to be an issue when it comes to, it seems, the Crockett campaign and whether or not they agree with the final call here.
My guess is what you're seeing here is a placeholder argument for her, right? If it becomes close, if she feels like there's an opportunity to contest the race, then perhaps this is the thing that she will rest on. You're looking at the numbers. Steve's been describing the numbers, hasn't called it yet, the final call, but we can all see what that gap is and how far it would take for her to get close. It's not a huge victory, but we're looking at 5% or so for Tallarico. That's not something that you're going to make up with the argument that some of these voters were disenfranchised by the timing of when the polls closed in one county, or even if you were to do a few counties. So unless she makes up a pretty strong gap, I think you will see that argument fall away. She will also get a ton of pressure from within the Democratic Party to concede if she's losing and to not make an argument that there is election rigging, because the Democrats have tried very hard over the course of the last 4 years to be the party that doesn't accuse the elections of being fraudulent and rigged, because they watch what Donald Trump did in 2020.
We're going to get into kind of the nitty gritty of the Tallarico versus Crockett a little bit later on, but I kind of want to get your top line, Natasha, takeaway as well.
Yeah, I mean, sort of the same along the lines of what you were saying. I mean, certainly Craig was trying to lay the groundwork tonight, early on. This is going to be my argument.
Yeah.
And it obviously is very important to her.
But by the way, that was also kind of part of her campaign, right? Tallarico was like, I'm going to unite people, but I'm also going to bring people from the center to vote for me, maybe even Trump voters to vote for me. Whereas Jasmine Crockett is like, I'm going to bring people out that have maybe never voted before, right? She is actually looking for the kind of quote unquote disenfranchised voter.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, and so she does have an argument along those lines. And there is going to be a ton of pressure for her to just, if the numbers continue as they are. Just talking to, Tallarico advisor who says they're feeling like they just want someone to call it. They think that, they think that they've won, and they're just waiting for somebody to call it. But of course, we have to see how this plays out. And if it turns into something ugly, that will be a mess for Democrats. Right now, they're in a very good position, just considering what's happening on the Republican side.
I want to remind folks, as you guys are watching, we want to hear from you because we're trying to get your questions answered by my panel. And of course, Steve Kornacki. Everybody's got questions for Steve Kornacki. Post a question on our YouTube page, and we're going to try and work it in as well. And if you're not on YouTube, use your photo app to scan the QR code below. You see it on your screen right there. And it's going to take you right there. Write whatever questions you have. I mean, we're going to filter them. We're not going to ask every single thing because some awkward things do come in. But nonetheless, we're going to try and get your questions answered. Kornacki, I want to go back to you because you were talking at the top as I came to you. I asked about the Dems, but you went to Republicans, and I get it. Something was breaking with the Republicans. But let's talk about that now. Cornyn and Paxton and where we are with things.
Yeah, let's call that one back up on the screen here. Right, so it's about a 30,000 vote gap here. Cornyn leading Paxton. Cornyn's been resilient with this lead all night. So two things are happening right now. One is almost over. You just see a few. The gray means no vote yet. You see a few gray patches. None of these are really our population centers that we're looking at right here. So there is still some of that early vote to come in. That'll be early vote that gets reported out first there. But the thing that's really overtaking now is the same day vote. So what we can sort of gather here is that Cornyn has won the early vote, okay? There's still a little bit more of it to come, but he's going to end up winning the early vote here probably by about 3 points. The question is, how different is that same day vote that's going to be the rest of what fills in these counties? Paxton, we've been tracking it so far, is winning that same day vote about 42-40, about 43-40. That's not enough because there's two buckets here. The early vote is the big one, and the same-day vote is the smaller one. And if Cornyn's winning this one by 3, and if Paxton's winning this one by 3, there's going to ultimately be a difference favoring this side. So Cornyn is on the right side of the equation right now. The same-day vote would have to get more friendly to Paxton if he's going to make up that gap. But that's a small gap. You could see it. It's still certainly possible. But the possibility that I think would have been a surprise to a lot of people coming into tonight that Cornyn finishes first is very much there.
Kornacki, do we know at all the makeup of the Wesley Hunt voter?
I don't know too much more than this is his base, Harris County here. And this is 10% of the vote's going to come out of there, and this has just been
I guess my question is, do they tend to be more MAGA voters or tend to be more institutional Republican voters?
Well, I mean, you could take a look right here. Take a look. One way to see this is where Cornyn has done the best tonight, where I think he would do the best in the runoff, would be right here in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex here. So like Dallas, but again, north of Dallas. He's only up about 2 points right there in Collin, Denton. So, I mean, these are going to be, see how Wesley Hunt is doing there.
Yeah.
Certainly this is going to be, Williamson County, Travis County, this is going to be it, versus like somewhere over in East Texas where I think it's, again, this is actually a surprisingly decent showing for Paxton. I haven't gotten to go through East Texas, but this is more what I would expect out of East Texas here for Paxton. And you can see Hunt, he's running about consistently in both of them. You could see here. So I don't know if you can look at this and make I couldn't look at this right now and make a much more of an answer than I've just given you.
No, but I appreciate that. I think one of the things that's standing out, you guys, as we're taking a look at this is literally one of the most, if not the most expensive Senate primary race ever run, right? And if you're taking a look at the numbers, I believe it's $100 million almost alone on the Republican side. $78 million spent on Cornyn's campaign alone. I mean, obviously money is working and money is talking because he's came up on top. And that's not, John Allen, what was predicted when it came to Paxton and Cornyn. There was a real concern, it seemed, within the Republican Party that Paxton was going to come out on top. And they felt as if he was beatable in a way, possibly, by Democrats in a general matchup.
Yeah, I think there still is that concern among Republicans, right? There is still that concern after you saw what happened tonight, or what's continuing to happen tonight. Certainly Cornyn doing better than a lot of people expected. On the other hand, he's been a senator for 4 terms, and he's running in a primary and is, looking at 42.5% of the vote or so. You can't feel great about that if you're John Cornyn. You can't feel terrible about where you stand if you're Paxton. You talked about all the money. Now we're going to see more money spent in a runoff between these two guys.
Well, that was the other concern, is that they said if in fact it's Ken Paxton as the candidate, right, they're going to have to spend a heck of a lot more money because of all the scandal that is surrounding him. But either way, there's going to be money when it comes to this runoff.
And this is not money they want to spend in Texas. Republicans want that money to go elsewhere in the country. Texas should be so easy for them.
Right.
And it's a big, expensive media market. And if you have to spend for 12 more weeks of a runoff, if you have to spend to defend Paxton through potentially divorce details that may come out, I mean, this is not what Republicans want to do, but
and it's
where we
exactly
are.
what Democrats want to happen. I mean, this is the ideal scenario for them. That would be the ideal scenario for them if they had a Paxton. It's more of an unknown quantity, a little bit more of an unknown quantity than Cornyn. And, they can just rip it apart and force Republicans to spend in what typically is a very safe state.
Natasha, how much of this is a Wesley Hunt problem? I.e., the third guy came in and he took the votes away.
Well, there
from
is
the
a
two,
lot
and
of
now we're in a
Republicans.
runoff.
Yes, I mean look at the numbers. The numbers speak for themselves. That would have made the difference potentially to avoid a runoff one way or another. The other takeaway, though, is that we kept hearing that Paxton was going to run away with this. That Cornyn was going down, and that did not happen either. So this is going to be really interesting for the Republicans, and it's going to be vital here that they don't drag this out so long and don't muddy up each other so much that it ends up helping Democrats in the state.
And to the point you were making, Yasmin, and that Steve helped make with his big board, we don't know what Wesley Hunt's voters are going to do.
Yeah.
We're not sure. We don't know how they're going to break.
Yeah.
So could be either way. There is going to be a dogfight over them. John Cornyn's not going to go down easily. And the Republicans in Washington, the Senate Republicans are not going to let one of their own go down easily. They are going to your point, spend, and raise. Now, I'm of the view that raising money is a bottomless pit in politics. And so it's not necessarily bad to spend a lot of money because you can go back to the same donors or a new set of donors and ask them for money in Texas and go back ask them for money in North Carolina and pick all the states that you want to say before you do the Howard Dean scream. There will be money in all of them.
Do we have that sound?
No, I will not do that for you.
But if you're James Tallarico, you have 12 weeks to campaign against Ken Paxton. Tallarico. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. It's getting late. But think about it. He is a seminarian. He appeals to a conservative, a Christian kind of voter. Paxton has, I covered his impeachment down in Texas, and you saw these diehard conservatives who believed that Paxton was the moral, the faithful candidate, and then went in front of the Senate and said, look, I think this is incredibly corrupt. The things that I saw when I worked for him were incredibly corrupt. And there was not a huge, in this impeachment hearing, there was not a lot of effort to discredit these witnesses, these diehard Republicans who worked for him for many years and were whistleblowers against him. There was just a desire to keep him in the job. Yeah. So you put one of those people in a campaign ad, or even you just take the footage from Texas Senate impeachment hearings and you put it in a campaign ad and say something different. I mean, this is a boon for him.
Not a lot.
Absolutely.
I mean, none of these guys actually got a Trump endorsement, though. And I'm not sure if that's because the president didn't actually want to endorse anybody or he just didn't know who was actually going to win, John.
Maybe all of the above, right? There's like
because, let me just interrupt you for a moment. Ken Paxton is not unlike Donald Trump as a candidate, right?
They share some flaws and maybe share some strengths. But some of the things that we were talking about in terms of the scandals that have affected Ken Paxton are also things that have affected Donald Trump or that Donald Trump has affected in terms of his personal life. So, I mean, I think it would be weird for Trump to criticize Paxton over his personal peccadillos or whatever you want to call it. It's way too late for that kind of a word. Although James said seminarian before, so I figured
seminarian is a much better word.
I had to get like a multi-syllabic thing in there. But I think that it's hard for Trump to make that criticism. At the same time, I don't think Trump loved the idea of getting behind John Cornyn, who is seen by a lot of MAGA voters as insufficiently loyal to MAGA-ism, and a little bit of an anachronism of a time of the George W. Bush Texas Republican Party. I'm not sure there was a win for Trump in getting involved, and pretty sure that Trump didn't think there was a win for Trump in getting involved either.
Yes, he wants a winner.
Winning by doing this because he stays silent, and all of these candidates have to move closer to him because they have to be as Trumpy as possible.
Right.
And then Trump gets to come in the runoff and declare the winner.
Well, as we're speaking of Trump endorsements, if you look briefly to North Carolina, Senator Tom Tillis was not running for re-election. Michael Whatley got the Trump endorsement, right? Former RNC chair. He pulls through, Natasha.
He pulls through. I mean, I can't say I was completely, surprised by that one. That one, is a little bit more. We know now what we're dealing with in that state. It is going to be another state that's so interesting. Not as red, obviously, as Texas, but North Carolina is another one that, we heard this so much in 2024. Oh, Kamala Harris is going to take North Carolina. It's finally going to go blue in a presidential race. It hadn't since the first Obama, and no. Trump took it. He did better. But having a former governor now running for the Democrats, I mean, it is going to be, Republicans have, I take your point, John, to there's money here and there's money there. I think, especially in the presidential race, that's true.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Republicans certainly have an advantage like they've never had before with money. So we're going to see that. We're going to see that playing out.
So we're going to talk about the Dem Senate race in a moment, but we're getting some new results in. I want to go to Steve Kornacki with those. What do we got, Steve?
We've got cliffhangers galore when it comes to House incumbents here. So, I'll start here. I might as well because I got it teed up here. Tony Gonzalez, Republican, 23rd District. This is, right along the Rio Grande, the border here, from the San Antonio suburbs to the El Paso suburbs. Gonzalez leading here with about 2/3 of the vote in.
Wow.
But there's been some signs. The race is really, I think, going to be decided right in here. Half the vote comes right out of Bexar County. This is San Antonio suburbs. And another about 25% is going to come out of the two counties right to the west here. So let's just show you Bexar County here because Gonzalez is leading, okay? And there's more vote to come. It's the same day. The trouble for Gonzalez is this. In 2024, he narrowly defeated the same opponent, Brandon Herrera, in the Republican primary. He won it by this much. When he did that, he won Bexar County, biggest part of the district, by 8 points. You can see right now his margin is 6.5. The problem for him is this same day vote has been trending toward Herrera. If that continues, it's a huge if, but if that continues, then this 6.5 is going to continue to come down. And Gonzalez isn't going to get anything like he got in 2024 out of Bexar County when Bexar County saved him from a challenge from Herrera. So let's see what happens as the more same-day vote comes in here. But Gonzalez needs it to turn around. 6.5 may not be enough for him out of there. And anything less than that's going to put him in big danger. But not as much danger as right now. Dan Crenshaw is in the second district here. This is the northern suburbs of Houston. Crenshaw, the only House incumbent Republican in Texas without Trump's endorsement in this race. Steve Toth, a state legislator from, this is Montgomery County here. This is a little bit more than half of the district. And you can see he is just running up the score over Crenshaw here in Montgomery County. The other half of the district, roughly, is in Harris County, northern Houston suburbs here, closer, but Toth leading here. Again, it's just same-day vote to come in. It's a clear advantage for Toth. The only question is somehow you see it doesn't add up to 100. There are some minor candidates. Texas is a runoff state. It's not just if Toth finishes first. He's got to finish above 50 to win it tonight. But, wow, everything he's been seeing tonight has been super encouraging for him and super, super discouraging for Dan Crenshaw. There's going to be an incumbent who loses in this district, a battle of incumbents in the 18th district to Democrats. Christian Menifee elected like 5 weeks ago. Al Green a lot longer ago than that. It's going to come down. This is Houston. It's going to come down to the same-day vote here. You can see the vote is tracking toward Menifee. Would need to turn around in a big way. Otherwise, Al Green is going down. Put a pin in this one because this is Dallas County where you've been talking about all those issues with the vote count. We don't know how long it's going to take, but we got the early vote. Julie Johnson, not what she wanted to see in it. Colin Allred trying to win back a seat that he used to hold. Double-digit lead in the early vote there. Again, we'll see when that gets resolved, but that's not a good start if you're Julie Johnson. And then over in North Carolina, there's just a scattering of votes left. But Valerie Foushee, two-term incumbent, facing a challenge from the candidate she beat the first time she won the seat in 2022. In that Democratic primary, it's been razor thin all night, but with almost nothing left, Foushee is hanging on, a 1,200 vote lead, 1% for her.
That seems like, I mean, that's closer than we thought it was going to be. Or, you know, she's definitely narrowed the gap a lot, hasn't she, Steve?
Yeah, no, if you're Foushee, you're feeling as good as you can feel. And Alam, yeah. Well, no, this was, look, again, this is a rematch from 2022. In 2022, this was a 9-point race. This district was redrawn, part of that broader Republican push to redraw the lines, you know, across North Carolina here. I think there was some thought here. I'll show you over in Durham County. This is Alam's base. She's a Durham County commissioner, Duke University, you know, is here. 5-point, a little bit less than a 5-point win for Alam in Durham County. She did better than this in 2022 in her own backyard. The first time she ran against Foushee than she did tonight. I think there was a thought that she would do a little bit better in Durham. And there might have been a thought, too, just looking at the energy in the party. Again, she had that Sanders endorsement. You know, she had made the past pro-Israel support of Foushee an issue. There was a thought that in a district like this, which is overwhelmingly Democratic, that the energy might be more on Alam's side this time. And she was much better funded, Alam, this time than she was last. But again, Foushee has been proving resilient tonight.
So kind of the narrative that we had been talking about, both behind the scenes and in front as well, about Democrats maybe supporting more of the progressive candidate, that's not bearing out there when it comes to Alam, who had the Sanders endorsement and money behind her.
Yeah, I mean, super, super tight. There's certainly plenty of support for her. She's going up against an incumbent, but I mean, I would just say, you know, Foushee has been, every update we've had tonight here, she's gotten just enough.
By the way, if you listen to the podcast earlier today, Kornacki only drinks water. So go have a glass of water, Kornacki, and I'll get back to you. But he doesn't drink too much. And you can guess why he doesn't drink too much, because he's been on the air for so long. I'll get back to you in a second, Kornacki. Thank you. John Allen, you're chomping at the bit to talk. You've been moving around in your chair a little bit. What do you want to say?
Well, I was looking at Valerie Foushee there in North Carolina. And so two things. One, I think you make a good point about the question of how progressivism is doing. There's another axis on which this is being fought, which is generational lines. Democrats are sick of old Democrats. Democratic voters are sick of old Democratic lawmakers. Right. And Valerie Foushee is about 69 years old, and Alam is much younger. So I think that's another piece.
We don't need to be ageist.
But the dam didn't break.
Yeah. It didn't break.
It did not break for Valerie Foushee in North Carolina, and I think that's interesting, and I think it probably speaks to the establishment of the Democratic Party still being stronger than its insurgent wing in a lot of parts of the country in a way that the Republican Party, the establishment has not been, right? Like the establishment party, the Republican Party got destroyed by Donald Trump. I also think just looking at some of those Texas House races, you know, Dan Crenshaw lost the Trump endorsement and lost any chance of winning. And then fascinating, Tony Gonzalez in Texas with a huge scandal, the alleged affair, breaking late, and now you know, probably getting forced into a runoff. He may be before the ethics committee in the House very soon, because they had a blackout through this primary date where the ethics committee could not move on him. Because the runoff is so long, they will have an opportunity starting tomorrow morning to investigate him and to potentially have findings against him. It'll be interesting to see whether Speaker Mike Johnson wants that to happen, if they want to get rid of him, if they think that he's too much of an albatross because of this really crazy story that folks should probably click on somewhere, because there's some parts I'm leaving out here for family television.
Best you leave it out.
Yeah, but the point is there could be an ethics committee move on Tony Gonzalez as early as tomorrow.
So I keep saying go to YouTube, ask some questions, and we've gotten some questions. Jane, I'm going to lob this question over to you. The question is, we have seen much higher than average turnout for Democrats, historic numbers in Texas, by the way. I think we're cresting over 2 million at this point when it comes to Democrats, and that was a couple hours ago. What kind of news does this spell for the general election? Let me add on to that. So for the midterms and then obviously the general in 28. I mean, if you've got Democratic enthusiasm, what does that mean?
I mean, it's not just Democratic enthusiasm. This is just unparalleled growth in both registered voters and people who are turning out. I will say there's a couple of things happening here. One, it's just an interesting primary. You know what I mean? Democrats often get one chance, but not two
really prominent candidates who have a lot of money and support and firepower. So I think there's a desire to weigh in. If whoever wins can pull all of those people together, Democrats have been saying for 15 years that Texas can go purple. We'll see if that actually pans out. But if you can turn out voters,
since I've been talking about politics, the story has been, can Texas go purple?
I mean, I wrote that story the first time, 15 years ago here?
Is it this time? Is it this
NBC?
time?
But I mean, all of that combined, I will say, the numbers are really big. I mean, you look at some of the early voting turnout, and it's twice what it was the previous midterm election. You know what I mean? There's just like a lot of people who are turning out. Voter registration has surged for both parties, though. So it is important to say there's just a lot more voters in general.
Yeah.
But let's see how we go.
I got another question for Steve Kornacki from YouTube. So I want to go to him so long as he is standing by and can take it. Steve, you up and running? Can we come to you? Oh, we don't have Steve. Okay, because this is a question actually I think only Steve can answer. I want to talk about...
Now I want to know what it is.
Well,
is it a personal question?
No, it's about the type of people that we're turning out, right? It's young voters, suburban voters, Latino voters, and whether or not that's going to hold through November. You guys don't have the answers to that question, but I believe Steve does if he's taken a look at those counties, hence why I want to ask him that question. So stay tuned, that question is coming, everybody. But if we look at James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett, because we haven't really gotten into that aside from what is happening in Dallas County and what has not come in so far, there's not a lot of daylight, Natasha, between their issues, right, and where they stand on things. This was really about, for Democratic voters, the type of person they wanted to represent them in the state of Texas as a senator. And by the way, who they feel like could actually beat either a Ken Paxton or a John Cornyn. How are you seeing that bear out in our results so far? Because obviously it's not called yet.
Right. I mean, with that caveat, obviously. But you have, one thing that was the X factor all along here was the Latino vote. Where were they going to, where was that going to go? And I think what we're seeing so far in these results is that Tallarico was able to really bring them into his coalition. As Steve was saying earlier, he also ate into, some of Crockett's, stronghold. But to get that Latino vote, that is really something. And, for Democrats, probably very encouraging looking, toward a general election, if he can also pick up, again, we will start back with the seminarian. He was so unique, and in part because he was able to bring in this Christianity. And he came out, and one of the things that really put him on the national stage was that he said, no 10 commandments in schools. Why? Because it was unchristian. And that was his argument, and it really took off.
Wow.
And his argument was, hey, does Jesus want to keep out somebody who's Muslim? Does he want to alienate someone who is Jewish? And the answer was no. And he ended up losing that fight, but it really put him on the stage. And I think what we thought with Tallarico was, could he be a Beto O'Rourke type person where he's sort of the media favorite, the media darling, but can't really go beyond that. Then he had this Colbert moment a couple of weeks ago,
which raised him a heck of a lot.
So much money. I think it was over $2.5 million in one night.
Yeah, and you couple that as well with the Joe Rogan endorsement, right? He sat down with Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan essentially said, hey, buddy, you should run for president of the United States. You think about the breadth that Joe Rogan has, the listenership that Joe Rogan has, who has shown up on Joe Rogan's show, obviously in the last election, and it wasn't Kamala Harris, it was Donald Trump. But then you have Jasmine Crockett, who some could argue, despite the fact that she is very left, very progressive, is also to a certain extent fighting and speaking as if she is President Donald Trump, right? She fights a little bit like Donald Trump.
She has a very Trumpian way of talking.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear her talk about these voting issues in Texas, in Dallas. And I mean, tomorrow I am almost certain we're going to hear her say something to the effect of this is voter fraud. She's going to go past voter disenfranchisement.
Yeah.
She already called it a fast one well before this election started. She said Republicans are pulling a fast one.
Yeah.
And what actually happened is that Dallas Republicans wanted to hand count their ballots. Now, hand counting ballots is really time consuming, really ineffective,
Who
and
wants to do
really
that?
inaccurate. Dallas Republicans who are buying into the election conspiracy theories that the machines are insecure. At the end of the day, Dallas Republicans did the financial math and realized they couldn't get all the people there and they couldn't get all the money to pay for it because it is so hard to do. And they went back to the machines. But that's why we have precinct level voting in that county. That's how we have thousands of people sort of disenfranchised. I mean, we knew this was going to be an issue. But I do want to go back to something Natasha said. The idea that it's that Christian conservative, the conservative Democrat, the crossover voter who might be listening to Rogan. I mean, that is what the congressional map in Texas was drawn on, the Hispanic voters that Trump pulled into his party in 2024. So that map gets a lot weaker if those voters are at the top of the ticket going for a Democrat. You know, these are split ticket voters, so people can pick and choose how they want to vote. But I do think you can see a lot of things start to crumble if this all comes together for Democrats.
John, I know you want to say something, but I want to call for more questions first, and we're going to go to Kornacki, and, you know, it's Kornacki, so you're going to have to hold on for a second.
I yield.
Again, we want to hear from you guys. We want to get your questions. You just saw it. I'm asking the questions on air, so submit them. Post a question on our YouTube page, and we're going to try and work it in. Use the photo app to scan the code below, and then it's going to take you right there, and you can post your questions, and I will ask them to the ever important Steve Kornacki, who I'm going to go back to now, who is now in front of that big wall once again. And walk us through, Kornacki. Let's talk House races now and where we're at with things there.
Yeah, great timing is. There it is.
Great.
Steve Toth projected to defeat Dan Crenshaw in the Republican primary. You have an incumbent going down in a House race. Dan Crenshaw, the only Republican incumbent in Texas, running without Donald Trump's endorsement. Wow, does it show in these results? Really kind of a landslide. And it was just, this would have been called a lot sooner if they counted votes faster in Harris County and Montgomery County. But really an overwhelming verdict here. It's an interesting part of the state in Texas politically here. Again, this district is split about half between the northern suburbs of Houston and Harris County. You see Toth there by about 9 points currently. And then this, a little bit more on this side, Montgomery County, the Woodlands, that's where Toth is from. And this is a very interesting area. It's just dramatically, quickly growing. They've added hundreds of thousands of people in the last 10, 20 years there. And it's become one of the most conservative, most Republican, large counties in America. Donald Trump won a larger raw vote plurality in Montgomery County, Texas, than any other county in America in 2024. And so maybe it's fitting that in Trump's best county, the one Republican incumbent he didn't endorse is getting trounced, and it's cost him his seat.
Kornacki, I got a YouTube question for you before we discuss what you just mentioned, because that's a big one. I think Dan Crenshaw, that call. By the way, Dan Crenshaw was the one, as Kornacki just said, not endorsed by President Donald Trump. This YouTube question is, where did Democratic turnout come from? Young voters, suburban voters, Latino voters, and can it hold through November? I assume you cannot answer the second part of that question, but you could answer the first part.
Yeah, and well, in the other issue, let me call it the Democratic race. Unfortunately, we don't have an exit poll in this one, so we're taking guesses, and some of this we're going to have to really. It's not an exciting answer. We're going to have to look at some precinct stuff tomorrow. But I mean, broadly, what we can see here, you know, like I said, is to me. This is the kind of thing it shows you. Look, the overall turnout in this race sitting there, 1.7, 1.8, with a lot more to come. It's going to be over 2 million easily. It's massive turnout. It's a story we know, though, I think, in a way. We know that any time there's an election, certainly in the Trump era, Democratic voters flood the polls. They particularly flood the polls in places like Travis County. Okay, this is overwhelmingly Democratic. This is right around the state capital, Austin, University of Texas. This is James Tallarico's political base as well here. He got a monster number. He got monster turnout here. You're talking about the demographic here in the Democratic Party in particular is sort of a more upside upscale voters, voters with college degrees, white-collar professionals, very anti-Trump, very engaged politically, high information consuming, and they crawl over coals for the opportunity to vote and see every election as a chance to kind of vote against Republicans. We've been talking about that in special elections, in primaries, races for state Supreme Court in Wisconsin, and I think we're talking about it in this race, in this Democratic race in Texas tonight. So I think the Democratic energy is going to be there in November. I don't think there's any question about that. These things reinforce it. I think the thing Democrats maybe have to grapple with here out of Texas tonight is what happened on the Republican side what they thought was going to happen. Cornyn continues to run in first place right here. Yeah. We continue to track the same day vote. Paxton's leading it, but only by a small amount. The possibility that Cornyn comes out in first place tonight, goes to the runoff with some momentum, and may still have a chance of emerging as the Republican nominee. How much of the Democratic hopes in Texas were premised on Ken Paxton being the nominee and Ken Paxton being the one having the big night tonight? This is a piece of the puzzle. It's not, you aren't Democratic voters, but this is not something I think Democrats were necessarily counting on tonight.
They're not feeling maybe as good about Texas, the Texas Senate race, as they were maybe a few hours ago when they thought Paxton might pull through. Kornacki, stand by for me. John, I want to talk about Daniel Crenshaw, right? I mentioned the only guy who did not get the Trump endorsement. They differ on a bunch of stuff. Foreign relations to be one of them, the war in Ukraine, for instance. What does that say about the fact that he lost and did not get the Trump endorsement? What can we take away from that?
So number one, I think you're talking about an Afghanistan veteran, a U.S. Navy SEAL, somebody who has been, for the most part, very supportive of the Trump agenda. To your point, there have been some breaks. The big break, though, wasn't about real policy. The big break was about Dan Crenshaw not supporting Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. That was the fissure in their relationship. It was the break that Crenshaw had with the MAGA movement. What does it mean from the perspective of Trump not endorsing him? I think we see it in the result there. 57% for his opponent, 39% for Crenshaw, a longtime incumbent. The president chose not to endorse against Crenshaw, and maybe he was concerned that Crenshaw would actually win, even if he endorsed against him, or that there was some other reason not to do it. But even just not making that endorsement while he endorsed all of the rest of the Texas delegation for re-election was a permission structure for all of the MAGA voters to go out there and vote against Crenshaw. So I think that's what we saw, and it's a warning to other Republican candidates, as we've seen time and time again with Donald Trump. He cares less about whether his party wins in the general election, not that that district's going to be difficult, than he does about fealty to him, about loyalty to him from each of the individual candidates.
Jane, as we're talking about House races here, right, I just want to give folks the lay of the land here. For Democrats to take back control of the House, they have to flip 3 House seats, and then they have to hold on to all their Senate seats and then flip 4, right? They're going to have an uphill battle in the Senate. The House seems like it's more in reach. If we're talking about redistricting, right, that is a big story, it seems, that's coming out of the House races, specifically in Texas, although there's still a lot of races that are outstanding. The president called on the state GOP to redraw the map last year. Give us a run through of what happened there and how you're seeing it bear out in some of these races so far.
Yeah, Trump did not like the math that he was going into. Midterms favor the party that's not in the White House. And he asked Republicans in Texas to change the map.
Yeah.
Change the math, rather. And they went out and they drew 5 more seats, they say, that Trump would have won, that Republicans can then go win. But you can't just draw maps. You got to win seats. And that's the thing that we're going to see play out here, is that, some of these seats, the map was drawn by a Washington consultant. It was not drawn by the state legislature there. And I think you see some of these places where it's a soft map in many ways, that you could see a dummy mander is something, it's often called. The idea that you draw it and it's going to help the other party. A dummy mander instead of a gerrymander.
Okay.
But
because they don't actually know what they're doing in drawing these maps?
No, just that the seat might not perform.
Okay.
Because it's only as consistent as your base. And Trump's base isn't always consistent when he's not on the ballot. But
consistent in showing up, or
consistent in showing up and who they're voting for.
Okay.
I mean, let's go to
down ballot.
Down ballot. Let's go to the 28th district.
Yeah.
This is a district where the seat that they drew, it was redistricted to meet a political aim. They drew a district that if Trump had been, if these districts existed when Trump was on the ballot, it would have been a 10 plus Trump seat.
Yeah.
But they actually moved more of Henry Cuellar's voters into that district. So it made it easier for him to win. And then Trump went and pardoned him, so he's not going to spend his spring campaigning and defending against, money laundering charges. So he's looking pretty good. Cook Political Report says that one is leaning towards the Democrats, even though that's one of the seats that Republicans count as one of their wins. So, these seats have to be won. And across the country, this is going to be an issue because it's not just Republicans who have to win them, it's Democrats too.
Yeah.
They say they have 5 seats in California, but it could be 4 to 5 seats. Not all of these seats are rock solid for either party.
Right.
But there's a world in which you see Democrats draw 10 new districts and Republicans draw 10 new districts. And it's essentially a wash. And we're back to a net 3 difference in the House of Representatives. I mean, I keep wondering how much is there any buyer's remorse? I mean, you've had a lot of reporting on this.
Yeah. So,
John?
Within the Republican Party, there's definitely some buyer's remorse.
Redistricting, there's buyer's remorse.
Yeah, well, yes, there is a belief that it may backfire among some Republicans. The White House will insist, and the White House advisors, Trump advisors, they'll all insist that they did the right thing, they did the smart thing. Here's what they did.
Okay.
In Texas. First of all, broadly, they started a war over redistricting that may backfire in terms of California redrawing, Virginia redrawing, et cetera. But specific to Texas, and Jane mentioned this before, but I want to underline it, they based the way that they redrew the Texas map on Donald Trump's performance in 2024 as if that would be repeated in Texas in 2026 and in 2028 and 2030.
Whereas that's an anomaly to a certain extent.
Donald Trump got more votes than any Republican has ever got for president of the United States.
Yeah.
He ran up the score with Hispanic voters who, as a group, may feel a little differently than they did in 2024 after we have watched the economic program of Donald Trump not do what he said it would do, and watched the immigration program of Donald Trump not just cut off the border, but execute a mass deportation campaign that has included the arrest, incarceration, violence against people who are legal immigrants and even American citizens, not just people who are here undocumented. So I think the idea that the Hispanic vote is like sort of locked away for Trump and the Republicans for a long time, meaning that they will do as well as they did in 2024, you'd have to prove it to me before I'd believe it, and I don't think that's likely to happen. In talking to people who are close to Trump, who advised Trump on the redistricting, even a few months ago, they were saying that they had now advised him that there was a scenario where it could be as bad as a wash for the Republicans who decided to have this fight. And I will tell you, if they're telling Donald Trump that the worst case scenario is a wash, the worst case scenario is worse than that for Republicans.
So is there a sense, you feel like, Natasha, within that camp that they may back off efforts for further redistricting? Because, I mean, we have all been talking about the fact that Republicans were going to literally make this their campaign over the next 2 years in the lead up to 2028.
Well, they had the embarrassments in Indiana, and then Democratic states started saying, okay, well, we can do it too. And we saw what happened in California.
Yeah.
And once Indiana sort of, said no, Illinois fell in line as well, and so they didn't want to really do this. They were only going to do it if Indiana did. So to that extent, it was it wasn't.
We'll do it if you do.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, and that's what Newsom said too. We won't do it if you don't do it.
Yeah.
And he was arguing that with Texas and the Texas lawmakers, and they said we're doing it. So because of Indiana in particular, I think there was just like this, there is a backlash. And how embarrassing is that to the White House that, he's so used to having that wall, no cracks. And there were lots of cracks showing at that time. Yeah. So why keep going down that road?
Yeah.
Unless they can get away with it and it's fairly easy.
I mean, they're going to keep going down the road this year. Florida's going to go this year. Virginia's trying to go for Democrats. They have to go to the voters to ask for this. But Florida wants to do it, despite the fact that their constitution says that you can't go partisan gerrymander. They very much want to go and gerrymander, and they say that it's, for reasons other than partisan names. But
you can't get more Trumpy than Florida,
And there's so much incentive for all these people. Look at Gavin Newsom. He won 2025. Now, he'd rather win 2027, 2028 for the Democrats, but he had the best year of any Democrat because he said, I'm going to redistrict and I might be able to get my party 5 seats.
Because they felt as if he fought, basically, to a certain extent. Right. It's about like the fighting mentality, which, though, doesn't seem to be bearing out for Jasmine Crockett so far.
But do you think that this turnout is not motivated, at least in part, by the fact that a bunch of Democrats don't feel like they have a choice in who they send to Congress this year?
I'm not thinking, I'm just asking the questions.
No, I'm just saying. I got in a double negative there, and it was just a mess.
Also, Crockett did get in, later. Talerico was ahead. He's been getting a ton of free press for a while, and as you mentioned, some pretty critical. With Rogan. There are like pretty vast differences there. I think we will see elsewhere that there are some fighters that ended up coming through. But you're right, it's not across the board. We can't say one way or another.
Steve Kornacki, I'm going back to you. I'm reaching for a jelly bean while I do because I'm starting to get a little hungry. And it's a little hot in here as well, by the way. For those of you at home that are just listening and not watching, it's a little steamy. But if you're watching, I don't know.
There's snacks.
Not where I'm going
it's a
with
new
this.
type of After Hours podcast now. Thanks, Jasmine.
Exactly. Kornacki, there's some other races that we haven't touched upon, right? The other House races, bring us up to date on what we're missing here that you think is important for us to understand when it comes to a through line of what's coming out of Texas and North Carolina as well. And then, of course, the governor as well. What are we seeing there in Texas?
Yeah, I mean, one of the House races here, it's not a very close primary tonight, but I think this district is going to loom very large nationally in November. 34th district. This is a Democratic-held district. Vicente Gonzalez is the Democratic incumbent. This is very much a part of that story of deep South Texas along the border, heavily Hispanic counties that have swung very hard towards Trump. So much that Republicans, this is part of their redrawing efforts. They believe this is a Democratic seat they can flip. They drew it to become Trump would have won this district under its new configuration by 11 points. So a Democrat's trying to hang on here. And this Republican primary was interesting tonight because you had Mayra Flores, who's part of this story of this history of recent history in deep South Texas. She actually won a special election to Congress a couple years ago, served for a few months. She ran for a full term against Vicente Gonzalez, lost narrowly, came back in 2024, lost narrowly again. She's out running for a third time, but the Republican Party, state leaders in Texas, national leaders in Washington said, 2 times is enough. They wanted a different candidate. Same last name, by the way, Eric Flores, no relation. And it looks like they're on track to get their candidate in this race. So I think that sets up here Republican redistricting in Texas. This is a district they targeted. This is the candidate they wanted. And this is part of that story of that, Trump growth with Hispanic voters, especially along the border, especially in deep South Texas, versus Democrats saying, hey, we're starting to win some of those voters back. Trump now, once he's back in the White House, there's a backlash building. So what's going to give there in a district? Again, the way this is drawn now, Trump would have won this district by 11 points. Republicans get their candidate. Let's see how Vicente Gonzalez holds up, I should say, because this is a race that I think it's going to be very close, and we're going to be talking about and watching nationally for the next few months.
Governor, and final thoughts, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, we can call up here, let me make sure I get this right. Greg Abbott, again, against nominal opposition here, going for another term there on the Republican side. No surprise on the Democratic side. Again, this is sort of nominal opposition, so it's the matchup, I think, that we were all kind of expecting, and we're going to get here. But I think it's the Senate race folks will end up talking about nationally a little bit more.
I got one question for you from YouTube, Kornacki. What is written on Steve's rolled up paper? Magic spells, fuzzy bath, the first page of the new mystery thriller he's writing?
If only I were that talented. These are vote targets in the 23rd district for Tony Gonzalez.
And is it the same paper that you've been holding the whole time?
No, we got vote targets for the Senate race. We got the Republican primary, spilled water. We got North Carolina. So there you go.
Everyone should go out and buy Steve Kornacki's excellent book, The Red and the Blue. If you're looking for a book to buy that Steve Kornacki wrote, there is one that you should have on your shelf.
Okay, I'm being yelled at by my executive producer that we have 4 minutes left. Kornacki, you're the best. thank you, my friend.
Give
we all
John Allen
appreciate
$20
you.
for me. That was very kind.
And tell Adam Naboa, your producer, as well. He did a fantastic job, and great to see him on the big screen. Guys, we got a couple minutes left, so I kind of want to get your final thoughts on this historic night, the first of the midterms season, Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas kind of kicking us off. John Allen.
Good Lord, stick with this all year for this podcast, because this was a heck of a kickoff. You've got an incumbent going down in a primary, maybe multiple incumbents going down. You've got a dogfight going on between Cornyn and Paxton on the Republican side there. You have a close race with tons of people showing up for Democrats in the Senate race in Texas. This is going to be a fascinating election year, and everyone is so plugged in and everyone is so engaged. And this was just the kind of night. I mean, obviously it would have been nice to get results a little bit earlier, but just the kind of night that sort of whets the appetite for those of us that are, not only love politics or are fascinated by it, but really understand how much politics means in terms of the substance of what's going on in our lives.
One word takeaway for tonight. John Allen, define the night.
Wild.
One word. Wild. Okay, let's go with that. Jane?
I'm your election policy reporter, so all I am seeing is just how much efforts to change what happens at the ballot box before the voters go and cast their ballots is influencing voter experience, is influencing the outcome. I'm talking about redistricting, drawing the maps in order to get a predetermined outcome, as well as conspiracy theories that motivated a major change in Dallas County and left thousands of people going to the wrong place. And I'm a mom, I don't have a lot of time. If I go and try and vote, I don't know if I have time to keep going.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who may have just chosen not to vote. But of course, we had huge
big
turnout.
deal.
So
Yeah.
a lot of people did turn out.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of people trying to put a foot on the scale of democracy in this country. And I think it's really interesting to see how voters engage with that.
Any Republicans or Democrats looking at these races, Jamin, saying, okay, we need to rethink this thing?
Not this year.
Nothing bore out.
I don't see, redistricting going anywhere. I think that Republicans have committed and are going to see it through.
Yeah. Natasha?
I'm gonna go back to the economy, which is where we always end up, right, in every election. And to the extent that there was a through line, I think when you look at Tallarico, when you look at people like in North Carolina 11, Jamie Ager, they focused a lot on the accounting. Tallarico's messaging was a lot about the billionaire class. Ager talked about the billionaire class. He also talked about the Epstein class.
Yeah. We didn't even bring up Epstein in this conversation.
I got him in at the end. But think about all of those issues. And I'll bring up one more, which is ICE. And I think this is really, just point this out really quickly. State representative, so down ballot race, North Carolina, Carla Cunningham, 7-time incumbent, just ousted. 70%, she lost 22% to 70% to 70. She made a deciding vote to allow ICE, to allow local police, to compel local police to cooperate with ICE. Charlotte's Web was something that went through North Carolina. It was wildly unpopular, and it flew out of there really, really quickly, presumably because Republicans were saying to the White House, this is not going well with people.
Yeah.
That's kind of indicative. So, I mean, to the extent that we are looking at really local issues that is impacting people where they are, and that's the economy.
Yeah.
In North Carolina specifically, that was an ICE issue.
Steve Kornacki, thank you wherever you are. Hopefully you're in the car on your way home already. Natasha Kornacki, thank you. Jane Tim, thank you. John Allen, thank you. That is a wrap, everybody, for Here's the Scoop from NBC News. I'm Yasmin Vasugian. Thank you for watching. You can rewatch on YouTube or listen anywhere you get your podcast tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. And make sure to subscribe. If you like what you're watching or what you heard, subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. We'll see you tomorrow after whatever happens overnight.